you and like, oh well, we can't afford him now. Because it gets like that. But
well, in terms of gigs, but no, I'm just talking about the people who try to be around you on a day-to-day basis, your so-called friends. So that's what this song is addressing, all the phonies.
Nobody when you need somebody, when there's so much pain, they all fade away. But when you got money and when you got fame, see them skinning and grinning, here they all come again, those devil friends. Devil friends, all them devil friends, all them devil friends. Smile in my face, talk behind my back. You didn't think I'd find out as it come to that. Where's the truth and where's the justice, baby? Hate I wasted all my time for nothing, devil friends. Devil friends, all them devil friends, all them devil friends. Oh, devil friends, all your hot air blowing, won't you close your mouth, cause now your horns are showing. I don't have no harmonica, but if I did. Don't stroke my ego, let me swallow my pride. I'm gonna lay my burdens down by this here riverside. And when this old world up and burns away, let me have my place up in heaven's gates, away from all them devil friends, all them devil friends, away from the devil friends, all them devil friends, all them devil, all them devil, all them devil, all them devil friends.
It's a tinge of humor in there, just a tinge though.
so this new recording that you're going to be doing, this basically has a mixture of new stuff, old stuff, or just stuff.
Well,
that
again,
you,
old
that
to
you've
me,
been,
because I've been doing them for a few years, but all unreleased material as of to date.
Right. So, curious, if you had to give advice to the up and coming songwriter in today's climate, as a musician from your experiences, what kind of mentorship or advice would you pass along?
Just try and say something. These songs you hear nowadays and dabbing and all of this and that, what are they talking about in these songs? Like,
right.
Other than pushing up on some girl on the dance floor or something. I mean, there's more to life than that, Say something positive, and stay true to what you want to do, but be about something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So musically, like, what are you listening to now that you're like kind of checking out? I know that today's music might, lean in a,
I honestly, I haven't really listened. I don't listen to the radio that much. If I do, I keep it on WBGO, the jazz station. I don't even know what's the most recent record I've gotten outside of the new De La Soul is amazing. The new Tribe Called Quest, I haven't peeped the new Kendrick Lamar album. I keep hearing it's great, but I haven't heard it yet. So maybe I'll go explore that tonight.
So wait, but if you're on WBGO, what kind of jazz are you listening to? I'm curious.
I'm a classical guy. I like, of course, Coltrane and Miles. Who doesn't love Coltrane and Miles? Pretty much anything that comes on there. I learn a lot about jazz just from listening to that station because I didn't grow up in the jazz world or playing jazz. I grew up more on the soul side of things.
Well, because harmonically, I hear a lot of jazz influence and like the harmony and the chords that you like that you write to. It's very inventive in a sense, and to me, it has a lot of like jazz background. That's why I was curious how much like actually influenced that, because it's very different than the typical guy with the guitar. It sounds it's very intricate.
I appreciate that. Thank you. That probably comes more from my gospel background than jazz, but it's all intertwined. Gospel, blues, and jazz are almost one and the same to me in a lot of ways.
Awesome. So, do you have like another song out the set list?
Sure. Let's. What time are we looking at?
Or how many songs? Yeah, how many more songs can we hear from you?
As many as you would like to. We could go all night if we have to.
Yeah, we have time for like 2 or 3 more songs.
2 or 3 more?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's do this one. This one is off of Bubby's Love. It's called Together.
Man, I don't know what to say. Words get in the way. But what the hell is going on in the minds of the powers that be today? They said our president was a joke. America, did it get your gold? Terrorist planes and snipers right here in your good old US of A. One of these days we gon' get along together. One of these days we gon' sing a song together and it'll be just fine. Did you hear the news? Nostradamus and Revelations came true. Your ring could feed a village. Now tell me on Judgment Day, what you gon' do? How much did the government spend today? Did we make sure the nipple tweakers got paid? A hungry mob and I'm chilling on my ice, sipping Cavassier in the shade. One of these days we gon' get along together. One of these days we gon' sing a song together. Still I say, one of these days we gon' get along together. One of these days we gon' sing a song together and it'll be just fine. Oh, oh, fine. 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 One day. One day. One day. One day.
Thank you.
The inspiration for that song. I'm curious, man.
That was actually, I wrote that song a while ago, and it was before Obama got into office. And it was kind of, back when, I think I wrote that after 9/11, actually. I think I wrote that one after 9/11, when we started to see more of terrorism on the news and that kind of thing happening, and it was becoming less of a thing that happened over there and more of a thing that was happening over here.
So a lot of your stuff, I notice, has like some political tilt to it.
Yeah, some political tip to it, and I try to keep it a little comedic, a little bit, the nipple tweaker line, that was supposed to be funny. But yeah, again, just trying to say something.
Right. So in the future, after you finish recording the record, what are some other things that we'll be able to find you doing, or better yet, what are you aspiring? Like at this point, what are some of your big aspirations as far as like future endeavors, future projects? What do you see this, you're playing in your career going at this point?
I want to do it all, man. I want to put this record out. I want to tour it. I would love to tour it worldwide. I would love to, I've produced for a few artists, some local, some bigger names as well. I would like to do more of that. Maybe start a record label. I think I'm gonna put this next record out on my own label, unless I get a better offer. But yeah.
Was the last one an independent record as well? Or?
It was, yeah.
I mean, do you find like there's a freedom of actually being able to control, your own product?
Definitely. The downside to that is you don't have the big, the corporate money to help get it out to the masses, or at least I don't, to help get it out to the, labels are basically a big bank. They give you a big loan and say, okay, here, you put this thing out, and we're gonna recoup all of that.
Right. I mean, but with a message of like political tilt and everything, maybe it behooves you to say, hey, you know what? This is my baby, and I want to protect it, and I want to just keep this the way, keep my art, my music, as a person on, and true to its meaning.
Yeah, and it can be done. I mean, things are going viral every day. We have the internet now, so and YouTube and all these things, so it can be done.
Awesome. Well, can you set up the this next song that you have?
Sure. Is this our last one? Oh, okay.
Second to last.
Second to last? Okay. I forgot about this one. This song is called No Fool No More. And, it's one of my PhD breakup songs.
I'm not gonna play your fool anymore. If you so ready to just walk out the door, then go right ahead. Let's settle the score. I'm not gonna play your fool anymore. I'm not gonna play your fool anymore. If you so ready to just walk out the door, then go right ahead. Let's settle the score. I'm not gonna play. Out of sight, out of mind when I'm not around. The strongest of gestures makes the biggest sound. Could be guilty for wearing my heart on my sleeve. And when you told me you loved me, I was a fool to ever believe. And now I'm not gonna play your fool anymore. If you so ready to just walk out the door, then go right ahead. Let's settle the score. I'm not gonna play your fool anymore. I'm not gonna play your fool anymore. If you so ready to just walk out the door, then go right ahead. Let's settle the score. I'm not gonna play. Out of sight, out of mind when I'm not around. The smallest of gestures makes the biggest sound. Let me get that door for you. I could be guilty for wearing my heart on my sleeve. And when you told me you loved me, I was that fool to ever believe. And now I'm not gonna play your fool anymore. If you so ready to just walk out the door, then go right ahead. Let's settle the score. I'm not gonna play your fool anymore. gonna play. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharif. The love is strong right now, and I hate to break this energy, but we're out of time. Thank you, Sharif in Burgundy, for giving us your message of devotion. You can pick up where we left off and keep up with Sharif on Instagram at Sharif in Burgundy. I'm Kenyatta Beasley, and I really hope that you enjoyed this episode of B-Side. Be sure to check in or stop by at Brick House Studios every Thursday to hear more of the best music that Brooklyn has to offer. You can also check out this and past episodes anytime at youtube.com/BRIC TV. Okay, Sharif, take us away with one more tune right after this.
Waiting for this all night to get you away from the crowd. I don't think I have to tell you why. Ain't my body language speaking so very loud? I've been looking at you and I
dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
It's in your computer. It's in your house. It may even be in your uterus. It's copper.
The earth is a rich and vast storehouse. From it come all the materials that we use. One of the most important of these materials is copper. Without copper, our modern world as we know it could not exist.
From BRIC in downtown Brooklyn, I'm Mackenzie Fagan, and this is Glitter and Doom, a show about artists and cultural creators who are responding to the most pressing issues of our times. Humans have been extracting copper from rocks since at least 5000 BCE. Ötzi the Iceman, whose mummy was found in the Tyrolean Alps and who's believed to have lived around 3300 BCE, was preserved in the snow along with his copper axe and knife. The Aztecs gargled with the solution that included copper to cure sore throats. One of the Dead Sea Scrolls was written on copper. Thousands of years later, we have Robitussin and we're 3D printing our weapons, but copper still has a wide array of uses, from electrical circuitry to storing nuclear waste to making blue-colored fireworks. I know I sound like I'm sponsored by copper, but I'm not, although I could be. Please call me Copper Barons. But I'm not the only one who wants to corner you at a dinner party and talk about ductile metals. Artist Marisa Moran-John's interest in copper began when she discovered that she had somewhat unwittingly agreed to have a piece of the metal inserted in her uterus. That launched her into a wormhole of copper-related research, culminating in her latest interdisciplinary project, Snatchural History of Copper, which she is presenting at the upcoming Creative Time Summit here in New York. A few weeks ago, I sat down with Marisa to talk about reproductive health care, extractive industries, and Byzantine fertility chapels.
Marisa Moran-John, thank you so much for joining me today on Glitter and Doom. You are participating in the 10th Annual Creative Time Summit. That is an annual convening for thinkers, dreamers, and doers working at the intersection of art and politics. And this year, there is a specific central question, which is, can speaking truth to power unravel the age of disillusion we find ourselves in? I'm curious about how that central question informed the way you thought about what you were going to present at the Creative Time Summit.
So the start of my inquiry was that I was going through my medical records and I found that I had a copper IUD, and I knew an intrauterine device. And I knew that I had an intrauterine device, but I didn't know it was made out of copper. And I thought, how do I not know about this piece of technology that's in my very own snatch? And so I then started looking into the history of copper, how it does what it does inside the body, and its history of extraction and so forth. And when Trump was elected, there was a spike by 900% in women seeking the IUD because it lasts for 10 years, which would outlast his presidency.
900%.
900%, yeah. And at the same time, in this current presidential administration, our EPA chief, Andrew Wheeler, is a former coal lobbyist. And there's been a lot of regulation rollbacks, and I wanted to know what extraction, in particular, using the lens of copper extraction to wend my way through these different topics. I wanted to know what's at stake today and what people are doing about it.
And all this thinking led to an interdisciplinary project called Snatchural History of Copper. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
I want to ask a little bit about your own relationship to your IUD. So you said that you didn't realize that you had copper implanted in your own body. How did you decide that you wanted an intrauterine device as your form of birth control? And what was that process like?
Before you give birth, American women and their gynecologists have a conversation about what's your plan afterwards or what's your fertility plan. And the IUD was suggested to me, and it seemed like a good idea because it lasts 10 years and you don't really think about it.
And this conversation was happening while you were pregnant or
While I was
before
pregnant and before I gave birth. And then what often happens is immediately after you give birth, you receive the IUD. So like I didn't even see it kind of situation.
Right. And you have an infant, so you're not really thinking about asking questions about what it is exactly, I imagine.
That's right. And I just trusted it. The IUD has a spotty history in the United States because in the 50s through the 70s, and the people who invented it in partnership with NGOs and governments are seeing it as a solution to the population bomb. So people are getting scared because brown people all over the world will rise up, and so we need to control populations. And the United States government forcibly sterilized a third of the women in Puerto Rico, and really incentivized and would in fact punish many, in some places like Los Angeles, punish poor women of color unless they had long-term reproductive technologies.
Right. I know that there were cases where women would go before a judge for sentencing, and the judge would say, well, I'll give you a lighter sentence if you agree to have an IUD implanted.
Correct. It just really kind of quashed the IUD market for a long time because there was such a backlash, and rightfully so. And so it wasn't then until the late 90s, early 2000s that this new IUD called the Paragard entered the market. It's really not in the public conversation at all in America and for American women. There's other countries where in France it's 22% of women have IUD. In Nordic countries, 42% of women have IUDs. In America, it's 7%. So it's not part of our puritanical culture to talk about women's desire, reproductive health, and then the maintenance of fertility and so forth. And then it's has this history that was really kind of covered over, and the way that people present the IUD, it's shifting today, but has mostly been marketed towards and targeting American mothers.
And there are two main models of IUD on the market, my understanding is that one is based on hormones, much like oral contraceptives that you might take, and the other one is copper.
That's right, yeah.
How does a copper IUD prevent pregnancy?
Okay, so the thing about copper that makes it really fascinating is that it's normally found in abundance around the Earth, it's malleable, it is naturally conductive, and it's what material scientists called electrowinning. So it's exchanging electrons with the things that it comes in contact with, which is why people use it as an antibacterial and use it in doorknobs in hospitals. Inside your body, it is creating this cloud of electrons around the IUD, and it zaps the incoming sperm. In the case that a sperm does happen to get fertilized, it prevents the sperm from lodging into the walls and becoming, a fetus.
The use of copper for IUDs and the fact that it prevents pregnancy seems like only one of the many mysterious facets of copper. And I don't know if this has to do with it being electrowinning, which is a great hashtag that everyone should use, or that it's a noble metal, which is another amazing term. But there are so many things, like if you put it in your uterus, you don't get pregnant. If you leave it out in the air, it turns green. If you whip eggs in it, your eggs are stiffer. And it feels like, I don't know anything about how this works. I imagine it has to do with this electron transference, but it seems like a magic metal.
Yeah. I think there's enough questions to keep me entertained for a lifetime, and it also invites me to have conversations with different kinds of scientists, to anthropologists and so forth, because a big question for me was, well, how did people first discover that it functions like a contraceptive? And
yeah, who's the first person who ate an oyster? Who was the first person who put copper up her snatch?
So, okay, I found this image of what's called a pessary, and it looks like a small donut. And I have to say, it's a little bit oxidized in the image. It's from 400 BCE, and it goes in the cervix, and it has a little hole, and there's a stem that goes through it. So presumably, you dilate the cervix, it goes in there. And then, the electrowinning properties of copper.
And it's made out of copper.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bronze, so it's an alloy. And the stem goes down, so you can always take it out. But 400 BCE really is mind-blowing because it asks the question of this very question: how long have we known that copper does this, and who was the first to figure it out? So there's if you look on the internet, there's a host of different urban legends, like Arab camel traders put copper in the uterus of their camels to prevent them from getting pregnant. That has been dispelled.
What a weird urban legend to start.
Yeah. Although, okay, and then in the 1920s, there was a guy, Jaime Zipper, who discovered that copper inside the uterus of rabbits functions like a contraceptive. And this is the basis of today's IUD.
What was Jaime Zipper getting up to that he discovered this?
I don't know what this, he's a Chilean scientist. Most of the copper in the world comes from Chile. Copper was first mined in 8700 BCE. In the West, we say in the island of Cyprus. This is the time of the Copper Age, 8700 BCE, on the island of Cyprus, which is the same birthplace as Venus of Aphrodite, the goddess of love. So her symbol, it looks like the women's liberation symbol.
So a circle with like a plus sign underneath
That's
it.
right, yeah. And so the same symbol is for Aphrodite as it is for copper, suggesting a relationship of fecundity.
And that comes together in the performance element of your piece, Natural History of
Yes.
Copper.
Yeah.
Talk to me a little bit about what that looks like.
Okay. I'm trying to metabolize this information and make it comprehensible or interesting or poetic for the viewer who came to see an art performance. I am not a scientist. I am not an environmental advocate leading this campaign on the ground. And what I can do is make something aesthetically engaging. I am teaching this workshop at MIT at the same time that I'm working on this film and this book, Central History of Copper. And I was giving my students background to copper, which involves material science, mineral economics, and so forth. And I had a series of talks, like artist talks, to give coming up. And I thought, I can't talk to these people who've come to see an artist talk like I just talked with my MIT students. What can I do? Oh, I know, I'll perform as Venus of Aphrodite. It's a way to also implicate the viewer, the audience. Implicate as in copper is in our body. It's also something that we rely on. It's in our homes, it's in the plumbing, it's in our digital networks. My argument is that our contemporary beings are predicated on copper. And I feel it's incumbent on us then to know and be responsible or have a better understanding about where it comes from. Just be connected to this mineral that really dates the start of civilization, and yet is the number one toxic polluter and has polluted 40% of America's waterways.
Where does the majority of the world's copper come from?
So the majority of copper comes from Chile. The United States is a major contributor. China is a growing contributor. The tailings, like the byproduct of mining, sits around in these piles of these newly shaped mountains that then leach toxins into the earth and the water for decades afterwards. And it's rare that you have that governments or corporations are responsibly dealing with the tailings and the really kind of inestimable harm that it does.
And what does the extraction process look like? What does copper ore look like, and how do you get the copper out of it?
Yeah. So I can paint you a picture of Bingham Copper Mine, which is in Utah. And it's an hour, 45 minutes outside of Salt Lake City. It's 3 miles wide and 3,000 feet down. It feels sublime, and it feels like a perverse sense of sublime. So you come to the top of the mine and you look down, and then there's these explosions happening, something like every 13 seconds. They're timed. Someone somewhere is pushing this button. And you see little trucks, it's just like a moonscape. It's one of the very few man-made things that people can see from outer space. So this is also considered one of the cleanest and safest mines around the world. And they're really quite a leader in terms of integrating technology and mitigating harm. But if you ask a scientist or a researcher, is there such thing as what does it mean to have something that's the cleanest and the safest mine? And his answer was, copper is civilization's necessary evil, because it's impossible to not have any toll on the environment or on people.
What impact does copper extraction specifically have on indigenous communities who might be on the land that is rich with copper.
Yeah. In the United States, for example, the majority of copper mining takes place in the West, disproportionately on indigenous territory. And historically, that precedent was set in this mining law of 1872, where even though the U.S. government signed contracts with indigenous groups saying, oh, yeah, you have sovereign territory, they then passed this other law saying to American pioneers going to the West to incentivize them to go and like find and extract and start businesses. They said, go ahead, go out West. If you find any valuable minerals, it is yours. Never mind if there's indigenous people there with their sovereign contracts. Your discovery of valuable minerals overrides their sovereign territorial claims.
So you have these two disparate threads that you were interested in, reproductive justice and extraction and its impact on communities and the environment. How do you tie these together through natural history?
My first question was, where did the copper in my snatch come from, and from what mountains, and who blew up those mountains, and who got to say who blows up those mountains, and what are my options here? My question about both extraction and about reproductive justice really are questions about power. Who has power? Who has decision-making power? Who should have power? So it's ultimately, for me, a question about self-determination and communities getting to decide whether they want their communities to be mined or their territory, their land to be mined. And it's also about women getting to decide whether to have children or whether to not have children.
We've talked about chemistry, healthcare, history. How does all of this inform your artistic practice? As an artist, why are you so engaged in this type of research, and how does that carry over into the piece that you're going to be presenting?
Historically, my work has focused on co-designing creative media and public art with low-wage workers, immigrants, youth, and women, which are demographics and communities that I feel like as an immigrant woman, I'm Chinese and Ecuadorian, that I feel like I can speak to. With this natural history of copper, there's a number of groups that I'm in conversation with. One is the Center for Biological Diversity, who just won this court case preventing this mine, Rosemont Mine, from going into southern Arizona. And they're very open and interested in having conversations with an artist and seeing how what they're doing can be amplified. I see myself, and this is really characteristic of the other work that I do as well, where I'm often like a bee transporting information and sharing information across sectors. The information I present at Creative Time is a performance lecture delivered as Aphrodite. And I also will have a Snatchel Chapel on view, which is a participatory installation.
Will people be able to enter this Snatchel Chapel?
Yes. So you'll be able to enter, and you'll be able to interact with 3 different copper-based devices that enable the fulfillment of women's desire, I'm arguing. So one is a replica of a bronze pessary from 400 BCE. Another one is a contemporary IUD, which is about this big, the copper-based IUD. The third one, which might seem to be an outlier, is a motherboard, which is the central circuitry of a computer. And a motherboard, it's conductive, and it's copper the electrons are passing through the motherboard and controlling the flow of information. This is the most important part of a computer. It's in our cell phones and iPads and so forth. Our relationships are managed through these circuitry. So the way that we manage our romantic, libidinal relationships, whether that's through email or texting or sexting, or people who are on Tinder, for example, or managing surrogacy and so forth. So I'm arguing that it's also a piece of reproductive technology. And the chapel was designed by an architect named Rafi Seagal, who's my co-teacher at MIT. And it was inspired by these tiny Byzantine fertility chapels that are really kind of tiny, and you'd go and you make an offering so you could become pregnant. And so it's a little tiny chapel made out of a tensile tent structures, and also it's sewn from this copper silk. So it should be, I think it's going to be quite interesting and lovely to experience.
Copper in the Motherboard is allowing women to, as you mentioned, meet sexual partners, keep in touch with sexual partners, watch porn, whatever. So how do the birth control components of this also allow women to fulfill their sexual desires?
The IUD was a tool that would liberate women and enable their fulfillment of desire. So I would argue that the fulfillment for women in heterosexual relationships, where you're having to manage sperm and so forth in pregnancy, I would argue that it's the fulfillment of desires part and parcel with access to reproductive technology, whether that's the IUD or the pessary or whatever else. And I think the motherboard is also a way to control relationships as well and fulfill those relationships and so forth.
And I should mention, we've been using women to describe people with uteruses.
Yes.
But of course, not all women have uteruses, and not all people
yes.
with uteruses are women.
Yes.
If people are interested in seeing your performance and also visiting this natural chapel, where can they do that?
So the Creative Time Summit takes place at the Great Hall on November 14th through 16th in New York City. And my performance lecture there, as well as the chapel, this natural chapel, will be on view there. And you can also go to either my website, marisajan, MARISAJAHN.org, or you can go to snatural.org.
It's amazing that you got snatural.org. Well done. Wonder who has snatural.com. Maybe best not thought about.
I do.
Marisa, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you for having me.
And that is the show for today. Thank you so much for watching. Maybe you did not know that Glitter and Doom is also a podcast, and it has fun extra little features that you didn't see here on the broadcast, so it's worth a listen. You can find it wherever you get your podcasts, and we'll see you next week.
So we're doing a little Punani Politics remix. For those of you who have actually heard Punani Politics, you'll hear that it's a little bit of a remix. Nice when you give me the juice. I know it feels nice when you give me the juice. I know it feels nice when you give me the juice. I know it feels nice when you give me the juice. I know it feels nice when you give me the juice. I know it feels nice when you give me the juice. I know it feels nice when you give me the juice. Stop playing politics with my punani. Stop playing politics with my punani. Hey, Republicans. I see you called on your fellow man. All dicks and no nuts. And you rush to call me a slut? I'm standing up for what is mine. Call me the rib, but I'm really the spine of this whole great nation. Ain't be back on the plantation. No, stop playing politics with my punani. Stop playing politics with my punani. Don't see me out here trying to legislate. Where you stick your Johnson, though, I'd have a case. Using it for some ill. Then you call some rape legitimate. Say what? I'm not a hotbed for breeding. Just something that you can put your seed in. I know it feels nice when you give me the juice, but you can't dictate how I reproduce. Oh, hell no. Stop playing politics with my punani. Stop playing politics with my punani. You say abortion is a license to kill. Say right to life, wanna ban the pill. But got no problem with lethal injection. But hey, hey, hold up, ain't that killing? I'm not just here for your games and fun. Hey yo, back up off my nana, son. As if I don't have a right mind. I decide what to do with my drugs. Come on. And we're coming back. Come on. You flip flop, you flop flip. All in all, it's just bullshit. Put your agenda on the back of my sex. Goddess only knows what'll happen next. You wanna feel it and touch it, but then you turn and act disgusted, as if I don't have a right mind. I decide what to do with mine. 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 I decide what to do with mine right on time. I decide what to do with mine. 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 Stop playing politics in my punani.
I love wintertime in Coney Island because it's quiet and you can hear the ocean and you can hear the seagulls. I can commune with nature. It's cold. Hi folks, I'm Dick Ziggin. People sometimes call me the permanently unelected mayor of Coney Island. I don't run for office, therefore I don't have any salary, but I don't have any term limits. I am founder of Coney Island USA, a not-for-profit arts organization. I also get involved in a lot of community work and activism, so it is an honor to be able to do that work in my neighborhood that I love. Patrick, you up in the booth? Yeah. We haven't done a show here all winter. Can we just make sure all the lights are working? Okay, this first row, there's ones in off stage right and stage left. On. I am not a native Brooklynite. I grew up 60 miles outside of New York City in Bridgeport, Connecticut. It's a clue to my personality that Bridgeport was the hometown of the world's greatest entertainer, P.T. Barnum. By the time I was 7 years old, God damn it, I was a Barnum scholar. I knew everything about P.T. Barnum and knew that the circus was the key to American entertainment, to American popular culture. So when I'm moving to New York, I had this totally wacky idea that Coney Island could be a staging ground. I rent a loft in 1979, which a few months later, after I've done substantial renovation, the loft burns to the ground, but by that point, I've got the sand in my shoes, and I catch on very quickly that in Coney Island, the salt air preserves the body even though the salt air rots the mind. And if I want to be a healthy, wacky 80-year-old, Coney Island is the bohemian neighborhood I decide to join.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Bindlestiff Cavalcade of Youth. Are you ready to start the show? Please welcome the Cavalcades.
I like that act. We also, in our venues, do family-friendly programming. We're not always wacko and bizarre, just most of the time. This is hard for me to believe, but I'm probably, as a director, the most experienced living human on earth in terms of circus sideshows. So what is a Coney Island circus sideshow? They do things for a living you and I wouldn't do for all the money in the world. Putting a sword down your throat or putting fire in your mouth. It's a different type of entertainment that you have to experience, that you have to see to believe, and this is where you come to see and believe. Hey, I'm getting hungry. Let's go to Kitchen 21. I want lobster roll. Our resident artist, Marie Roberts, does these sideshow banners. You normally can tell Coney Island's ready to open when they put the cars back on the Wonder Wheel. By this weekend, they'll be putting the cars back on. Charlie, it doesn't feel like spring yet.
Someday it will warm up.
But not today. April has always been an exciting month for me in Coney Island. It begins with spring cleaning. Like the swallows coming back to Capistrano, trucks are bringing in supplies and restaurants are loading food into their freezers. The people of New York City who've been cooped up let loose and explode. It's about mechanical rides. It's about a soundtrack. It's about dancing in the streets to the music coming off. It's a melting place that would be hard to find anywhere else in the world. People interact in Coney Island. It's a place where Hasidim are sitting next to homeboys on roller coasters. Coney Island is the museum of people. There's changes happening here. They're ripping out something, and it's exciting to see changes, especially where nothing was happening for decades. So what are you doing out here today? A job fair, right? Good luck. Is the job fair in the Carousel building? Should we peek in? If we're quiet, I want to show you this Lincoln Centennial course. We should get out of here. But one tip for the viewers, the bathroom here at the B&B Carousel is the nicest bathroom in Coney Island. Shh. Being a performance artist, I guess I'm inspired by turning myself into a Mickey Mouse kind of mascot. When I started doing public appearances leading the Mermaid Parade in 1984. Unfortunately, the story would always be murder, arson, gangs, murder, arson, gangs. It was important to me to change the visual image, the media image of Coney Island. I started wearing derbies or straw hats, antique wool bathing suits, hipster sunglasses, and before there was such an official thing as a New York City in hipster, I was trailblazing an alternative Coney Island. I'm gonna eat a lobster roll. And I'm so proud of what's happened to that building, which was derelict, falling apart. It's been fully restored as a restaurant with some of the amazing terracotta artwork from the 1920s. It's a gorgeous building. And I hope the kitchen is open. Hi there, sir. I'm just getting old and sometimes like a foot stops working.
I have other things that stop working.
Just in case.
Come on in, we got it ready for you.
Great. Where am I sitting? Well, this is the fun part of the shoot, getting to eat. Where does your lobster come from? Is it Maine lobster or Brooklyn lobster?
It's the Gowanus Canal lobster.
It is so wonderful that Coney Island got around to renovating and appreciating its history and its landmarks. We're on our way up to the roof bar. Is drinking allowed in the elevator?
As long as you're not driving the elevator, I think you're all right.
In a deep way in my soul, I really believe that art has an ability to work within its neighborhood and make a difference in the spirit of its neighborhood. If you've taken any kind of class in literature, you've heard the phrase, a sense of place. Well, for my entire lifetime, my adult life, I've really enjoyed my sense in place because I enjoy the beach and I enjoy the sky and I enjoy the ocean and I enjoy the museum of people and popular culture that Coney Island in general is. And I have such a good time and have so much inspiration. And as a writer, I have so much local color and so many unique stories and characters to deal with. I've been nothing but blessed to be the unelected mayor of Coney Island.
You can pull anybody aside here and there's a good chance they're probably related to us. My grandfather started the business in 1968.
I guess because it's a family business, I always had train in my blood. When people think trains, they're just thinking of their grandfather, you know, in their basement or around their tree. I think as a business, you have to, no matter what industry you're in, you have to evolve with the times. And if you're not changing, you're going to be out of business.
A lot of the companies are doing things in a smart way to try to engage the younger kids, whether it's using the Bluetooth technology or the handheld remotes, or if it's an app that they're using on their iPad or iPhone. I feel that model trains does foster kind of either the father-son or the grandparents and the grandchildren. It kind of fosters that relationship because you do need someone with experience to pass on this knowledge. That's how my son actually learned how to crawl, because he was so interested in looking at the train that he pushed himself up to prop himself up to see it.
You see a lot of people that they can't find any other train stores in the area anymore. There was a point where there were so many back in the day, but now we're the last one standing.
Wow, that's gorgeous. Son of a bitch. This one right here, $3.99, look at that. That is beautiful. Come here, I come here all the time. I've been coming here for years. It's just like collecting stamps. How you like that?
You know, people love trains, and they don't just come in once a year. These hobbyists, they build these massive layouts, so they're coming in to get scenery, they're coming in to get trees, they're coming in to get buildings.
I might go for this guy right here. See the olive green one? I might get that today. I think I'm gonna grab that. Yeah, that's pretty. Look how nice that looks. Yeah, it's like it brings out the kid in you. It does. Yeah, it definitely does. You know, I retired about 4 years ago. And this is a great way to not only pass the time, but just makes you real happy.
A lot of people find it therapeutic, even, if I may, to set these things up. People like to create this different world. The creative part is something that I think is very important. And probably the last part that is actually, out of all the things that the reason why people are involved in this, is that trains represent a different time in this country. Just stirs up something for their nostalgic side.
Put it this way, if there were no trains, what would the world be like? It'd be very different. The trains actually built this country. They did. And this is going back pretty much before there were automobiles, there were trains. I mean, yes, the trains built this great country we live in.
We're in the Puppet Works Theater at 338 6th Avenue in Brooklyn, lovely Park Slope.
Tell me who you are and why you have come here.
I'm Mike Leach, and I'm a puppeteer. There are worse jobs. I'm playing with dolls for a living. I mean, come on, how much am I going to complain? I show up for work, I get applause. The mailman doesn't get applause when they show up for work. I guess I make kids happy, maybe even educate them or show them something interesting. So it's okay.
By my striped flank, you will be my dinner!
This particular theater, this spot goes back to like 1990. The company goes back quite a bit further than that, under a few different names. Well, the company's roots go back to the 1930s, WPA project.
I started out doing my own shows as a child, having seen a group called the Cesare Marionettes when I was attending PS 200 in Benson Avenue, Brooklyn. And they used to come every year, and I thought, what is this stuff? You know, it embodied all the things I liked. I liked to write, I liked to make things. When I was 19, I was hired to tour with the Cesare Marionettes. We went to all the schools in all the 5 boroughs. And every spring we would go upstate, and in the summer we would go to New England and play in summer camps. We would come in and set up our show and do an evening show and then pack up and leave the next morning. A big hit we took was when TV came along with the Sesame Street and with Mr. Rogers. It implied that puppets were only for the littlest children. Schools, whereas we used to perform up to the 8th grade, started stopping us at 6th grade, and now it's down to the 3rd and 4th grade. The kids want to come, but the parents and teachers think, oh, that's too kiddie for you. That was a big problem for us that we try to overcome, because our shows are not really geared for the littlest child. We developed to the point where we had like 4 or 5 companies and special jobs like doing things for the Smithsonian. And we started at Macy's every Christmas, and that ended up running 38 years. We were there for 38 years. But we did Christmas shows, and early on we did summer shows and other special shows for them. What we did in the 50s, 60s, and 70s is amazing. I look back now and I said, how did we do that? I mean, I can't imagine doing it now. I was having trouble finding people who could survive these tours, and I'd always wanted a theater so you can control a lot more of what's going on. We came here to Brooklyn. First, we were in Old First Church on 7th Avenue, just for weekends. We still were touring. And then I found a space on 3rd Avenue and Carroll Street. We had our theater finally. Around that time, the space was empty. It had been a former Mexican restaurant. We moved in, and we've been here since.
Calm down, it's just a puppet show.
Mike Leach has been with us for many, many years. He started out working at Macy's as an elf, and he got intrigued with what was going on backstage.
So there I am in an elf suit, and I was assigned to the puppet theater. I snuck backstage during lunch, and that was 26 years ago. I was just going to do this for like a couple of years and then go back to the real world and whatnot. And I don't know. Time flies.
Was you like working the puppet by yourself or other people were helping you?
Was I working by myself back there?
No.
No, this guy Nico, he was in my way. But yeah, no, there's two of us back there working the puppets back and forth. The audience sees these characters run around the stage. You don't have any puppeteers involved. They just see animals and people telling these stories, and the curtain closes and there's a scene change, and we open up and it's a whole new act. And so it's really like Broadway in 1/3. Great. That's what they perceive. From backstage, it's a little bit different. First off, we see from top down, so we're only looking at the tops of all these characters' heads. This is old technology. Marionettes, strings, wood, cloth. That's what we do. The audience is watching your every move, whether something's tangled or you're trying to adjust something. You're acting with an inanimate object. Like you see a painter paint a picture of an angry man. They do not stand there, shake, and throw their coffee. They calmly sit there and paint.
Come, my loyal subjects, follow your king.
This is kind of guerrilla puppetry. It's two people back there in the dark.
Up you go.
Multiple characters are going to come on and off. You're not sticking to one character. You're playing two characters at the same time often, and you're passing the characters back and forth often, so you're not going to stick. And so we want to have the same kind of body action between the puppets, no matter who's walking them across the stage. We throw in the scene changes. Someone's got to close the curtain. We have to jump down on the bridge, and you're getting the scenery on, changing the backdrop, and we also control our own lights. It's like a dance up there between two puppeteers. It's not just what's going on the stage. We're moving just as much as the puppets are. We're crossing each other and handing stuff off. And we multitask enough. Having the show pre-recorded is a big help. Everyone associated with the company will do voices, and we do the recordings ourselves. We had one particular fellow named Bruce Hack who worked with us as a pioneer in electronic music. We've had a few incidences during shows. I've had people fall off the bridge. We don't stop, usually. Usually my reaction is, are you going to get up and get the curtain? Way too many holes in everything. I'm not a puppet fan. Never have been. It's what I do.
I'm your king.
Oh, no, you're not. You're just the man cub.
I think the audience comes in, and I assume they're not amused by puppets. They may be creeped out by puppets. They may think they're going to be bored. And then I try to change that. I try to amaze them and do things that you don't expect puppets to be able to do, or subtle movements that they don't expect. So I expect to entertain people. I don't assume they're puppet fans. So I like working from the other way. Let's see what we can do with puppets today and do something interesting.
Welcome to the Montauk Club. This is one of the oldest, if not the oldest, membership clubs in Brooklyn. We're right off of Grand Army Plaza on 8th Avenue and Lincoln Place. The Montauk Club dates from 1889 and the building from 1891, and it's been our clubhouse continuously ever since. This is a great Park Slope institution. When I was a little kid, I was told in hushed tones about the Montauk Club. It was great walking into the building for the first time about a dozen years ago for a meeting. And after that, I thought, you know what, I'm back living in the Slope. I should become a member, and I did. It's really a wonderful place to meet people, to have events. I can honestly say that Montauk Club has become my second home.
You walk around the neighborhood and weave all of these beautiful brownstone bucolic streets, and we spent our first year and a half walking by this place. What is that building? Who lives there? What's going on?
The club was organized in 1889. The members of the club, who were among Brooklyn's gentry at the time, bankers, lawyers, and such, politicians, raised the $250,000 or so to hire a star architect, Francis Kimball, to design the place and then to have it built. And so the clubhouse opened in 1891.
Charles Arthur Moore, the first president and the founder, happens to be my great-great-grandfather. I was unaware of him and this club. My sister happened to come to a talk on architect Francis Kimball several years ago and noticed his picture in the stairwell. It was a different time back then. It was a larger club, that's for sure. It was the entire building. There was bowling in the basement and rooms to rent, and this entire room was billiards rooms. It was more of a general city club, places to go and entertain and do some reading, get some entertainment. And it's still very much like that today. A little bit smaller, which, isn't too bad because it makes it more of a cozy environment.
When you walk up the stairs and open the double mahogany doors, the first thing that you notice to your right is a beautiful tiled fireplace. And then when you look up, you see a very exquisite chandelier. And when you look to the windows, you see a lot of stained glass in this grand ballroom. And that ballroom downstairs also has a nice bar on the left side, which is used for our new member night party, which is probably one of my most favorite nights of the year.
It's a warm and inviting place. When we decided to get married, there was no question about where we would do it. We had it here. Right away, when you walk into this room, you see the stained glass windows that front onto Plaza Street. The sofa and chairs that are by the windows are a terrific place to just read a book, have a drink. There's a long balcony on the Lincoln Place side where people can have drinks or dinner when it's warm enough. And there are elements of the Venetian palazzo architecture that Francis Kimball used to design the building. And you can see in the columns and in the friezes above the windows, really amazing details. On the Lincoln Place facade, there's a frieze of Dutch and English settlers purchasing land from Chief Wyandanch, who was one of the leading Algonquin chiefs on Long Island. Many of the old line clubs in New York City, not just the Montauk Club, but the L Club, New York Athletic Club, and others, had accommodations for their members. The reason was the male membership would be deserted by their families and children and domestic help during the summertime, and so they would be left unable to fend for themselves. Well, these clubs were able to provide a certain number of accommodations for them to be fed and have their laundry done and so on. Those apartments in the Montauk Club are now part of the condominium, which is upstairs. The Montauk Club's fortunes have mirrored almost exactly those of Park Slope. The club was at its peak probably in the years between 1889 and 1929, when Park Slope was at its most prosperous. And there weren't many alternatives by way of entertainment or social activity to what a private club could provide for people who could afford to be a member. The club almost went out of business in the 1930s during the Great Depression. We've seen the membership dip and then rise again in the last 20 years, and we're attracting a lot of younger members. And that really mirrors what Park Slope has become.
The Montauk Club is open to everybody. The ideal candidate for the Montauk Club is someone that appreciates what is here, is respectful that there is a wonderful blend of old guard members and new guard members. It's a room where everyone needs to feel comfortable of getting along with people from a variety of different backgrounds.
It's a nice place to come in for family functions. A lot of people join because they're getting married here and then continue to be members at the club. And some of them I've done their kids' weddings as well, and that's nice to see.
We have about 250 members. A significant number of those are under 35. And it's been very gratifying to see that people find that an old club with creaky wood floors is an appealing place to meet people. It's a nice alternative to just meeting people via social media or otherwise online. The notion that face-to-face contact is not dead. And we certainly provide a comfortable atmosphere for people to get together.
Takes every little ounce of patience I worked so hard to make this. Focusing till there's tears in my eyes. Gotta work, gotta change my life. I wanna see higher, I wanna grow further. Open my eyes and fight the good fight. Good fight. I wanna dive deeper, I wanna love truer. Open my eyes and fight the good fight. Good fight. Change the world, you first must change yourself. Raise the vibration of someone else till the eyes and the hearts are open. And we cause a chain reaction. Free ourselves from mental slavery. Never falling for false security. I wanna see higher, I wanna grow further. Open my eyes and fight the good fight. Yeah. A good fight. I wanna dive deeper, I wanna love truer. Open my eyes and fight the good fight. Yeah. A good fight. I wanna believe, believe, believe. I wanna believe that we all will fight the good fight. Yeah. A good fight. I wanna believe, believe, believe. I wanna believe that we all will fight the good fight. Yeah. A good fight. That we all will fight the good fight. A good fight.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
This is Gunta Farah.
This is DJ Jam. This is DJ Extra. You're now tuned in to Talking for Curry on BRIC Radio.
Barang.
Some material may be inappropriate for children under 13.
You are now tuned in to Talking for Curry.
Transmission begins.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Check, check. Well, this is Bunchy Gal in the Black Spaniard all the way from Trinidad and Tobago. Maderific, presidential and gallerific. Right now you're listening to the baddest program on the air right now. Talking for Curry. Check. Maderific.
Yo, this is KMC and you see right now it's all about talking for Curry.
This is Conscience and we talking for Curry. Big up on yourself. We not right, no for nobody.
Yo, what's up? This is Major Hype, and you got it locked right here on Brooklyn College Radio, talking for Curry. Say it fast, say it fast, say it fast. That's right. Now you got it. Keep it locked right here, talking for Curry. Major Hype, I'm out.
Randy Valentine representing for talking for Curry now. Still pushing that vibration, still pushing that love. It's always love, it's always live. 365 days of the year. The love advocate, I said, blessed love. Boom, 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 boom.
You know, Protege representing for talking for Curry, and we say we play what we want to play when we want to play how we want to play it.
I'm Etana the Strong One and I'm talking for Curry. Keep it locked on me, say that.
Cranium, I said, I really want you to understand. I really need you to understand. I really want you to understand. Talking for Curry, you're number one.
Wait, Matt, this is pretty big and I'm talking for Curry. Out of Trinidad and Tobago, we going away, we going away, oh.
The show that certain artists are afraid to come on, talking for Curry.
Clearly afraid to come on.
Marijuana.
Each and every Wednesday. I tuned in, you know, Gunta, the two where you did send.
Huh?
The two tunes where you did send, should we play it or no?
No.
Yeah, sorry for that. Wednesday 8 to 11.
New installment talking for Curry.
Jam on the inside.
DJ Extra of the Big Bad Iron Vibe Sound, the one and only DJ Extra in Brooklyn. I ain't know about these frauds in them out here.
International.
Representing some kind of false culture.
You ain't say international.
Frauds, I ain't know.
You ain't say international.
Well, everybody knows the international song.
And the Angry Rasta.
Yeah, Gunta Farah.
The Imposter Rasta.
Never.
The fashion dread when he wants to be.
Oi!
Yo.
Oi!
Wow.
Oi!
So Extra is my brethren.
I said when he wants to be.
Big up to everybody who have it tuned in. Tune in app, BCR, the takeaway, wherever it is you need to go. We were supposed to have an artist, but like I don't know, some of them real unprofessional. They ain't even send you a message, get a call. But we go hear about you. We go get a burnout session earlier. I mean later, sorry.
I saw the man last night too.
Eh?
So I seen the man last night.
Right, we gonna talk about that. You understand? Extra, how was your weekend?
Man, weekend was alright. What was it? Friday. I rented out my lights to this dude who was throwing up. He was doing a music video shooting, and he wanted some uplights or whatever.
You want extra mic up?
No, the sound. Turn it down. It's a little bit too loud. Just like.
Oh.
Yeah, this dude he was doing a music video, and he wanted to rent some uplights. Rented that out to him, and then I went to this baby shower where they had this imposter, this fraud. Went in here, this dude play or whatever.
What was he at least good?
What was his name? Tell him what was his name.
The man was playing.
What's his name?
The man name is DJ Extra.
Okay.
But the man was playing compa music good and all that because he know them kind of tunes and stuff. But other than that, I don't see anything special. So. And then the work was the rest of the weekend. That's about it.
Okay, so that was your own. You just had one event in regards to that, and then work. Where I went, boy, I played out Saturday in what is the name of that place on it's on Utica.
All Nations?
No, not All Nations. Between Winthrop and Rutland is
Yeah, you was telling me the name last week.
Chris or something like that. I forget the name of it. Yeah, Big Up Rodham Junction. South Posse Movements. The whole crew was inside of the last Saturday. Session was good.
Yeah.
Had a good turnout. Place was full. Vibes was nice. You understand? And then from there I went to a Grenadian session. Didn't finish till about Well, when I leave, it was like about 8 o'clock or minutes to 8 or something. So, and that was Saturday. Sunday, I just rocked back.
Yeah.
Gunta, how was your weekend? What pass?
Damn, extra.
I have an out-of-box case.
Alright, send the man forward.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's.
I know.
Exactly. He got to get rotated to
you wanna do both one time?
Nah.
You don't think that will work?
Nope.
How come?
Two different. You understand? And to actually try to get both. I mean, we could try it, but I don't think it's gonna work. It's just gonna be a collision.
True. Yeah, but
and plus it ain't respectful to the next artist if he come on time.
Yeah, cause he pushed us to.
You understand? Exactly.
Yeah, but yeah, the weekend was light. That's like, cause my friend mom passed away. So
who friend?
My friend. Not your friend. My friend.
Okay, no scene.
Nah, my friend and them mom did pass away, so yeah.
So you went.
I was over there, and yeah, that was the weekend. That was the Friday, the Saturday, and the Sunday.
Yeah, which is a week.
Well, condolences to your friend.
Yeah,
definitely.
And
then you know what I had? I ain't having a while. Rum.
Rum? Yeah. What kind of rum? VAT 19?
Nah,
single barrel. VAT. Kunta look like he go get giddy off a punch just the smell alone.
Nah, single barrel.
Single barrel? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's domestic violence rum.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
How so?
Because that it must be at the root of all domestic.
What, single barrel? Not punching? I don't
no,
punching.
well, it depends on where. Oh, so the family is Trini.
Yeah.
Okay. And they drinking single barrel?
Yeah. Single barrel Trinity Jam.
Yeah, I know, but nobody really.
Nobody what?
When it's punching available, who cares about anything else?
Nah, single
they
barrel.
had punching?
Nah.
That is why, you see?
Jam seems like you're punching.
When punching available, they're not drinking nothing else.
I drank enough punching in my life, you know.
Yeah, and you see, extra, that is why he can't gain weight. He hits a certain pound, you understand, and that is it. He stick there. He can't, there's no going above it.
Yeah, I used to drink enough punching, though.
Some of your internal organs still ain't recover yet.
From the punch? Nah, it wasn't like that. Like,
nah, I say like you drink it for.
It wasn't like every weekend I was batting the bottle like
every
that.
other weekend then.
Nah, not punching. Not punching.
Brown water, dirty water.
Yeah, I was a Henny drinker. For sure. Henny was it. Henny was life.
You want to say Henny was life. Anything happens.
Yeah, man.
So
Yeah.
Big up friends of the show because we've been trying to get or trying to sort it out somehow, but it's a lot of red tape we have to
cab running late. I just read it, sorry.
Anyway, it's a lot of red tape extra in regards to how we're going to manage to get these artists in studio. And when I say these artists, I mean friend of the show, with Heights of Wisdom.
Nah, easy.
And
and how clear? Heights of Wisdom and clear.
You know what?
Well, that's what I say. And you see, and extra. You see what I mean by the red tape, right? Why when I say just is hey, you understand? You can't. You're trodden too. You understand? You're trodden too heavy. That's the red tape we talking about. But anyway, last night, Gunta and myself. Look, proper English vernacular.
Gunta and I.
No, will I say? No, it's myself.
Gunta and myself. Not Gunta and I.
Anyway, so.
Why did myself in that I?
Either one could suffice.
It's just so weird because I was listening to a recording of an old show when I used to play on a certain station. And I was like, you know what? I think I want to cut this song. But I didn't know if it's possible to cut the Every Man Want a Bus. You don't want a bus?
The Chronics.
Oh.
Heights of Wisdom.
No, that's the height.
Oh, everybody want bus. We don't want bus.
And
a girl,
and
me want
Guta was
girl.
managing them at one point, and I think that is why they go unclear now. You understand? But anyway, as I was saying, Gunta and I went to the city to see them perform. They
Gunta and
performed.
I.
Yeah, yesterday.
Gunta and I. They performed in what's the name of the place? Karma Lounge. You understand?
Nah, to hell with that.
What?
Before we get to that, you get in the lounge extra, and there's that bare cigarette smoke, son. And I'm asking the lady, so I told the lady, we could smoke in here? She like, yeah, but none of that illegal stuff. They like, there's enough cigarette. If you don't, there's enough between hookah smoke and cigarette smoke. Continue, Jam. I thought it was a law you can't smoke in clubs.
You can't.
In bars, but apparently this bar.
You can't.
Well, this bar is breaking rules. Could they even have ashtrays there for you?
So you might as well just go ahead and light up your herb.
That's
What they
definitely
gonna
a
tell you?
thing. Definitely, I want to know.
What are they gonna tell you?
That nothing, that it ain't leave. That was the lady told me.
So wait, what are they gonna tell you? You gotta leave? You gonna tell them call the police?
True. Extras are, all right, okay.
Extra real petty boy.
Extra easy.
But
not me. Nah, I ain't in them scenes.
apparently extra. It had a downstairs.
That good thing I went and checked.
You understand? So
we would have been upstairs.
we would have been upstairs lying waiting for the show to start.
Yo, cause I like where everybody at. We opening the damn.
Yeah, because it was real scanty. So I say like a touchy and them in
And plus he was down outside, so I'm thinking.
right. And he ain't saying nothing.
Yeah, he ain't say nothing.
He's a high
and then
man
them
too.
two girls was there too.
You understand?
And then them two girls was there.
Right.
And they was like, I don't know if they was confused or I don't know what they was.
No, but I think they went downstairs first, and then they come back
Oh.
up, and then they probably come back downstairs
Yeah.
after that. But whatever.
When we
So
reached-
when we reach finally downstairs,
no, we never went downstairs.
how I supposed to term it?
We went to our next floor.
we went to sub level. How about that? That could work?
Bingo.
All right,
That
good.
one, yeah.
We went to a sub level of the venue, extra. You understand? And then automatically we already know, yeah, days will be supposed to be, because you're seeing men with you
chalices and
nah. There was a whole bunch of imposter rastas around, so ain't no chalice. You understand? Liquor galore. Every man had the little thing and little cup with the little straw.
Yeah.
You understand? And they're sipping their drinks and thing. But whatever. Who did we who it was? It was Farai.
Yeah.
Right? Farai
Mug
meet
of
we by
Farai.
the stairs.
Yeah.
And he gave we the tickets
Give
or whatever.
thanks
the
to
case is.
Farai.
Yes.
Yeah, give thanks to
Farai, big
Farai.
up yourself, because
Yeah, but I didn't think at first you knew you was with me, because when he gave me one, I'm like, nah, you gotta, it's the team. Yeah, I mean, jam after forward too. Yeah, I mean, but yeah. So when we went, a brethren by the name of I forgot his name, but I got his number. Hopefully I can find it on my phone. He was beating a steel pan and singing, right, Jam?
yes.
Yeah, and he was on for like what, the next 7 minutes?
Right, yeah.
Chanting?
No, well, apparently while we was upstairs lost in the cigarette smoke.
Session was going on.
It was
already.
going on, so we missed a good bit of his performance. But when what was the
Yeah,
girl
big
name?
up Double M too. She listening.
Big up yourself, my
I
lady.
seen her on the train the other day, but we could talk about that.
You hailed
after.
she or you just kept
Yeah,
it
but
moving?
you know, hold on. Let me finish this story first.
All right.
We ain't gonna be here all night.
Yeah, we just get distracted real quick, boy. No, but what was the young lady name?
Ashley Skirt.
Yes, and you get it right. That is the correct pronunciation of she last. I guess she stage name or whatever. Ashley, extra, you're familiar?
Nah, I don't know.
Decent artist. You know, you could tell she could sing, but I was telling Gunter,
Here, Jam.
the audio equipment wasn't sounding good, like real
Like the mics and
feedback.
stuff, yeah.
You understand? The mics was off, and should I jump straight into the critique?
Go ahead. Why not? Because it looked like a full show and a rush show, so maybe.
So she performed. She did 4 songs. I would say two or three of the sounds I actually liked. Like you could tell,
You was bopping
apart
your head?
from
Yeah.
it might have been all, to be honest with you. Definitely the one with Farai.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
This is a live band, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
She didn't thing with a live band. She had the DJ or
The CD.
Could be.
Yeah.
You understand? And he was just turning everything up loud, and it started coming out distorted.
Yeah.
So she kept mid-performance.
Here, Jam.
Mid-performance. Like, if I talking to you now and I just answer my phone on air, like, oh, yo, who's this? Mid-performance, she stopped and asked, can all you hear me? Wow. So I say, like, she ain't.
Jan, that wasn't mid-performance. That was the first song, Jan.
The first song that she did what?
But she said, can y'all hear me? No?
She did it initially. And then while she was singing,
again. Okay.
because apparently, I guess what she was saying, like, it wasn't enough vibe for she extra.
Oh, yeah. The people that's watching her.
Because people was just watching. You understand? She was like, can y'all give me something to vibe to? I work off of vibe.
Which is nothing wrong with them.
Which is
I'm here to defend her.
So here's where I think the story is going. I'm thinking the story is going. Jam got up, Jam ran up on stage, and he went and fixed the board. But y'all ain't getting to the story.
No,
so I'm listening.
It wasn't no board on stage.
Okay.
That's the thing.
Side,
like when you come
something.
over on the right hand side in a little corner, huddled up, or whatever the case is. The only reason why I know the DJ section was over there because I seen the light flashing back from wherever he was or wherever. So I figured is the laptop or whatever. But they had about I think I count about 4 or 5 Eons.
Yeah.
Eon 12s.
That speaker talk for all y'all that don't know.
And it was distorting.
Yeah.
But a distortion that you're going in the red.
Yeah.
And you're ignoring it because you're so used to thinking loud is good.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
So that is why she found it hard and kept asking
she's probably trying to hear herself on stage.
Exactly.
And they had a monitor with her.
Exactly. So. You understand? But as I say, you could tell she could sing.
Yeah.
But as Gunter said, it was an artist before, so I don't understand like how she was still trying to think instead of creating a vibe when she wasn't the, like if you're the first artist.
Up.
Yeah.
If he's the first artist, then
She's
it's a different kind of.
She was our midliner.
Right.
But I mean, things like this is good for business because I know my management team right here next to me, they had business cards and they handed it out to the venue and said, we got sound engineers.
I don't have none
and
of your cards.
What kind of thing is this? You had no cards.
Actually, you never gave me no cards.
I never gave you no cards?
Actually, you gave me cards?
Yes, I gave you a whole stack.
Extra. Why extra? Serious. Extra.
This is
extra. You gave me cards?
This is a meeting for later.
Extra, you give me cards?
Another time, please. I'm about to cut your mic. Jam.
Yo, what's going on?
Yeah.
Next story.
We have a new area leader. But anyway, so it was, she did a song with Farai. I forget the name of it, but the song before that as well, she did Gunta. It was a good song. I think that's the song she said is available on iTunes. It's actually a good song. So she penned the song herself, so it sounds like she could write as well. You understand? She still need work. Yeah. Definitely need work for she stage performance because Gunta, you I can't remember if you can recall, it was a fella standing next to me.
Yeah, you was talking to.
Right, and he was saying like, why is she begging to
that
get?
What he was telling you?
That is what the man was telling me.
I didn't know that.
Because we was close to the speaker, and that is why I was hearing the distortion. And he was like, it ain't even self that alone, but why is she begging for? You understand? Stranger danger. Stranger danger. Gunta, that is your peoples.
Yeah. I know how Jam even saw that. Jam was looking left and right.
Well, being that my back is to the glass, I have to be mindful and pay attention to my surroundings. We from Laventille, so we always, you understand? Stranger danger one time. Whoop, whoop. You think? But she definitely need to work on she stage performance, as I was telling Gunter, because it's not. She still needs Good night, ma'am. Good night. Oh, don't feel, no, you have to wipe your foot. We different around here. Get she a headphone, please. Thank you. I don't play no games with my show. You ain't go just be walking up in my show. Good night.
Mic 3.
Hello, good night.
How are you?
I am doing well. How
You
are
got
you?
talking to the mic, Shannon.
I'm great. Are you here to just jump in and jump out like it's double dutch, or you're actually in the show this week?
Just a guest appearance.
Yeah, I understand that, but for how long? That's the problem. Guys will be trying to, you understand? We try to sort that out. We don't mind you being a guest, but you know, we don't do hit and runs around here. And your last hit and run, it was quick. It was extremely quick. We didn't even get to enjoy it.
It was a home run then.
If you want to call it that.
She'll score. Right.
It was, yeah, she come and she jump in and jump out. I say, boy, where's that one? So you're here.
I'll be here a little longer.
All right. That's what I like to hear. She going to let marinate. Going to let marinate power. So tell the people who he is, just in case they're wondering, because, you know.
You can use your stage name.
MC Shans.
That's right.
MC Shans.
Yes.
Okay, we could work with it. Think something new. We'll work with it. So back to Karma now. After she come off the stage or whatever, still begging for people to, because it wasn't a vibe. You understand, actually? It wasn't a vibe. She couldn't. You understand? She wasn't getting nothing to work with.
She's gonna come on the show.
I would tell she the same thing.
I know you would.
All right, so then what you saying that for? But
I'm
anyway,
just saying she will come to the show soon.
So then you link she and she's.
Well, she's and to striker.
Yo, you don't even know yourself.
But you ain't even get to the part of the show. What happened in the show now?
No. I get into Atachi and Farai now.
It was a whole band, or it was just Atachi and Farai?
It was Atachi, Farai. They had
bassist, a bassman.
Which is not that's not. He's not part of the.
Oh no, they have nobody part of Heights. It wasn't a band, but they had a bassman, a drummer, a katabeat drummer.
Right.
Not just regular drum, and the keyboardist.
Keyboardist, right.
So so it's a 3-member band.
So,
one mic.
Yeah.
Which is annoying.
Because the other one kept distorting and shorting.
I tell you, yo, they deaf. Yo, I gotta get some cards.
Extra, I was looking out for you. I said, Gunta, Extra would love
you
to
said
come
Extra
and string up for
it.
this.
Yeah,
you understand? And I said, Gunta, go and talk to management. And Gunta said,
Yeah, really, Jam? We had that conversation?
No, but imagine if we did. It would have been. You understand?
But you never put the thought in my head.
But I tell you, the man, I tell Matachi to link me if you want a DJ or link Extra.
Well, we know from that show, so we know for next time.
All right. No, I understand what it is. You don't manage me. That is what it is. All right, no scene.
Jam.
No problem. No. It's all right. It's all right. So
Jam always toting feelings, you know.
I don't tote nothing, boy. I don't tote the only thing I used to tote was water when I was younger. I don't tote, you understand?
Right,
but we never discussed how you find the keyboard player, the bassist, and the kettle drum. Kettle drum is easy. He was doing.
The band they did as best as they could. You don't agree?
I don't know. Maybe I would be too heavy of a critic because.
Go ahead. You thought it was trash.
I wouldn't say trash.
Semi-trash?
Dustbin material.
Damn, serious, Jam?
No, joking.
Nah, you serious?
No, serious. They do good.
They did the best they could. I
a
think,
lot of
under
times
the
they was rushing. You wasn't hearing them rushing.
It wasn't the best, man.
Sound like they didn't practice.
Who knows? It probably was that. Yeah,
because it even look like the drummer belonged with them at one point. Like the drummer start beating, like say you on the side, you say you in the crowd, and a man that's have a drum start beating next to him. He part of the band too.
That is what it see. And then he just get up and went on the stage and sit down.
Yeah, that was some high. Yeah, I don't know if that was a high man.
But what I like about Atachi and them, the minute he went on stage and he started handling stories, the crowd just, you understand, they was feeling the vibe.
Yeah, they could perform.
That Mushy Neighbors couldn't get.
They could perform though.
You understand? So they had a good set.
What songs they perform? You know?
I don't know the song. The same song you was talking about.
That song.
Yeah, okay.
They perform most everything on their mixtape, Generation Y.
I don't have that mixtape.
Y.
I can send it to you.
Yeah, just.
I got Big Up too.
Just like you could send Heart of Fire.
They big us up extra.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
He did.
You said Gunta. Gunta's for everybody.
Gunta stink with the dirty Rasta stuff. Yo, so wait. I didn't know you was good. I take that as
right. I think you're talking for Curry or something.
I represent the show, yeah. So.
All right, well, no, that's good because
you should have said Gunta from Talking for Curry.
No, you
should have said. You said
no,
Gunta.
that's good because if you get big, you understand. I know you're gonna take it for,
Nah.
You're gonna keep we in thought.
Or do a cranium.
Nah, I would never switch. Yo, this man on schemes, you know.
Cause where the cab coming from?
He told me 10 minutes. If I knew it was this time, I would have told him no, don't come.
Wait, where is he from?
He from Barbados.
What is 10 minutes in I know it's 10 minutes in Trinity time. What is 10 minutes in Barbados time?
I thought as an artist, 10 minutes mean 10 minutes.
Yeah, but you know, he's a high man. He's the Selassie soldier. You know that is the highest of highs.
I don't know that. We can ask him that. I don't know what soldier he.
If he show up.
Yeah. Oh, so I seen Double M on the train. Right? So I'm looking and I'm like, this is the J train. So I'm like, that's Double M. So I'm looking. So I'm like, I ain't sure, cause you know these girls be acting away on the train. You know what I mean, so I ain't wanna ask the next thing she like, don't touch me, and I gotta curse out, right? I ain't wanna do all of that. So I'll call her, right, Jam? So then she looking at her phone, right? So she pick up, I hang up, and then I want to talk to her. Yeah, cause then I realized it's really her. I was like, yo, what up? Yeah, I mean.
No, trust you to do something like that.
And we walk to the store.
So how,
she make me stand in a park until she got her car, putting me to do work. Yeah. I had to stand in the parking spot.
Nobody ain't try to take it from you. Nobody try to.
Nah, I would have let them take it.
I would have too.
Yeah. But yeah.
Well, you just give up the people in the park just like that. You just say, all right, well.
If I'm standing in a park and somebody I'm gonna just move. I'll be like, all right. Wow. I'm gonna stay there and get hit or get in a unnecessary fight.
Or you can just talk to the person.
And say, what? I'm holding this park for somebody.
That's exactly what you're.
And they're gonna be like, I don't care. That's my response would be, I don't care. I'm here.
So there we go.
Then we go what?
You just said your response would be, I don't care. I'm here.
No, I mean, if I was in a car.
Oh. I thought you took my as if you were the person standing.
Nah.
That is the person you were talking as, but okay. Anyway, a lot of things going on in the.
In the news?
In the news, yeah.
Wait, Gunta.
I'm listening.
Gunta.
Yeah.
Gunta.
That's my name.
Gunta.
Gunta.
How many times have Extra ever?
Right.
Ever, ever say on this show
that he read something.
A lot of things going on in the news. This is definitely supposed to be good. This gonna be good.
Yeah, clap for you, Extra.
This gonna be good.
But wait, hold on.
No, wait. How?
Extra's on his current affairs.
I'm talking to Gunta. Extra, you wait. I'm coming just now.
Okay.
Gunta, how long has Extra been on Talking for Curry?
That's what, 3 years, Extra?
But wait, y'all don't even know what's coming up next.
No, that's not the point.
I just had the intro. I didn't have anything following. That's what I'm saying.
So hold on, you don't have no news?
No, I don't. I thought that was something.
You're trying to alley hoop for me or Gunta?
Yes, clearly.
No. Don't sell yourself short. You
honestly.
Watch, Gunta. How many times in Extra's 6 years of being on Talking for Curry?
I was there for those 6 years.
But for the sake of what I'm going to say, it's going to be 6 years. 6 years of being on this show. Has he ever stated or made any transition?
Nah.
A lot of things.
Nah, he's wild.
You guys.
You went too far. Nah, you going too far.
Guys, a lot of things has been going on in news lately.
Yes.
So what you gotta tell us?
Finish. I discourage you with that one.
I didn't have nothing to say from jump, so.
Come on, man. Come
on.
Nah,
I really didn't. No, seriously. I really didn't. I thought you was gonna jump in next and say something.
Have you been following the news in regards to Caribbean?
No.
Have you been following the news, period?
Yes.
Okay, so what is an interesting story or stories that you think we should discuss with you here, that you have whether seen, heard, maybe did a little research on, that has been in the news lately? Anything? I'll put you on the spot again for the second time since you've been here.
I'll leave that to you.
Okay, what about the election? Have you been following the election somewhat? We don't engage in politics, but for the sake of it, we here and there because at the end of the day you have to. Have you been following it somewhat or?
Yeah, of course.
Who are you potentially giving your vote to so far, or who is a strong candidate? Because you look like you're serious about your voting. You look like you're the eye of the tiger, seeing it. Who you?
Well, the person I...
And you have to tell me why. Or you're not going to go into depth, but tell me why you're leaning towards this candidate so far.
Well, the person that would have been my candidate is not the strong runner.
Who's that? That's
you-
not
if-
your
if you
candidate.
want,
You
you
don't know
just-
the man. You don't know the man. The person name. That's not your candidate.
If you want,
you coming on my show playing thing? No. Are you gonna say would have been and you understand? Don't know the can. What is the candidate?
You can just name the first letter, the initials.
It's the candidate.
Rubio.
You serious? I know. She just making up. Nah. Gunter, are you still?
But yes, I'm serious about Rubio. What's wrong with Rubio?
You serious?
Yes.
Nah, serious.
Yes.
Come the man.
What's wrong with
Come
Rubio?
now, man.
Was it Rubio? Yo, I remember I was watching. They was having their little rallies or whatever. Right? Bernie Sanders came here. Hillary Clinton went to Medgar Evers.
Mhm.
And I think it was Rubio going to some school in the Bronx.
Mhm.
And them kids just said they're gonna have a walkout if he come here.
Yeah.
They just canceled it.
He went somewhere else in the Bronx too, besides that school, I think, and they nobody.
Yeah, they said they're gonna walk out.
Because he insulted New Yorkers.
Correct.
It would have been Bernie Sanders.
Bernie.
Yeah.
Oh, so you feeling the Bernie user?
Yeah.
Why? Why are you feeling Bernie?
Because I feel he's more of a revolutionist. He does speak for people of our generation. I do feel if he's to be compared to someone, he would be a Martin Luther King, Malcolm
Really?
X. Yeah.
Yeah, them is big shoes, you know.
You know, he was.
You know, black people,
Shannon
especially.
Shannon was hitting a bottle before she came here.
You know that man was a man out there
black people
fighting
don't
with
play
black
with their
people. You know.
Martin, you know. Don't be
mean,
throwing around a
although-
Martin slipper, so you know.
Although that is a bit true,
Eh.
because I did have a glass of wine or two, but I still stand true to that. I don't think Hillary could do it for us.
So use a Bernie. All right, no problem. Gunter, you've been following because
I don't know what's going on. I don't know.
Trump still
talking
sharing links
politics.
and taking names.
He what?
He's still sharing links. So far, what they're trying to do, right?
I don't know what's going on.
The Democrats
To be
and them, what they're
honest.
trying to do, they're trying to get Bernie to bow out.
So
Pause.
they call support Hillary.
Right, and telling him at this point,
It's not looking good for you.
it's not look. That's what they was telling him, but he just won a big swing state. I think it was yesterday or day before
West
yesterday.
Virginia or something like that.
Right.
But
So-
you know the majority of that state is one color. And they have a lot of bandwagonists, you know.
True indeed. But
I talk about they have no reason to vote for this person. But Sally over there is voting for him. Sally got the Trump stick on her bumper. So you know what? I think
no,
I'm
but
going with what Sally said.
that's how politics works now. Politics is pure emotions. You understand? And then they go worry about, I vote for that man and he say you go put me in slavery the next. You understand? They study that later. You understand? It's emotion, and they know that. But
Which artist you think is gonna come first? Pause. Or are they gonna fall together?
neither one.
Let's not cussing these artists out.
Neither one. Nah, that's why I say we go burn them out.
Go ahead though.
Yeah. So far, as I say, they telling Bernie to wrap it up and just tell your supporters and them to
To
support
back Hillary.
to support Hillary. Let me ask you a question, right? You as a woman, why? Because I think this does be a kind of stereotype with anything when there's a woman in a certain position and she's not garnering, or you would expect that she would garner the most votes as well as from females or whatever the case is, and yet you say you feel more passionate about Bernie. Why not Hillary as a woman?
Before this whole thing started, my answer would have been Hillary, because in being a feminist and wanting woman power, or empowering other women, yeah, I would back Hillary. But as things have transgressed, Hillary just she's a good politic. I'll say that. She goes wherever the wind blows. At least that's how I feel. One day she says this, and then the next day she says another thing. So.
And what do you feel about the whole Trump fiasco in regards to? At this point, do you take him serious?
Repeat that for me.
Donald Trump.
What do I think about him?
Yeah.
I think it's a joke. It's a game. I think he's playing a game. I don't think what he says and how he conducts himself is really what he's going to be about if he's voted in.
Initially, when he said he was going to run, to this point, the amount of support that he garnered, were you surprised that he garnered this much support? Because he's leading.
Yeah,
in both parties.
I'm not. Honestly, I'm not surprised. He's saying what a lot of people feel, and what a lot of people think. And
wait. When you say a lot of people, which people are you talking about? Who is the people you're talking about?
People with less melanin.
Douglas? Douglas people? I know you're talking about. So he's and to you now, that is where most of his foundation is from the white people in him.
Yeah, basically. I mean,
you ain't want to say, but I ain't afraid. We do business around here. Talking for Curry each and every Wednesday, 8 to 11. I'm talking with this young lady here. Just picking she brain a little bit. Artist finally arrived, which I mean is still good because Gunter, the other one, caught a flat tire. Go jump into his tune, and then we'll come back and just we'll forward back.
Yeah, we're gonna forward and
no, that's
and that forward back sound as
yeah,
stripper
sound,
too.
Yeah, it sound, yeah, I just catch myself.
We just go forward.
We go forward. We go forward to the interview. Talking for Curry.
Yeah, Talking for Curry. Live each and every Wednesday, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. We got special guests in the house. Introduce yourself, big man.
Yeah, man. Blessings. Heart of Fire is the name, coming all the way from Barbados with a burning flame,
So it's been a couple of times we supposed to link up.
True.
What you doing in town right now?
Well, right now, Heart of Fire have a tour going on in the USA, throughout the U.S. East Coast and West Coast, Miami, California, New York City. So Heart of Fire is in town. We are doing a tour. The tour is called Pharaoh Tour. Tonight it kicks off over on Flatbush, tonight. And then tomorrow night I have another show as well in Manhattan, and the tour goes on.
Where the show is on Flatbush?
The show is in a place called Savoy Launch, the new Savoy Launch.
Yeah, I know you're talking about. Yeah.
Right. So that's where the first show kick off tonight.
So give people a little background about who Heart of Fire is, because it's your first time. Well, in fact, you called him before, so let's tell them again about Heart of Fire and how you got started in music.
Well, from a very young age, coming up as a youth, growing up, and my mom and my dad was always into music. My father was a disc jockey, and we used to have karaoke sessions in our house every weekend, and we playing the record on the turntable and the turntable spinning. And, as a youth, you see these things and you want to hear yourself coming through the speaker. So you grab the mic and you start to say mama or dada, or, and you feel good about that, and seeing, coming up as a youth, seeing other people on stage, like guys like Maxi Priest and Barris Hammond and Everton Blender and Sizzler and these other people, I wanted to be like someone who can do this too, because I always had a message within that I wanted to share with the world, So I do that through music.
Okay, so the first time I heard you was the song Reggae Vibes.
Yeah.
Because that one they play mostly on the radio out there in BIM. That's the popular one.
True.
That's your first hit song was that song?
Well, honestly,
oh no.
No. My first hit song was a song called Call My Name. It's on the Chill Spot Rhythm, produced by Chimney Records from Jamaica. I put out that song, and the amount I had got tremendous, like the amount of energy they give me from a song like that. They truly like that song. That song was a hit song on the radios out there in Barbados and St. Lucia and throughout the Caribbean for weeks, And then I after that I bring the reggae vibes.
Okay.
And the reggae vibes take me to another level, and it grows.
So as far as reggae music in Barbados, a lot of people may not know that reggae is the most popular music in Barbados. You agree to that?
Yeah, man.
You agree to that?
For real.
So talk about the reggae scene in Barbados.
Yeah.
That is like you, Phantom, is a bunch of y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, How the Flames, tell
True.
us about that scene there.
Well, Barbados, actually we have a big, huge reggae festival that we keep annually in Barbados, where thousands of people go down to Barbados to be part of that festival and to go to the festival. We invite so much other artists from throughout the world, along with our own Barbados artists as well.
Talking about Reggae on the Hill.
Reggae on the Hill, it's a big reggae festival out there. So I just performed at that festival May 1st. So, I began the tour from that festival, this month, May. So the reggae vibes out there is growing real, it's taking its time and growing, because Barbados is a country, whereas when you hear Barbados, you think of soca, and you think about the Rihanna, and you think about so much other things, besides reggae, but as you said, it's a lot of artists.
What would you think the reason is for that, and how could that change though?
Like I said, we got the Barbados Reggae Festival, so something like the Reggae Festival would change that, because it's an avenue for artists like myself and other artists to go and show their art and show their talent, amongst to the world, So with shows like the Reggae Festival, would help change for the reggae music to grow even more from Barbados.
Speaking of, I actually was at the show, Reggae on the Hill.
Okay, good vibes.
So yes, I was able to forward out. So I was able to see you perform, in fact.
Okay.
Good performance, solid performance.
Give thanks.
Speak about, because that's a big crowd. Speak about doing a big crowd setting and comparing it to like a club setting. Are you like more nervous in a club setting?
Well, honestly, nervousness don't really come to me, What really comes to me is that, since it's such a big crowd, it's so many different people with different views and different types of, different views about things, you know. So sometimes it's be hard for me to think about what I can come with that would make them understand my message even easier, you know, because it's a message within my music, you know. My music is like of deep roots, you know, coming to the branches of the fruit, you know, that kind of vibe.
Okay. And the album you got out now, tell the people about it and where they could get it.
Reggae Vibes, the
Reggae
album.
Vibes.
Yeah, it's on iTunes, it's on Amazon, Reggae Vibes. My name is spelled Heart of Fire, HeartAFIYA. You can go look it up right now on SoundCloud. Is there for you to stream, along with some other new singles that I'm releasing from my new mixtape that's coming out later on this year. You know, so you can check me out on SoundCloud, soundcloud.com/Harta, HeartaFIYA.
And some of the producers you work with on the album are like who?
Yeah, like Tidamus, you know, I work with Tidamus. I work with RFM Music, you know, that's a various different types of producers within that company, that label, you know. So some different producers, you know.
So you going the independent route, or what's the label?
Well, the label I work with right now is called iBlaze.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a label with youths that like me that have talent in producing and songwriting and everything to do with music, you know. So yeah, independent, you know.
And where you want to take the music, say, in the next 5 years? Like where would you see Heart of Fire?
Next 5 years, you know, I would say I would like the people to be more conscious in building the world to be a better place, you know, instead of like making it, because like sometimes the way how things go, like right now, it's hard to actually think about 5 years from now what you would really like, you know what I mean? Because it's like things sometimes it don't seem like things getting better, you know. So I would like for the message to be reached to the youths and to the children of today, you know, to make the future a brighter future.
In regards to your music, so far since you've been doing music, where has been the furthest the music has touched that you had ventured off to and was shocked or surprised or maybe taken back to see that, you know, my music is being heard or listened to in this certain area or whatever the case is?
Well, you know, I would say that place will be Barbados for sure, you know. Although wherever I go and I perform, you know, the response people always give me is like, your vibes were so positive and, you know, you had an energy that it made me actually view things from a different level and makes me look at things from a different view. And I didn't even know that I could have done this until I heard this song. And, you know, so like a lot of that has happened like through different shows I perform at, you know. But I would say mostly in Barbados.
One of the discussions we've had here with different artists, whether they be you know, culture and roots artists or even dancehall artists, is the current state of dancehall. In your opinion, how would you sum up the direction it's going right now?
In terms of dancehall?
Yes. Or you don't even since you more on the roots and you don't study that?
But you do dancehall too, Heart of Fire?
You know, I do music. You know, sometimes people would consider this certain type of music to be, they would try to label it to be a certain type of music for the fact that of the lyrics sometimes, you know. But dancehall, the way how they label dancehall now is more like they promote like more like nakedness, and you know, they promote low self-esteem, and it's
but
like,
that's not a reality of how Barbados is to an extent. Like
Yeah, but I mean, all over the world is like that, you know? And that's why I said earlier, like, 5 years from now, I would hope that the people could see themselves more in a positive state, you know, than to be a negative state, you know, because, I mean, when you get youths in this world and you bring youths in this world, and to see that the youths gone astray and they're not your youths no more, they become actually the devil youths because of the things they do, and you know, it's like it makes it real different, you know. It makes the world a little different, you know.
In regards to that, how because we've witnessed a lot of artists actually start off, for lack of a better term, you know, with the roots and the positivity, but at the end of the day, the roots, the positivity, and the conscious not providing rent. It ain't paying bills. So how do you draw the line or not cross that line to where, you know, I don't want to say selling out, but maybe diverting from your roots, because at the end of the day, and this is according to factual information, reggae is not selling the way people think it's selling. When you look at the numbers, how do you, I guess, not divert into altering your lyrics to stray from positivity?
Well, honestly, I believe that like with reggae music carry like a certain tempo, and dancehall carry a certain tempo. Now, we as a nation that came from Africa, for example, you know, if you listen to our music in Africa is more up tempo because music carries an energy. So with reggae music, although it carries an energy, is a more laid back energy. The dancehall music is more music that you can party to, like you can be, you know, party dance and dance and free up, like relieve all stress and relieve all worries. Now, the reason why people would go to a dancehall party or a dancehall show is to relieve that tension that the system has on us. You know, so that's why you would see because reggae music is more like a laid back, chill, relax, like, you know, kick back and you chill and relax and you listen to some nice reggae music, you know. With dancehall now, you dance and you shack out and, you know, it's a different vibes, you know. But with the lyric content, with the dancehall beat, to tell people how to do this, you know, it carry a certain effect on people. I mean, the lyrics can be of positivity and still be on a dancehall rhythm, and you still enjoy the beat, you still enjoy the lyrics, you still enjoy the party, and it all come together as like a vibe, you know, for real. So it ain't about me changing up my lyrics to be on a dancehall beat, because whatever beat I sing on, my message have to be a message that my youths can show their youths, you know, because music is something that don't die. Music is something that remain here forever, you know. So
it's safe to say, when you putting out your artwork, lyrics and content is very important to you.
Very much so, because, you know, it's like a book, you know. It's like the content of the book, you know, is like a message within a message. Is a picture I paint with my lyrics, you know. It's not just to sing on a reggae beat or to be a reggae artist, you know. I'm a poet, you know. It's a story. It's a serious story. It's a story for us to know, and some stories that most of us forget about, you know. So it's mostly reminders, you know, and mostly things that you might not know of yourself, and maybe that can help you to know about yourself, you know.
So what's your writing process like? Is it go in the studio? Do it take you a week? Do you write before you hear the track? Do you have to hear the track?
Well, honestly, the way how I do it is mostly a vibe, you know. And I have my own studio, and my studio is portable because music comes to me any given time. You know, it's like it's a vibe that comes to me. It's like I hear a vibe, like who am I hearing this vibe from? Like sometimes I feel this vibe inside of me, and it's like, yo, I gotta tell the world this, you know. So it's be a vibe, really and truly, you know.
Tell me about some of the artists that influenced you in regards to shaping Heart of Fire.
Well, I know he said Maxi Priest was one.
Yeah, you know, as a youth coming up, but when I took music more seriously, you know, the artists that shaped me as an artist, you know, I would say people like Bounty Killer, for the fact that I admire his art, the way how he keep that art, you know, and his although his music, his lyrics, you know, is a little explicit, but his aggression, his everything about him, like
his passion.
His passion, like I like that, you know. That was one of the artists that I actually not look up to, but follow the kind of way because of his like passion. And you know, I admire the Marley Sons for the fact that it's kind of my life is kind of almost the same, because my father was into music, you know, and I come on the music, and they actually like the same thing too, but they carried it on, you know, and I admire that for the fact that they carry on their father's destiny, you know, like I relates to that, you know. So I admire people like Damian Marley, Bounty Killer, you know, Maxi Priest, you know, many reggae artists. I get vibes too.
Now, what about current artists? Any current artists that you listen to or that you actually like?
Well, yeah, of course. You know, I like guys like Chronix and the Zinc Fence team and the family. You know, I like them guys because, you know, that's the kind of music more or less we need.
Talking for Curry is produced by J.R. Marley, Gunta Farai, DJ Extra, and myself, DJ Jam, with support from Miguel Macias, Sasha Matthias, Sarah Kramer, and Emily Bogosian.
Talking for Curry is recorded at Brooklyn College Radio and is part of the BRIC Radio family.
For more information on BRIC Radio, visit bricartsmedia.org/radio.
All right.
or they try to
This is Gunta Farai.
This is DJ Jam.
This is DJ Extra.
You're now tuned in to Talking for Curry on BRIC Radio.
Barang.
Some material may be inappropriate for children under 13.
You are now tuned in to Talking for Curry.
Transmission begins.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Check, check. Well, this is Bunchy Gal in the Black Spaniard all the way from Trinidad and Tobago. Maderific, presidential and gallerific. Right now, you're listening to the baddest program on the air right now. Talking for Curry. Check. Maderific.
Yo, this is KMC, and you see right now it's all about Talking for Curry.
This is Conscience, and we're talking for Curry. Big up on yourself. We're not right, nothing, nobody.
Yo, what's up? This is Major Hype, and you got a lock right here on Brooklyn College Radio, talking for Curry. Say it fast, say it fast, say it fast. That's right, now you got it. Keep it locked right here, talking for Curry. Major Hype, I'm out.
Randy Valentine representing for Talking for Curry now. Still pushing that vibration, still pushing that love. It's always love, it's always live. 365 days of the year. The love advocate, I say, blessed love. Boom, 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 boom.
You know, Protege representing for Talking for Curry, and we say, we play what we want to play, when we want to play, how we want to play it.
I'm Etana the Strong One, and I'm talking for Curry. Keep it locked. I mean, say that.
Cranium, I said, I really want you to understand. I really need you to understand. I really want you to understand. Talking for Curry, you're number one.
Wait! Ma, this is pretty big and I'm talking for Curry. Out of Trinidad and Tobago. We going away. We going away. Oh.
The show that certain artists are afraid to come on. Talking for Curry.
Linky first, Linky first, Linky first. On this episode of Talking for Curry, live in studio, Linky first.
Who brought you some hits like Rockin' Come In and X6. I beg you, Rockin' Come In.
Alright, Talking for Curry each and every Wednesday. You know what I mean? In the house right now, we have the one, the only Linky first. Will you hear up?
Madam bad, cool now.
Linky first, what going on?
Yo, man, everything good we here, you know?
Good to see that I ain't come to the station to check us.
Yeah, man, the real vibes, man, you know what I mean?
So what going on?
Well, you know, it's a phone call and it's a link and the DJ link and, you know what I'm saying? I have to come represent for the college student, then for the people that don't locked on to that big bad radio. You see what I say?
Okay. So, let me go from in the beginning. We just don't want to jump into the interview. Where Linky the first is from? Where you hailing from?
Mad. I want to say, me yard man, you know, straight out of Jamaica.
Okay, which part of yard?
Actually, I'm from St. Catherine.
That's country?
Yeah, actually, it's country and town, you know. In one, yeah. Right. Yeah, St. Catherine. I mean, I actually live both lives. I live the country life a little bit and a little town life too. So
give us the difference, because a lot of people listening to our show don't know what it is to be country and then live in the city. Like, give it a little. What was life living in St. Catherine?
All right, life living in St. Catherine is you're more connected to your surrounding, as in you're actually living in a way that you could climb a tree and pick some fruit and eat it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You could actually go by your neighbor's house and you got trees with mangoes and stuff. Like countries like that is all a lot of fruits. You got a lot of animals and stuff. So I mean, countryman, them strong. Them eat enough good food. But on the other side now, Kingston is a little different. Kingston is more for city life. You know what I'm saying? Especially uptown. Then you got the ghetto side. That's actually, it's rough and more violent in that side. But actually, Jamaica is a beautiful place. You got Ochi. That's actually is a tourist resort. So
that's Mobay.
Yeah, Mobay.
Okay.
Close to the Negril side and them side. So it's a beautiful place. But actually, it was nice living both life. Actually, country and town. So me strong cause me get good food. I still know if you deal with the uptown vibes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, because over the years when we have artists from all the different islands, I get a little overstanding certain parts of like Jamaica. So when you say certain places, I could say, well, I know that's Negril or I mean, a couple artists we already had from them type of areas already.
Yeah. A lot of Jamaican artists is there from the A few of them is from the country here, but majority of them is from the ghetto side in Kingston.
Yeah,
the rough bad man place. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
They all went to the same school. Was that school?
Oh, you talking about the majority? A lot of them went to the music school. What? Shucks.
I don't even remember the name of the song. This is one school in Jamaica.
Now, a lot of the you talking about like the reggae bands in them.
Yeah.
It's gonna come to my mind just
Trust
around
me,
that
man.
time,
Trust me.
Yeah. So how you was able to stay away from that crime? Because we see a lot of artists get caught up in the system. I don't want to say they get caught in crime, but they get caught in the system and they don't really.
Yeah.
They have like 1 foot in
and
one foot out, and sometimes it just don't work out in there.
Yeah, actually, I'm not gonna jump and say the typical things that everybody say. The artists not focused and need to work better. Nah, sometimes life brings problems and trouble, and you try to deal with it in a manner that it will be alright. But things turn out in a negative vibe sometimes. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, we're open that each artist come out and represent where they're from, and they do good and don't get in trouble and stuff. But sometimes trouble just come, but you just gotta deal with it in a fashion that you'll be here tomorrow to represent for your fans and your people. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, basically, they just did it in a way that they are living a life that they're living music and they live in the street still. So the clashes a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So well, I wanted to ask you, Jamaica is the home for sound system culture.
man.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Jamaica is home for
the sound system, the clash and them thing. It's definitely a place and it's a yard for all of that. You know what I'm saying?
So I want to know what were you listening to for you to say I want to get into music? 'Cause I know somewhere whether it was in your yard, your front yard, up the block. They had to have a system somewhere.
They had to, I used to hear 1 you a boom, 2 you a boom boom, 3 4 you a mash down this place boom. And you know, I'm a church boy. I haven't get there yet. I was brought up in church. You know what I'm saying? I went to the Seventh-day Adventist church and stuff. So I was doing little musical stuff from the church, little piano. Actually, I know to play instruments, piano, drums, saxophone, harmonica, flute. You know what I'm saying? We covered that off. So I was a church boy, but still hearing the dancehall music pumping through the big sounds as you're talking about on Saturday evening or Friday evening and Sunday. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man, being a kid in Jamaica was beautiful.
So you talk about you was interjecting?
Go ahead.
So I want to know, what is it about church?
Yeah.
That all these artists going to church, but they not staying in
church.
They not staying doing church. That's like the brethren we had, Dash. He do soca. He from Grenada. In church, all the artists started. We had Cry band like a month or two ago in church.
Yeah.
Is it church pushing out to the music?
No, you know what? I'm explaining a little bit to you.
Go ahead.
Majority Caribbean families, their kids and they're church orientated people. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of the outcome further on in life. But majority childhood, Caribbean childhood there is church. They basically every little mother say, you know what I mean, I send my son to go to church so I can get some blessing. Because in America they don't teach you to pray for breakfast and pray after lunch. They don't teach you stuff. You don't say grace before all of that.
They pray no in the lotto.
Yeah. The Caribbean islands is more of a godly or a biblical country, Christian island. You know what I'm saying? So you'll find more island people going to church, even they're not fully Christians, but they visited a few times.
Yeah, that's
you know what I'm saying? True. Yeah, man. But it's a blessing being in church and was able to learn a whole lot from singing in church and playing piano and doing all that. And it helps me now. You know what I'm saying? I come up with a melody in 2 seconds right now because of church.
So when you say you're not you name like several instruments too. I want to make sure you ain't lying.
No.
You name harmonica.
Yeah.
You name flute.
Yeah.
You name drum.
Yeah.
You name
piano.
Piano.
Yeah.
You could play all of those still.
I could play all of those right now.
Real talk.
Real talk.
Yeah.
No, actually the church sent me to school to learn piano.
So you know music?
Yeah, I know
you can
music.
Read music.
I used to play on Saturdays for the church. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I used to play Saturday daytimes and a little Wednesday evening, a little wedding here and there and stuff.
Because it's good for us to get the background. Because when we hear Linky first, we hearing
You know what? You know the type of songs you're giving them right now.
Yeah.
So when you're saying you learn all these instruments in church, it might not add up. So I want to make sure you know what you're saying. You're not a.
Listen,
so if I take it, all right. So say next time I say we going in the studio, I need you to play.
I know
flute.
you gotta listen.
You're
You
gonna
know what?
play the flute.
We gonna play the flute. I know you got a flute or piano somewhere around. You don't got nothing around.
No,
Because you ain't gonna put me on the spot. I'm gonna put you on the spot right now. What's good?
Don't make we roll it out, you know.
Roll it out, man. Roll it out, man.
So when you start listening to the sound clash and the sound system music, what was some of the artists that say I want to do this type of music? Who's you really pumping?
Yeah, all right. You know what? I had a mixture.
I know you still had you might have had a video cassette player.
Yeah,
it
them
wasn't
times.
it was no MP3 yet.
No, it was a cassette. It was cassette days. The ending of cassette days. I call it. You know what I'm saying? So we used to have the little cassette that we would get from Metro CD sound or Metro or whatever the sound is our name, and we'll put in a little radio, we play it and jam on the low that our parents don't hear it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Or you would be walking to school or something and hear the car pass, boom, I beat some Bounty Killer, and them times it was Bounty Killer and Beanie Man, and the kids was picking the kids was picking either Bounty, and we had arguments
before Cartel
Mavado. We had arguments in the car about who is Bounty Killer fan and who is Beanie Man.
I used to switch every 6 months. You
know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm a Beanie Man fan from jump. I like Bounty Killer too, so I was good with both. You know what I'm saying? But I used to defend Beanie Man because you know what I'm saying? He's a girl's man, and I see myself in the same. I represent the female. So
and
you
when you get older, you learn that to respect music more than to this picking sides. But
Listen, me.
Obviously, when you're young, you're going to choose.
Yeah, you're going to choose. You don't know what it is.
Right.
Yeah, you don't know. You don't know.
Now, was there, or would you, could possibly remember if there was a defining moment where you would say, you know what, I go put the church music aside and start focusing more on, you understand?
No, it wasn't like that. It was like I was in church in Jamaica. I moved to America, migrated, and the family I got here is not actually church orientated. They don't go to church. They are about their money and they trying to get their life together. You know what I'm saying? So I came in and everybody was all over the place. So I'm like, oh, nobody taking me to church? No. And it wasn't no vibe. I went to church, ended up going by myself, and it wasn't the same vibe. So
yeah, definitely.
I lost the vibe of it. And then, you know what I'm saying? Life changed. I become the typical American youth.
It's funny you say that because that's the same situation that I could, you understand, attest to.
Yeah.
I grew up in church, you understand, originally Muslim, used to go to Catholic church, and then when I come up here,
hold on.
I ain't had nobody to police me, so it's straight heathen. You understand? So
Jam, Jam. You said, hold on. You said you went to church and you was Muslim.
No. I did not say that. I said I went to church. I grew up Muslim. My father is a Muslim.
You grew up
Brooklyn
Muslim
College
in
Radio.
church? Jam, you're confusing me. Jam.
No,
Jam,
you see, because you just a confused Rasta. You
Okay.
understand?
Okay.
You
Right.
Selassie, I want son.
you eating soy and you cooking it in chicken gravy and all kind of thing. You understand? You
Youths
different.
and youths and youths.
You want to get
You understand?
disrespectful with
No,
it.
I
Okay.
grew up in church, but my father is Muslim. So he brought us up Muslim. My uncle, who used to live in the house with us too, he was a 7 days Adventist.
Yeah.
You understand?
6 days shall thou labor and do all thy work, huh?
Exactly.
All right, sir.
Exactly. You
Yeah.
understand? So, and I don't know if Gunter familiar, 7 days Adventist. Well, the church we used to go to, the pastor was popular, so he used to frequent preaching in other churches. So one Sunday we might be in a Catholic church, and next Sunday a Baptist church. Okay. You understand? So we was all over, just pure confusion.
Yeah, evangelistic work they call it.
Yeah, exactly. So, but when I come up here now, my aunt was more laid back. She wasn't really, boy, heathen. Go to church. Go to what? And I ain't had nobody to police me. So, you understand?
And you end up just falling into your own little zone, doing what you want to do, and next thing you know what I'm saying? You're accustomed bad word.
No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
He's 100% right.
And then I'm gonna tell you, growing up in New York as a teenager stuff, New York will change you. You know what I'm saying? Not saying it's gonna change you from a good person to a bad person, but at life struggles and stuff, you're gonna cope, and you naturally adapt to your surroundings as a human. You know what I mean? Human being. So I adapt to New York surroundings. I'm saying I lived in the New York teenage life and stuff, and I guess my friends was doing music
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I used to be the one beating the drums because I tell you I'm a drummer. I used to be beating the drums all the time till I wrote a song for myself with his help, of course. But then I started there and I just kept going till I actually fell in love with making music. I would get excited from hearing a new instrumental. You know what I'm saying? So
take us into your first instance of recording.
Yeah, my first instance. All right, here what now? I'm in the Bronx, right? And
hold on. I want to get to that, but the next thing
rushing,
is
not speeding.
Nah, you ain't speeding. But when he give answers, a question does just trigger. How a lot of these Jamaican artists end up in the Bronx?
All right.
That's the next thing I just realized.
Okay, I want to tell you,
it's like the soak artists in Brooklyn and all the reggae artists in the Bronx. You from Gun Hill Road too?
No, I'm not from there.
All
I'm official Brooklyn you know. Isn't it? Represent 90s, 40s, 50s, 30s, Flatbush.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, actually we went to the Bronx. I was staying in the Bronx for a minute. You know what I'm saying, like the regular Jamaicans do. And my boy set up a little studio thing, so he recorded. It's my first time being on a CD, so he recorded us. I sound like a mouse, squeak, 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 and everybody was laughing at me like, "Hey, Blanky, you know what? Don't do it. Enough for your thing." You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I was there, and I felt a little funny at first. They would say, "Hey, leave it alone," because my voice wasn't heavy like, "Yo, you know what I'm saying?" My friend's voice was heavy, Bounty Killer type. You know what I'm saying? And I wasn't singing at that time, so it was different. But I kept going. One day I made a song, singing some song, I'm missing a girl or something like that, a little emotional song, and everybody loved it. They was like, listen, you need to put on DJ, start sing your voice nice, and I'm like, all this attention, really? All right, let's do it again. So we started there. I started singing a little girl song here and there. Made a song called Best Touch in the World, and females was reposting it. Then I made a whole lot of reggae songs, dancehall music, I work with Not Nice, Sean Nizzle.
Cause your name not new. It's not the first time I hearing your name.
Correct. Yeah.
So the name was always ringing there. Is this, I guess.
Yeah, I was always working. I went to Jamaica. I did work with a lot of people. Rado and a lot of people came back here. We flew up Sean Nizzle to America to voice us and stuff. And and I'm saying a lot of work we put in, but actually we kind of focus on rock and coming because that's what was moving in the street. You know what I'm saying? So we put all of the rest of the stuff aside. And now I'm Jamaica's first soca artist. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because when I first heard the rockin' come in, I don't know why I can't even say I first heard it here or premiere. I just knew it. That's when you hear it here, you was hearing it here, and I'm like, but I don't know. This ain't a Trini. This ain't a Grenadian. But I'm not too sure if it's a Jamaican. So I was like, I had to go do my research.
You know
which
what?
is good because it's one Caribbean music and. Yeah, I mean the separation thing needs to stop.
No,
anyway.
You know what? I speak about it all the time. The minute we go and feel like, you know what, a Grenadian person can sing some reggae and a Jamaican can sing some soca, and you done lost already.
I agree.
You done lost.
I agree fully.
We're all black people, and we need to just figure that out and stick together and do it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm with it. So then, you realize girls was the top, like was it always girls? Was it always? I know y'all Jamaicans always on y'all girl songs too.
Yeah, I had a lot of female friends and stuff, so it's like me have a vibe, me have a weird iconic to the girl. You know what? That's how you say it, you know. I got a way of connecting to the females, so actually now I got a big female fan base. You know what I'm saying? So me and the girl in my work. Yeah, man.
Okay, and if you don't know, we have Linky First in the studio. Yeah, I mean, first time on Talking for Curry. Once again, we appreciate you coming here. So right now, you pushing this song. So is there a project for this song?
All right.
Or is it that's push the song and we gonna work and see where we go to next?
All right. Here what now? You know what? Let me tell you some things, right? Real quick. I got a whole lot of music that they pushing me to put out, and we kind of the street.
When you say
the team, the management team.
Okay.
The management team and people that's affiliated with what the movement.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But I got a lot of music, and they pressing me to put it out. But I don't want to cloud. I just came out this year. I don't want to cloud the people with too much music.
Let it breathe.
Let it breathe. But we introducing them slowly to X6, and it's getting a lot of play here, play in the street. It's moving faster than we thought it would move. You know what I'm saying? The real stuff. So I go to shows and I say, excuse me, miss? And the crowd like, yeah, finish it. You know what I'm saying? Yep, coming like a X6 and I'm like, what? Yeah, they know it fast. I went to Philly and I'm talking about X6 had a bigger forward than Rock and Coming in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Surprise the whole team. But I guess it's next for 2017, and we got more too.
So
coming up.
when did you know the song was like an official hit? 'Cause I knew you started, whether like you, I know you started hearing in the streets. and
Yeah,
you like,
yeah,
what's the feeling like hearing your song? You just walking down Flatbush and maybe a dollar van blasting it. Or you hear a girl that's singing it.
Yeah,
like girls
it's
blasting
a
out their
beautiful
car.
feeling. Is you feel valued. You feel like people appreciate your music and your work that you put in. You know what I'm saying? It's not actually fame and the attention. It's the people valuing the work that you put in. They sit and they listen to your music and they want to play it over and over and over again. You know what I'm saying? So it's a good feeling.
And the soca, so you know, I'm gonna ask you had any soca influences? 'Cause I know you grew up on your Killer, your Beanie, your Spragga, but you was ever listening to soca?
Yes, I was.
Like, okay, let me rephrase
Marshall.
it. Okay, I knew this
Yes,
man was going to say
I was
Marshall,
gonna go
but
there.
I wasn't listening to Marshall. You know?
Yeah,
I'm
I was
only
listening
joking. I'm only
Bungie too.
joking.
I was
I'm only
listening
joking.
Bungie too.
Marshall is the man.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, and I'm saying, I grew up listening, come up, me love everybody take a jump, take a me.
Yeah.
I listen to the whole thing. Like you can't test him on soca right now, you know. You see me? Yeah, man. Right up to before I got in, right up to Lil Rick and all of them guys,
Okay.
man. They got hits, man. You know what I'm saying?
So
Yeah.
Jam. I know he listened to soca because he actually said Lil Rick.
Yeah,
man.
You could catch him over there. Use Marshall when he come with Lil Rick.
Right. He come with a good
What
one.
are you talking about?
Come with a good one for that one.
Yeah, man.
Is there any other genres or any other artists you might listen to that people would be surprised to know that you listen to? That
Yeah, actually, Designer is a friend.
Really?
Yeah, Designer
Panda.
is a friend.
Panda
You know what I'm saying?
Designer.
Yeah, Panda.
Okay,
You know what I'm saying? No, it's not Panda even like that. It's Timmy Turner.
He have a vibe too.
Yeah, nah, he's working actually. I haven't seen him for a minute. Last time I
His
actually
stage performance, I think, is pretty sick.
He got.
Listen, he's an energetic individual. I'm gonna tell you that
he
much.
full of energy.
Because we was at what's that movie called Brooklyn? What's this called again?
Oh,
Money and Violence. Yeah, I was at Money and Violence. Some ball tour and invited the little celebrities and stuff.
Okay. Don't tell me you about to be on the show too as a gunman.
No, no.
Okay.
They want me on the show. But not saying I'm not gonna work with them, but right now I'm kind of focused on the missions we got for 2017, and I'm going into Soca. We're putting rock and coming into Soca. I'm going to Trinidad. We're gonna do the whole road. with this
Nice.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Jam, the man saying
You heard
Soca. Jam.
You heard it live.
I know. You serious?
I'm serious, man.
That's a good look. I can see you in the final. Why not? I can see you winning it. Why not? Why? That would break down so many back. First Jamaican to win Soca 1. That's dope.
That'll be a tough title.
I know them Trini girls gonna scan out to that. So I'm telling you,
That's what I'm saying.
I'm telling you
Body
right now.
woman and them mad inside that place.
Yeah, well, you know what I'm saying? It's worth the try. I'm telling you. It's worth the try. And I'm excited about going to Trinidad, experiencing the real official Trinidad Carnival.
For you.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm happy
Yeah.
for you.
Yeah, listen, I move got Trinidad for 2 months or probably more. Live there.
Hey, be easy.
Central, may I come link you?
Hey, you might be back there in the next 9 months, you know.
I'm
Be
telling
easy
you.
when you go out there.
You see me? The girl, them take more at Trinidad, man.
Them Trini girl, I see a lot of them Jamaican all this.
Listen, me.
Dealing
Trini
with
girls,
them
them know
Trini
for
girls,
pelt
you know.
waistline now. Yeah?
Okay.
What?
So any islands you touched yet besides Jamaica, or that's still in the works?
No. You know what happened to me is
In fact, hold on. I mean, I went Barbados. Your
Yeah.
song was pumping out there too.
Yeah, crop over mad.
Yeah.
Crop over mad. Yeah, man. Grenada Carnival too. The job them that turn up with rock and come in. You know, it's a blessing. Listen, may I have a video from Africa when the African them do the African dance rock and come in. See me? So we crossing waters, no lie. But actually, for me being in the Caribbean, I was supposed to be in the Caribbean for this carnival, especially for crop over. But I had shows that we did the contracts for. We couldn't leave.
Okay.
The dates was
Whatever
coinciding.
you're doing when you're involved in contracts, you're doing your thing. Yeah, I mean, 'cause that means Jam they ain't tell him make a little guest appearance, but he might not show up. It's cool. He in a contract.
Right. Yeah.
That's real artists. Yeah.
Well, let's
that's
say
a
I
real
heard,
artist.
man. We actually moving. Now we are trying to do it on a level so other people go see and learn and and respect what we're doing too. You know what I'm saying? Because we're working.
Okay. So you wanna, but in fact, hold on. Name some of the places you're touching the state so far.
All right.
I
Well,
know you say you just destroyed Philly.
Yeah. You could say all right.
Well, you deal with the
Jersey.
whole Northeast already.
All right. Let's start from Miami all the way up.
Do your thing.
Yeah.
Do your thing.
Miami. Orlando, Jacksonville, Atlanta, Stone Mountain, North Carolina,
Touch of
Delaware.
Virginia? You ain't touch of Virginia?
No, I ain't hit Virginia.
Okay, that's cool.
That's a
That-
Commonwealth
that coming
statement.
up.
That state is rough, man.
He's smart.
I didn't even drive through that state, brother.
We have a smart one on the inside, Gunter. He ain't playing that.
Right?
Well, he plays several instruments.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, but I've been to DC. Actually, I'm going to Boston on I've been to Boston before, but I'm going to Boston on Friday.
Boston Carnival.
Boston, yeah, me and Lyrical over there.
Okay.
Boston Carnival.
You and Lero?
Yeah, man, we over there.
No,
man.
you and Lero on that song? I'm telling you that would be sick.
That's all like the future, man.
That would be
that
vibes.
sound
That's all
sick.
like the future.
Big up
man.
friend of the show, Lyrical. We plugging it here first.
That
Yeah,
would
man.
be
Man, big up Lyrical anyway, I'm there, you know what I'm saying?
So you ain't touched West Coast yet?
No, actually, me no, them want me the West. Me ready for over there too. You know what I'm saying? But actually, I went there, but not for the promotional reasons.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I can see where the song going, because the song gonna keep going higher. You're gonna end up in the West for like 2 months.
Yo.
Cause you're already doing 3 months in Trinity, then you gotta go back for the next 9.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? That's
listen,
all.
man.
Gonna be in the mix.
Yeah, me I live from place to place, man. You know what I'm
How
saying?
Jamaica treating you right now?
All right, well, Jamaica, me and Jamaica right now, we on. You know what I'm saying? Today we good, tomorrow we fighting.
Is it because your choice of
music
in regards to recording?
Yeah.
But I don't know why, because like RDX, Beanie, all of them been doing, they not calling it soca, but a lot of that is
No, you see the
soca.
difference is the people and the fans label me as Jamaica first soca artist.
Okay.
So you got Jamaican dancehall artists that did a
Doing
soca
soca,
song
okay.
or pull up vibes as soca-ish, but they didn't stamp themselves as a soca artist. Them not go to Trinidad, go do the whole, you know what I'm saying, where I'm about to do the 100 show run and all that. I'm about to do the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not jumping into soca for one song and jumping out. Like I'm here.
This is you.
You know what I'm saying? I'm here. I will venture out and do other genres of music. You know what I'm saying? By all means. But I'm in soca. I ain't going nowhere, man.
Any soca artists call you to like move with them in for the carnival season?
Yeah, not really say call me for move with them for the carnival season, but I got a whole lot of soca friends even since the song went out where actually we was talking on Instagram and shout out each other, but we finally meeting. Like I just met Talpree last night for the official
cool.
first time.
That's
you know what I'm
cool.
saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, big up GB Neutron.
Yeah, Neutron, friend of the show.
Yeah, man. Yeah. A lot of soca artists. I'm sure. Straight. Big up Hyper Sound. Big up.
I feel Marshall gonna bring out. I think Marshall gonna bring out for Marshall Monday.
Well, you know what I'm saying.
That would be a good one.
Hear me, no, Mr. Marshall. Big up yourself. Yeah, the soca kick, man.
Yeah, man. Once again, Linky first in studio talking for Curry. You could do a little live something for us too?
Oh, you mean, man? Tell them don't worry. Linky the first in my talk for the curry. Stick on your skin, me say hot and bury. You hear me, now, man? Anything live, man. Whoa, you hear me, the Brooklyn College Radio? Yeah. Rock and come in. Baby, why? Baby, me say rock and come in. I mean, now they pull lock and come in, boy. Party can't rest up and come in. And when you're ready, just rock and go, rock and go, rock and come in. Rock and come in. I mean, now they pull lock and come in, boy. Party can't rest up and come in. And when you're ready, just rock and go, rock and go. Hell, girl, you're clean. Girl, you are a queen. LTIG. Yeah, man, we are talking for Curry. And we are about up the place and tell them, don't worry, you know.
Live on the inside, Linky first. That X6, right? How did you hear the rhythm first? Did somebody send you the rhythm? How did that? Because we had Moto.
Yeah.
In studio sitting down in that same seat.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
And he sent me that. So
Yeah.
when I hear that X6, ask Gunter and ask Extra. I was telling him, yo, this is his next hit, guaranteed. You understand? And as you say, excuse me, miss.
May I tell you? Hear me now, man. Let me tell you a story with that song, you know. What happened is, we went and bought an X6 the day before Motor sent me the rhythm there. We literally drove to Long Island to the BMW spot and we bought an X6. So
It was destined.
No, the thing about it is, the X6, I wasn't a car that I was fancy over or not like that, because me always say, me not too like truck. But then we bought the car and it looked fat and nice and, you know what I'm saying, Beamer look good, you know what I mean, white and panda, black and white, you know what I'm saying? So, I said, man, but when you get inside that, you can't put 4 or 5 people in the X6. You can't do that. So it's actually fat on the outside, but
And
it's small on the
ride,
inside.
yeah.
So, where that remind you of?
We gonna leave that one
Yeah,
right.
all right, Brooklyn College Radio. You see me? So it was a good comparison. We put it together, and this is what we got.
How important is lyrics to you in regards to constructing a song?
Lyrics is actually important, just as constructing the song depends on where you're going with it. But I actually think melody is more important than both. Yeah. Because you could be saying anything. Once you got a great melody, people is going to rock with it. Because music is melody. You know what I'm saying? The rest comes after.
You're not a Clash artist, though. I just curious.
All right. Yeah, what I want now. Yeah, what I want. Rasta, the shoes listing, you know. Rasta, draw me out to that. Rasta, yeah, one man. You say whenever the pan radio, I spit some bad man lyrics for you. But you know what? I don't really promote that side of the music that I do. You know what I'm saying? But me can't clash, me can't do all of that. Me well rounded when it comes to lyrics.
We gonna have our next interview. So right now we focus on the 2 songs we just play, and that's the focus. That's what we working with. We don't wanna. Yeah,
we don't want too much. We don't want to scare the fans.
We want the 2 songs to breed, and then we're gonna see you in Soca Monarch.
Yes,
and then hopefully you don't switch, and then next thing you're saying you're too busy to come visit us.
You know what? Home Depot run out of switch. It's no more. Yeah.
Yes, I talking for Curry.
Yeah, man. Talk for the curry, you know. May I tell you.
So if people want to get in contact with Linky, chart your progress, or just get more information.
Yeah. Well,
let them know how they can go about doing that.
Well, you definitely could link Linky on Facebook. You could link Linky. Actually, the official way is to link the management. You know what I'm saying? Russian Movements. Find Russian Movements on Instagram, Facebook, on Twitter, on Snapchat. He's on everything. So you can find Russian Movements. You find Sal Infrared, that's global music. You find X Factor, that's global music. I got a whole lot of port that people could get connections to get to me or to get to book me or do business with me. You know what I'm saying? The whole global music team is a set of people that you could actually link for bookings. You know what I'm saying? You could hit me on the Instagram too, and I'll direct you to one of the management that take the bookings, or you want to do a commercial, whatever you want to get done. But it's easy. And you can find the new music now on Linky the First page. Easy me? Linky First, Mr. Rock and coming on the Instagram. Linky First on Facebook.
Okay.
Linky First on Twitter. Hey. I reach my Snapchat now. Wagwan. You see me? Snap. Yeah, but definitely you can find me on all of them. And you can find me at Brooklyn College Radio. You see me? I say, because me know Rasta now stop play rock and come in.
You're a friend of the show now.
Yes,
so.
sir.
And any shows for it and soon, or?
All right, yeah, me have enough show come up, man. Right now, them not give artists a break.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Me I work after me leave here, so me I got the studio just to make you know, like me it not done. You see me? I got Boston coming up, as I told you. I got to be back here for the 27th. For I think no, I'm lying. I think I got some event at Lyrical doing.
Oh, that's Labor Day Thursday.
Oh, that's Labor Day
Is
Thursday.
it Thursday or Friday extra? I know you're talking about. That's
yeah,
I know
they
you're
hit me up
talking
about that
I think
too.
that's Thursday.
Yeah, I got.
I'm trying to see. I ain't got to see you perform, so I want to
Yeah,
make sure.
I was at Wet Fest Sunday, man. We was.
Yeah, you know.
Every girl went up better than leave.
You know Dash. From
Yeah,
Grenada?
Dash. Yeah.
He was us here before you came.
Yeah.
Dash was here.
Moto was here last
Yeah,
year.
we had more. Yeah. We had.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
But Wet Fest was wild. We had all them girls wet in the Wet Fest.
Yo, listen me, man. Listen me, man. It was a beautiful thing. Me and the girl them party on stage and we just do it the real way. You know what I'm saying? It was a beautiful show. Shout out to all of the artists in my profile. I'm from Motor right back to Lava.
Okay, you talking about Ransom Thursday? That's lyrical.
Yeah,
Ransom Thursday.
Yeah. I'm doing a pass through on that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Lyrical again.
So
shout out to
thing.
Danger Mental. Yes, what I say.
All right.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
we got Nori Show Power 105 in Amazura. That's the third.
That's the Saturday, right?
That's a Saturday.
Okay.
We got Indigo on Sunday, I think, if I'm not lying. We got
That's gonna follow you, and they gonna know.
You know what? Do not let me lie to you. I got
you
so
have
much.
too many shows you're not even remembering your
Yeah, I
shows,
got so
which is
much,
good. Which is good. I'm happy for you.
Make sure and follow him.
Yeah,
you understand?
man.
So they can see
Future
the
Soca
itinerary.
Monarch winner 2017.
Cooler man.
Put,
Cooler man.
no, you have to put it in the air.
Yeah, we have put it out
Let the
man.
universe take it and, nice it
Yeah.
up and thing for you.
Many people them know, man, the first Jamaican in a soca monarch, for the real way as a soca artist and represent for the whole Caribbean, not only for Jamaica, but for black people and the music on a whole. You know what I'm saying?
That will definitely be big. So, and on behalf of the whole Talking for Curry, want to say thank you for coming through. Like we say, you're a new friend of the show.
Yes, sir.
We'll chart your progress, deliver it to the people, any new things you have going on, whether it be the music, any performances going on. As a friend of the show, we'll definitely promote it to all the listeners and make sure they're in tune with, the big man himself, Linky First.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And it's a pleasure being here at every time. Just rock and come in, is it?
Talking for Curry is produced by J.R. Marley, Gunta Farai, DJ Extra, and myself, DJ Jam, with support from Miguel Macias, Sasha Matthias, Sarah Kramer, and Emily Bogosian.
Talking for Curry is recorded at Brooklyn College Radio and is part of the BRIC Radio family.
For more information on BRIC Radio, visit bricartsmedia.org/radio.
All right.
Hey, I'm Francesca.
I'm Patrick.
And we host a bi-weekly podcast here at BRIC Radio called Last Name Basis. What's our podcast about, babe?
Pretty much anything we decide to talk about that week. Okay,
Let's go.
give it to this.
Hey, I'm Francesca.
And I'm Patrick.
We host a bi-weekly...
We're all still married,
Oh,
so
yeah.
we talk about...
No, let's try that again.
Okay.
We are very much in love, and God, I didn't sound convinced.
Yeah, that was really not convincing.
We're married, get the title. We also talk about animals and science. Ugh. Okay, wait, you
Okay.
start this one again.
Okay. Hi, I'm Patrick.
I'm Francesca.
And we host a podcast called Last Name Basis here on BRIC Radio.
We are a real-life married couple, and together we talk about social issues, science,
Animals, our lives together as an interracial couple.
We talk about Florida a lot because that's where we're from. We have a really good time together, so you should make sure to subscribe.
Join us.
I hope we convinced
Bi-weekly.
you.
Oh, hi. We didn't see you there.
We did see you there.
We knew you were there.
You're a camera.
Jesus Christ, you don't know the rules?
Gina, you're wearing sweatpants. It's Monday.
Number one, you can never have sex.
This isn't a discussion. This is the rule of law.
Whatever. Those rules aren't real.
We learned about honesty, that you don't take shortcuts or play by your own set of rules.
I could actually run my business and run government at the same time. Because as you know, I have a no conflict situation because I'm president.
You can't sit with us!
I guess only I know how the future go. Can't take your shit no more.
Some rules weren't meant to be broken. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Look both ways before crossing the street. I before E, except after C. Some rules were born to bend. Don't wear white after Labor Day. Speak only when spoken to. Don't talk religion or politics on a first date. And then there's the 2017 version of rules, where it's unclear if they even exist anymore, and if they do, whether or not they apply to everyone, or just the people who can't afford to break them. Today we've got stories about a time that it was time to break the rules. In the first one, a young man navigates the space between who he knows he is and who he thinks he's allowed to be. In the second, a kid grows up on a walk around downtown Brooklyn, even though he was supposed to wait for the bus to pick him up. And in the end, we'll hear from a caller who's digging deep for needles of truth in an alternative haystack. Sometimes the truth hurts, and some rules are for fools. But the truth rules in Brooklyn, USA.
Brooklyn, y'all feeling good tonight?
Here's Muhammad.
So I just went to show you some art. You're always wondering, what am I doing in my room? But this is usually what I'm working on.
Oh.
And you know,
Look like you.
oh, and you know, different bodies, different hairstyles, everything. And you know, all my friends are so different. And so my name is Mohammed. I'm 25 years old, born in Brooklyn, and I'm an illustrator. Growing up, I always knew I was different. Queer came to me after I identified as gay. I mean, I'm from New York, yeah, and like, you're gonna see every ethnicity, every type of person in the world on a daily basis. When I look at the last 5 people who texted me, or the people that I'm gonna see this weekend out in the club, like, this is the world that I wanna see. The world that I do see, right? Sisterhood and stuff, and things that I feel a part of, especially as someone who's gender nonconforming. The relationship I have with my best friends, who they can be people who identify as men, and people who are men, and I call them my sisters because that's the relationship we have. What is it, biryani?
Yes.
You made it on Sunday?
Yes.
So my family is Muslim. We are Muslim Indians, which is always like a little strange for people to hear, but it's actually very common. Islam has played a huge role in my life, especially because it's so cultural. It dictates so much of our life, of our culture, of our daily routine. Being first generation American, it's been really interesting because we kind of had to teach ourselves everything. Growing up, we never talked about sex, we never talked about anything like taboo. Like the fact that my mom came here, I can't even imagine leaving your entire family for another country, like barely speaking any of the language. You're living with your in-laws. To think that like what kind of strength it takes for like a woman to go through that and like to carry her 3 children through that. When I think of like my mother, I think about like all the queer people who must have been in my family in the last like going back generations, all the people who had to kind of like silence their lives. For me to be here doing what I do, all off of their sacrifices. And that's like just honoring that ancestry as recent as my mom, as far back as like people I've never, whose names I'll never know. My earliest memory of like knowing that I was gay goes back to like the 8th grade, I think. I think I had a crush on like my math teacher. That's around puberty, so like around 12, 13. I knew that it was wrong. I knew that it felt wrong, but it also like made a lot of sense to me. I think confronting that kind of like self-hatred of like wanting to smother this thing came with just like teenage rebellion, like 16, 17, realizing that like there's this huge world out there that I'm gonna like thrive in, and that might mean losing something as strong as my faith. That's been there since day one, that has carried me through everything, knowing that like, if I have to lose that for me to kind of feel free, that's what that's gonna take. It was an overnight moment, but I think it was slowly like choosing to not go to Friday prayers, or choosing to stop fasting for Ramadan, or choosing to just like finding like acceptance elsewhere and no longer in a place that I always found it in. What's the one? It's like goat and put a bones. Nihari, yeah. Nihari is good. Yeah. It's messy, but I like it. Yeah. It's good. And Papa too likes. My ideas of coming out have absolutely been influenced by like Western culture and Western ideas of coming out. This idea of like having to come out and live your truth, and like almost having to choose between these many different aspects of my person. Choosing to come out and leave Islam comes from not understanding that like those two things can exist at the same time, in the same place, in the same body. Like that was brand new to me recently. It's always been as part of my identity, but I stopped practicing for a few years because there was no reconciliation between the two for me. It was like, you're either gay or you're either Muslim, and there's no such thing as a gay Muslim. Also the thought of like, it's not just like, oh, I'm leaving my religion. It's like, I'm leaving my religion to possibly one day burn in hell for this. My friends come over all the time. For a long time, they didn't. I was always so scared, like, oh, my mom's gonna see that these guys are gay or these guys are queer. Like, I'm not ready to have that conversation. But now my friends come over all the time. I've had like partners over. My parents have met like an ex-boyfriend before. But it's always very like, the context is always kind of switched around. But I mean, they're smart. They know what's going on. Everyone always say moms know. And I think that's really true. Like, my mom knows. And who knows if she was actually like really down for the convo. And I just never had it with her. My parents and I have had some difficult, very brief conversations about being gay. Always very, very short and pretty much essentially like, if you plan on being gay, you don't belong here, or like you can't stay in this house. And being young, unemployed, in college and stuff, I was never in a place to take them up on that like bait. I've just never wanted to spell it out for them in a way that would hurt them. I always call it like a don't ask, don't tell kind of thing. Like, I hate where that comes from, but it's pretty accurate. Like, my parents and I are gonna like respect ourselves in our space and not confront this like really pretty large, integral conversation that we should be having. But I know that like, as immigrants, as Muslims, they're not really there yet. This I did last week.
Yeah, it's looking very nice.
And the colors, like all the, you know,
Yes,
Arab countries have those kind of colors.
Yes.
I don't show you a lot, but I'm always working on things like this.
Did you show Papa?
Not really. Sometimes.
Show him, yeah, he'll be happy. Oh, I like the design, the kurta you made.
Yeah, especially up here, right?
Yeah, beautiful, yeah.
This I got from, you have something like this.
Yes, yes.
And I just went to your room, I looked at it, and then I did it. And like
yeah,
the rings.
Mashallah, good job.
Thank you. A lot of my artwork is about intimacy. I wish I could openly show my parents a piece I made after a really bad breakup, but then like just the layers there, it's too deep to kind of like figure out. And I do want to show them more of the stuff that's not as like heavy or layered. I just think it's a little, it's hard to like show that and not show the others. That feels a little like I'm hiding, and I don't really want to, I'm not interested in doing that. I mean, like, my mom is my best friend, and I'm a Scorpio. I'm like super moody. My emotions run deep, and it's tough. Sometimes I just want to like cry in my mom's arms about like some boy that broke my heart, you know, or tell her about like someone that I'm not feeling, and like I just want to go there with her, and I can't. I've never not been spiritual. Just this underlying sense of like things that are bigger than you has always been there. And I think that coming back into Islam has just been from finding myself like relying on things that I grew up relying on. So like I was in New Orleans for a while, and, you know, being away from home, being away from my friends and family, anytime that I felt any sort of fear, I found myself reciting like a prayer, like a safety prayer. And I don't speak Arabic, but I know the prayer in Arabic. And it's just something that like I had not used in years and was still somehow carrying with me years later. And I think it's really beautiful that like that was the first thing I leaned on when I needed it. Growing up, definitely I felt that I've lived two different lives. The older I get, the closer I get to like this better version of me that I'm trying to be every day. I find that the intersection of two is like really beautiful. At 25, which is such a like a funny age for this to happen at, but like for it to come full circle like that, for me to kind of like understand like, oh wow, like I've always like believed in God. It's just a different words for it. Yeah. It's just hard because it's like really personal, yeah. So it's like I haven't said it in front of anyone in like a long time. Subhanallah, sakhlana haza wa ma kunna lumrkinin wa naira rabbina lamunqalibun.
Feet in Two Worlds was produced by Sriyanka Ray and featured Muhammad and Seema Fayez. Do children see the world as full of opportunity or full of rules about what they can't do until they're older? Maybe those two things aren't that different. Here's Sasha.
So, There was a day when I was about 8 or 9, and to get from my school in Brooklyn Heights to my home in Fort Greene, I had to take the B38 bus. And it was a very sunny day, and it was an incredibly cold day. There had been a big snowstorm about a week before, and there was a lot of ice on the ground. And it was freezing, and the streets were incredibly, ridiculously icy. And back then, it took a moment for people to clear the sidewalks. Now everyone's like gonna file a lawsuit if you don't, clean your sidewalk. And it was around 3:30, whenever, and there was just no bus. And after about 20-30 minutes, it's obvious that there's not one waiting, there's not one coming. I'm just not seeing anything, and I'm beginning to get really cold and nervous. I mean, nervous not in a terrible, super scared sense, but sort of nervous because this is before cell phones and people start to worry if you don't show up. And it doesn't seem like that big a deal. I've been living first in Cobble Hill when I was very little, but then in Fort Greene. I know all the places I'm going to walk, so I just start walking towards the bridges, and then hooked over and walked down Fulton Street through the main shopping area, because I knew it. Somewhere in the middle of all this, I started to cry. I got frustrated, scared. There was something about it that really bothered me. And what bothered me was I felt like I was doing something wrong, not in the sense of endangering myself, but there was a protocol. You got to school on the bus, you came home on the bus. So I was maybe mad more than scared, or I was just frustrated that order had been disrupted. And as I kept walking down Fulton Street, or Fulton Lafayette Connect, and I went down Lafayette and then took a left on South Portland, sort of cross-country skiing style, just sort of shuffling along the ice so I didn't fall down. And as I got closer to my house, I stopped being upset, because everything I had walked through was something I knew. I shopped on Fulton Street, I played in Brooklyn Heights, I played in Fort Greene. These were sort of my two homes. And aside from it being incredibly cold, there was no reason I couldn't do it. And I think my frustration had been at how little I knew about my own options as a kid, and then I felt both vindicated and then a different kind of pissed off when I realized that actually didn't take that long, and I would have done it earlier if I just knew it was okay. And that's the idea really about that day, was what is okay and what's not okay. This is like every sort of fable of discovery and empowerment is, the people in charge give you a phony line about what's allowed and what's not allowed, and then you go and you jump the fence and you write graffiti on the wall, and okay, maybe that's illegal, but you can do it. You don't die or anything. I didn't have to take the bus. I was perfectly safe. Probably I did fall down a few times. Maybe that's why I was crying. But it definitely stuck in my mind because I was embarrassed that I was crying. But when I got home, I felt fairly empowered in a minor, kid-like way, because however people told me to do a thing, there was probably another way to do it. And then I guess the other aspect here is anytime you're a kid and you conquer one of your fears, you realize that probably other fears you have can be conquered.
Sasha Farrah Jones was raised in Brooklyn and walks around all the time now.
I could do them on my own. I could do it on my own. I could do it on my own. They're from same one. Non, nous ne pas les connaître ça. Nous sommes qui sont habitués à lever bien bonheur.
Caller ID is the part of the show where you tell us what's going on in Brooklyn, on the internet, in the world, and in your life. You can leave us a message by calling 347-504-0801. Here's our first caller.
I think one of the biggest issues that bothers me on the day-to-day right now is this craziness about alternative facts. Like the idea that there's people who are so readily believing that there's an entire other set of truths that just have no foundation in, like science or math. I mean, I just think it's like this idea that people are so ready to buy into anything that someone tells them, including things that can be proven wrong or they're not factual, they're unfactual. It's not alternative facts. The idea of alternative facts is a laughable concept. It's a made-up term to embody a group of people that just don't like what they're hearing or seeing, which is just antithetical to the way the real world actually operates, and it just doesn't make any sense to me that people even allow that to be a conversation. I feel like the moment someone even uses that terminology, it should be shut down. Like it just doesn't exist. And I think that when talking about the truth and what is truthful, like, yes, of course there can be, varying opinions and perspectives on situations, but I don't know. I feel so betrayed. For myself, I feel very fundamentally grounded in the processes that I have in place that allow me to acknowledge something that's true and something that's false. But I'm fearful of the massive number of people who don't have that kind of system in place. It really throws me into a tizzy of just not understanding how other people think. And the problem we face right now is that there's so many individuals that are fully capable of buying into this other version of things because media, because Facebook. And I think that the problem that creates is that I don't even believe in the possibility of their truth. And I guess the majority of my peers are feeling very similarly, and that's why the conversation is very cyclical and we're all repeating the same truths. I think on some level, to be honest, we're trying to ensure each other that what we know to be true is true, that we're not going crazy, and that we have other people in our lives who can commit to that and not let this whole circus, zoo, tornado, apocalyptic hellstorm convince us otherwise. I mean, I've never seen so many people so activated and motivated to do something, and I think it's because our entire system of how we operate is being put into question. It's like we need to feel like we are okay. Like our thought process is being pummeled by things that are meant to make us question ourselves and question our beliefs, and we need to be reaffirmed all the time that we are okay.
We want to know how you feel, what you're up against or excited about, what gets you out of bed in the morning, and what keeps you up at night. Leave a caller ID at 347-504-0801. Brooklyn, USA is produced by me, Sasha Matthias, and our associate producer, Emily Bogosian. The music at the top of the show is by Young Paris and was recorded on one of our other podcasts, B-Side. For more information about this show and all BRIC Radio podcasts, visit brickartsmedia.org/radio.
Wait.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow.
This is Gunta Farai.
This is DJ Jam.
This is DJ Extra.
You're now tuned in to Talking for Curry on BRIC Radio.
Barang.
Some material may be inappropriate for children under 13.
You are now tuned in to Talking for Curry.
Transmission begins.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Check. Well, this is Bunchy Gal in the Black Spaniard all the way from Trinidad and Tobago. Maderific, presidential and gallerific. Right now you're listening to the baddest program on the air right now. Talking for Curry. Check. Maderific.
Yo, this is KMC and you see right now it's all about Talking for Curry.
This is Conscience and we're talking for Curry. Big up on yourself. We not right, no for nobody.
Yo, what's up? This is Major Hype, and you got it locked right here on Brooklyn College Radio, Talking for Curry. Say it fast, say it fast, say it fast. That's right, now you got it. Keep it locked right here, Talking for Curry. Major Hype, I'm out.
Randy Valentine representing for Talking for Curry. No. Still pushing that vibration, still pushing that love. It's always love, it's always live. 365 days of the year. The love advocate, I said, blessed love. Boom, 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 boom.
You know, a protege representing for Talking for Curry, and we say, we play what we want to play, when we want to play, how we want to play it.
I'm Etana the Strong One and I'm talking for Curry. Keep it locked on me, say that.
Cranium, I said, I really want you to understand. I really need you to understand. I really want you to understand. Talking for Curry, you're number one.
Wait! Ma, this is Pretty Big and I'm talking for Curry. Out of Trinidad and Tobago, we going away, we going away, oh.
The show that certain artists are afraid to come on, Talking for Curry.
It comes down to all this love and pain going up in flames, yeah. Who am I to turn to? Where am I to go? Curtains closing on the show, but I can't let go. No, I can't let go. I'm here for you. If you don't care, even if you don't care, I'll be here for you. Girl, close your eyes. Does it feel the same way? Does it feel the same way that I do? Does it feel the same way that I do? Does he feel the same way that I do? Now how does it feel that he's loving you while you're loving me? Doesn't it show? Yeah. Does he know your tempo? Does he keep it simple? Does he set your dimples free? Like me, like me, like me. I'm here for you. Even if you don't care, even if you don't care, I'll be here for you. Girl, close your eyes. Does he feel the same way? Does he feel the same way that I do? I'm here for you. Does he keep it simple? Does he set your dimples free? Like me?
Check. Talking for Curry each and every Wednesday on the airwaves, 7 until we get kicked out of this little place here.
No, man.
Yeah, I mean?
Big up Dash City.
Yeah, big up Dash, big up Ashley, big up Chaos International. You know, the tune in www.mywbcr.com.
BCR on the tuning app, DJ
Brooklyn
Jam.
College
still
Radio. Gunter Farai, Molly on the right side of me. And in the house now, we got Ishmael Levi. All they mics up? Everybody up?
Yeah.
Everybody good?
Yeah, man.
Green ain't working, you know. Cause I gotta, in fact, I gotta go in the room. Sorry.
You could have told me that earlier, Chief. We got friend of the show, who's been on the show before, Ishmael Levi, and we have the band as a collective unit, British Dependency. How's everyone doing tonight?
Everybody good.
Feeling nice.
Everyone's well, yes.
Yeah.
So real fast, can each member of the band introduce themselves real quick so we can get familiar with, you know, and as well as tell us the role you play in the band.
All right, well, I'm Jaden. I'm the drummer for the band.
Boom, boom, boom.
You don't know.
Yes, yes, my people. I'm Joya, and I'm the bassist and also vocals in the band.
And I'm Ishmael Levi, and most of you already know I play guitar and sing. So I'm the singer and the guitarist of the band.
Any missing members?
No.
Okay, so there's us. Okay, guitar, drum, bass. That's how it's supposed to be.
And 2 lead vocals.
All right. So what y'all up to? Last time was what? 2 years?
Yeah, last time I saw you was about 2 years ago.
2 years ago. So what happened within that 2 year span?
Well, after you guys saw me, I most likely started joining British Dependency with Joy and Jaden.
Okay, you was solo last time.
Yeah.
Let's talk about going from solo to British Dependency. Talk about the transition.
Well, the transition was a dynamic transition. You know, because doing it as a solo, it was like there was a lot of elements that I was missing that I didn't even know I was missing until I got with British Dependency. As far as like the performance aspect, But the music has changed up too, as far as even my style. Stylistically, I'm more laid back, but now with British Dependency, I have more of an electric rock feel to the reggae soul.
So y'all keep turning off my mic. Every time I'm talking, like I can't really.
So you turn it off, you just forgetting to press it on.
Now why y'all turn off my mic?
Wait, Levi, how did you meet the rest of the members?
Oh, well, I met them through this this great manager named Victor Lewis. Shout out to Victor Lewis. He put me on to Joy and Jaden.
And was it a seamless introduction in where y'all just I see a smile there like, oh, don't mention that situation where I had to cuss you out because well, how was it? Did everyone just get along right away or?
Yeah, we got along pretty much as soon as, even before we met, we got along. You know what I mean?
It was an energy. There was an energy that flowed among us, so it was a natural. There was no egos, there were no problems. So yes, it was seamless.
No, because I see your hat tilt down low and you look at him a kind of way like, don't talk about that situation that time,
choose your words carefully right now.
So where you hailing from? I'm trying to figure out the accent.
You want to hear the accent? I'm hailing from Anguilla.
Okay,
Yes.
the first Anguillian on the show.
We're doing good.
Yeah,
We're doing good. We're moving up. We're moving up.
Thank you.
We're moving up.
And where the brother from? Where you from, brethren?
Same place.
Yeah.
Oh, we 2 in a row.
Okay.
Two in a row.
We're cooking.
This is memorable.
With gas.
Can we get 3?
Nah, just three is our manager.
So talk about I don't want to drift away from the music, but did y'all both grow up in Anguilla?
Yes.
So talk about life in Anguilla. 'Cause first, I never met nobody from Anguilla, so I'm just kind of interested to know what is life in Anguilla.
You gotta help me. Like life in Anguilla is beautiful. It's paradise. Naturally, it's paradise. We are tranquility, rap and blue. What's our main dish?
Peas and rice.
What's our national bird?
Turtle love.
What's our national sport?
Boat racing.
What about the national animal?
Okay, you're going too far.
Oh. You don't even know it. You don't even know it.
You're gone too far.
It's the ground lizard.
You got 3 in a row. Don't worry yourself. You got 3 correct.
It's the ground lizard, but he gotta know these things.
No,
That's
but
his
the thing
oil,
is, I doubt myself for a little bit. Like,
Hold on.
They're in the ground lizard?
Hold on. So the national dish is just peas and rice?
Yeah.
No. Fried fish,
yeah,
man.
Yeah,
Okay.
fried fish.
Fried fish.
Hold on. Who claiming this flying fish first?
Fry.
Fry.
Oh, fry. Okay, fry.
That's a Bayesian.
Yeah. Sorry. I was going to cause a little trouble just now. I thought it was a battle for
We
flying
crossing
fish.
our borders.
Nah, ain't no y'all here. It's like you know something about me you ain't supposed to know.
Was it a difference in connecting for y'all being from Anguilla and Levi coming from where he from and coming together with 2 different I would say 2 different worlds in regards to music? Was it a kind of thing where, because you did say it was seamless, how was the process?
Well, we first met Ishmael over Skype. Yeah. So and being that he's from has Guyanese roots.
Yeah.
Like we all have that Caribbean aspect, so we can relate that way. But being that we traveled and toured a lot in the US before, so we understood that city lifestyle also. Yeah. So that's what made it a lot more seamless.
That's so dope, in Guyana and Anguilla, that's a deadly combination.
Yeah, it is.
Imagine
Bop.
I need to meet a girl half Anguilla and half Guyanese,
Well, talk to the young lady. Maybe she has some friends, some family.
Guyagrillian? That's what you call it, Guyagrillian?
I like that. You heard it here first.
Nah, I ain't not looking for no guy, though. So, before I met Ishmael, it was just the 2 of y'all.
But we had a previous member before that, but
that you get dash way.
Yeah.
I like the answer. Yeah, he just straight.
Fire bonnet.
Yeah.
Make room.
Damn, hot. Wow. The answers kind of caught me off guard. He ain't give me no diplomatic answer.
I like that though.
At all. So y'all been in the studio. Like, what's the chemistry like? I know y'all knew each other, so it was just like a one-time linking from there. It was just natural.
Pretty much, but I mean, we're still working on the whole aspect of our performance and just where we coincide with each other. So yeah.
Are you open to adding more members, or you just kind of?
Well, the thing is, the 3-piece thing is something that's rare in this day and age. So we
definitely.
Yeah, so we try
and
to
that's our uniqueness,
right?
That's our song.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, we're open to like special instruments. So we've played with like a violinist before. So like that type of
So
stuff.
it's not no average band we seen. We seen something that kind of fresh and new to the masses.
Exactly.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I like the vibes. From the 2 years also, where have y'all performed?
The last 2.
Because just looking at the Instagram, look like I've been doing some traveling.
Yeah.
The
first show I did with you guys was was in St. Martin's. It was like
what side, the Dutch or the French?
French.
Yeah, we did some Billfish tournament.
Okay.
And that was a big show. It brought me back, because performing as a solo and then performing previously with the old band that I was a part of, the dynamic was just different. And then having to learn so much in such a short space of time and do our first show, I was like, to me, it was just like it was climbing a new hump on a mountain.
Okay.
Yeah, but since then, where we haven't played, from Canada to.
We went to Africa.
To
hold on. We gotta talk about that. You can't just say Africa and just keep it moving like you just say Africa.
Little old Africa,
Yeah, most artists don't even touch Africa. Where do y'all touch?
West Africa.
Ghana?
Ivory Coast.
Cote d'Ivoire.
Yes.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, that's dope.
When you're large, you're large.
Yeah, that's dope. You ain't gotta name no more places.
That's it. We could end the interview right now, and we'll be good.
Thank you. Good night.
And then you said Canada.
Yeah, we played in Montreal, we played in Quebec.
Okay.
So far, where has been the greatest reception?
Wow, that's hard because like everywhere we go, now everyone be blown away and can't believe like it's just 3 people on stage generating this song. So it's like.
But to be honest, I would say
for you,
for me, it's a tie between with the show that we did at Prospect Park on Friday. That was a good reception. We opened up for Morgan Heritage. And also, when we were in Africa, I feel like the energy on one of the shows we did, I feel like the energy was really high.
Oh, you did more than one show in Africa?
Yeah.
When you're live,
you ain't told me you did an Ivory Coast tour.
They told me. We spent like 2 weeks in Africa, yeah?
Wow. All in Ivory Coast?
Yeah.
Yeah, and more than one show?
Yeah. We had
when
like,
you're large.
Large enough to the point where we're going back.
We're going back in October. We Senegal and
Senegal, Morocco.
And Morocco.
Morocco too, all of that?
Yeah.
What's up? What's up?
Good. You want to join the band now?
Yo. I'm holding bags. I'm doing anything.
Yo, he just play piano.
He just play pan. He could cook. You understand? He could take.
He coming real handy.
He could take pictures. You know.
Well, that's dope. Morocco too and Senegal. Yeah. So y'all not Europe.
No, not yet.
Oh, y'all just don't care.
We're working on it. We're working on it.
Sorry, I didn't mean it. My fault. I didn't mean to say it like that. It came out wrong.
We're working on it.
That's cool. How was the show? Speaking of Prospect Park, I don't think any of us was able to make it, unfortunately. But how was the show in opening up for such a legendary band such as Morgan Heritage?
But it was an honor to do
ridiculous.
That. Yeah.
The energy.
Yeah.
The ambience. The vibes, the love,
people.
Yes, man. No ends of people.
And what show was that? Who promoted that show?
Celebrate Brooklyn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, BRIC.
Yeah, BRIC.
Yeah, well, you know, BRIC is our, some things about to take place. You know what I mean? So big up BRIC.
You don't know, big up BRIC.
Yeah. Yeah, big up BRIC. I mean, we can't say that yet, Jam?
No, I didn't say that.
But you ain't been saying it.
No,
Jam, you're kind of
You're holding out on people.
Yeah, big up.
We're ready to chime it out.
Yeah, big up all our friends at BRIC.
Sasha.
So, as far as working on any project right now, any project out that's recently released, or what's going on music-wise? I know the touring you got that set already.
True.
Yeah, I mean, because you're done.
Our first CD that's been out for like 2 years now.
Okay.
But we're currently working on the next album, which should be out later this year.
Okay.
So,
any title? Or you keeping it in house yet? You want to say?
Well, the title of the album was The Conversation. But it might change. It might. Okay. I'm not sure.
So
but
how many tracks are we in? All original?
Yeah, all original. I think. One cover, Bill Withers cover, Ain't No Sunshine.
Okay.
If each one of y'all had to describe the feel of the album in one word, what would it be? Just one word.
Eclectic.
Eclectic.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And is it all live instruments? Is it like?
Yeah.
So you're not working with no producers? That's y'all.
But we I don't know if you know about Bulby. Colin York.
Okay.
Yeah. Well-renowned Jamaican producer. We worked with him, but everything on the album was played by us. So
that's cool. Cause we miss. I think sometimes we getting too much computerized music.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like eating a vegetarian dish or eating McDonald's. You know what I mean? So y'all giving us that vegetarian dish. You know what I mean? Not that fast food.
That
we
made
appreciate
no sense,
it.
but we'll take it.
That make no sense.
We'll take it.
It was reaching too far there.
I see the picture you was attempting
but it
to
wasn't
paint.
clear. It wasn't too clear.
You used the wrong drawing materials.
He call out outside the box.
Yeah. But we gonna take it. We see where you was heading there.
So Levi, are you now based in Anguilla?
No, I mean
off and on.
Yeah, off and on. Just I go back and forth. Okay. That's what we do. So anytime I'm summoned, and anytime there's summoned, we just meet up and do the thing.
Because it's so cool from when we first interviewed Ishmael to see like where he was from then, and where he is now is just it just shows
life.
like how our artists could just grow.
Yeah, Ishmael, you still playing? On
in the subway.
Subway.
Yeah.
this man lying so
Yeah.
bad.
Oh, well, you guys, you know I have no time for that now.
No, I still got time for
But
it.
you're in Africa, yeah, no time.
Yeah, exactly. Don't try. Don't come and play you talking about no.
Nah, music is every day for me. So whenever, any moment I could do it, any place I could do it is where I do it.
You set yourself up, you set yourself up because your kid that said you ain't have no time.
Yeah.
When last you was in the subway?
Today.
You played today?
I played today.
What station? You see, look.
I played 103rd Street.
Oh, for real?
Okay. On the Upper West Side, yeah.
All right, so he for real. We got nobody to verify that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
we gonna take your.
Take my word.
Might have to contact transit or something and see.
Subway
We
doesn't
get
make
some
hot,
video.
Ishmael. It don't make hot?
Wow.
The subway. It don't be too hot?
Yeah, some of them say I don't even want to wait for the train these days.
It's actually very hot in the subway. As you, I was wearing a jacket today. Right now it's wrapped around my waist because it was so hot in the subway.
But once the music is there, you know what I mean? So.
Yeah. I just drink a lot of water. And that's my thing. Drinking a lot of.
And you did all the writing on this project too?
No, it was a collaborative effort for this project.
Oh yeah, but y'all ain't tell me y'all were doing writing too.
Come on, man.
But I ain't know that.
Come
I just
on,
know
man.
you said you were a drummer. You didn't say drummer / songwriter.
Come
I
on,
didn't
man.
know that.
I mean, I didn't mention the vocal part either, but
Was that
we
a-
all
Oh, yeah,
do vocal.
Was that an angular suck teeth there? He did-
Oh, so that's cool. So everybody, so is it like somebody may have a song written and be like, "This is what I have," or is that all three of y'all in a zone writing together, or somebody come up with an idea that's how it would come out once it's good?
Yeah, this
It's a vibe.
Okay, all right. So once again, we got British dependency in
For
the
sure.
house, doing big things. That's the show in Prospect Park. I see you have a show coming up in Savannah's.
Yes,
that's
sir.
up in Harlem.
Yeah.
I've been there a couple of times. When is
You
it?
get lost the other day.
That one is on Saturday.
Yeah, I done got lost a lot of times going to Harlem. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, but that's
10
this
to
Saturday.
11?
This Saturday, 10 o'clock. Can't miss it. Don't miss it.
That's West 116th Street, 300 West 116th Street.
First time performing there? Or?
No, that's like a second
another
home.
regular.
Yeah.
It's like a
So y'all
home
been
to
in
us.
Shrine too a couple of times.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I like them type of, not underground, but it's not too commercial. You could
Intimate spots.
Yeah, I like
man,
it.
yeah,
Yeah,
man.
them is nice spots. I know. I thought y'all got too big for them spots. But,
No,
you're doing
Yo,
big
we
crowd.
do music. We play when we need to play. But so we're
Tell-
there at
tell
Savannah's this Saturday, and
And
then
SOBs.
there's the Alpha Blondie show, which is the 16th.
Which is I
Yeah,
believe a
Tuesday. We're
Yeah.
playing
Where's that?
Which part?
SOBs is
No Alpha Blondie.
Alpha Blondie.
eight
No
o'clock.
clue which park. Marcus Garvey Park. Yeah.
Marcus Garvey Park.
And then we're playing the after party at SOBs that same night.
What day is this?
Tuesday. This Tuesday.
This Tuesday, yeah.
Yeah.
But this Tuesday we on Varick Street Jam. We in SOBs.
Yeah, come
Yes,
Oh, that's
Done no.
that's cool. SOBs are next one of my favorite spots too. Always in SOBs. They need to let me in there free all the time. Got a lot of my money.
So let me ask the lady in the band, how does it feel to be the only lady in the band?
A queen.
You got everything you want.
In a rough way, yes.
Yes. You're,
Yes,
that's
they make me
beautifully
work
said.
hard. They make me work hard for what I need, and I don't like it at all. But it's
she's
all
one of the
love.
guys.
The hard
It's all
things in
love.
life is the best things.
That's not right.
I hear that.
I got lost there, for a second. but on the road, because as a woman, is it any more challenging for you, or is it just like regular? 'Cause I know certain things you may need. I don't know if you high maintenance. I can't really. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Oh, you hear that, Subji?
I don't
I'm
know.
far from that, and it's just like.
Oh, y'all
that's-
don't agree to our answer? Or?
As far as being high maintenance.
Am I high maintenance?
As she's.
Hold on, we don't want to cause no corruption.
I'm saying no. You choose your words carefully.
No.
Choose your words
I know the word. No, this is the word. This is the
High
word.
low me.
No, she's not high maintenance. Look.
I want to hear Ishmael.
Look, this is the word. This is the one word. Particular.
Oh yes.
All right.
Good answer.
I agree with that one.
Oh, you save the band just right there.
Yes.
The band
Yes. The next album is still a go. Yeah, the next album is still cook.
I mean, we might name it Particular.
Yeah. You see that? Hey, we need some credit if you name it that,
Exactly.
Oh man.
So go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, but for the music, this song, this is the same song we played right earlier, right?
Close your eyes.
No. This is intro separate.
I'm getting sorry, getting confused. But the first song we played, is that on iTunes already?
Yeah.
Any plans to shoot a music video or?
Yeah, actually supposed to do that sometime this week. Actually.
This week.
Yeah.
Okay. Any idea of how you doing the video? Or you can't really want to say?
Yeah.
You want to keep that in the wraps.
Yeah, but just look out for it.
Okay. We're gonna look out for that one. Go ahead, Jim.
No, I was gonna ask, being that y'all came together, is there anything y'all experienced that you didn't experience prior to coming together as a trio?
That's a good question.
Well, like
try to ask
Ishmael was,
questions
I don't know, this particular may not want to be in the subway. So, Ishmael, he have that under wraps. He in the subway, you understand? He was strumming a little guitar, So is there anything that you could recall that, okay, wow, this is new, that you didn't experience prior to coming together?
Yeah, I mean, just the dynamic, just how I have to move on stage. In the subway, I could stay still, and bring people to me, as far as drawing attention to myself. But when I'm on stage, it's like I have to draw attention to myself in different ways. I have to have more of a character. I have to have a what do you call it, an alter ego. That's something new.
Talking for Curry each and every Wednesday, 7 p.m., 10 p.m. Special guest on the inside.
But they ain't finished answering, Jam?
No, that pause too long, man.
You're giving them time to get the answer together.
Yeah.
All right.
Follow the bouncer ball.
Okay, sorry about that. Sorry. Kind of off today, sorry.
You go, Jaden.
Jam, like you hit them with a stunner,
Yeah.
Rock bottom.
That one was a zinger. You understand that? Rupture the kidney a little bit and
I would say the thing is the most interesting experiences that I've had were before Ishmael. When we started to do the whole tour thing, when you started to get a feel of how, I guess, weird fans can be. Yeah, it's that
groupie experience.
Yeah, I've signed titties, I've signed stomachs, signed sticks, to the point where people trying to grab and kiss your hands and that, like that.
Living a pop star life.
Yeah, and I don't even feel like I'm there yet. Like I don't. Yeah, but it's
like Gunta say, we will tote bags. Gunta does cook.
Only that roadie.
But yeah, those kind of experiences are just.
You was taken back by it.
Yeah, it's because I never really wondered how people never really understood how people could be that way, because everybody has their own celebrity artists they love and all that type of stuff, but to go that far, to try to get that close, to try to sneak on a tour bus, that's crazy.
Was it uncomfortable for you, or it was just something that was new, so you didn't necessarily know how to traverse it?
Both. Both. Yeah, because we've had drunk people end up on a tour bus. We've had all that type of situations.
So you throw them off or?
But got to you know, hey, come have some juice.
I don't know. Some people just tour with their groupies, So I don't know if it was carrying them around.
Yeah, no, but that one was weird.
Okay.
And
you ain't get away.
Yeah, she actually had head down she didn't want me to call her, and you understand? I still want. I sure you have some good. No.
I'm thinking about it.
You still thinking?
I would say the most is just me being a female entering a man's world, as a bassist, because you don't usually see a lot of females playing the bass guitar.
That's so dope.
That's the truth.
Yeah, so it's I have a certain strain that I have to hold, you know, and so it's like if I'm strong enough, if I'm good enough, like yo, she played the bass, she could hold that down, you know. So that was like, that's the most interesting, but the fun part about it because all the questions and doubts they have, and when they see me, they're like, yow.
So you don't entertain the pressure?
Nah.
How did
I
you
kill
even-
it. I kill it.
How did you even get to the bass?
Sorry?
How did you even get to start playing the bass?
I didn't get to the bass. The bass get to I.
Okay.
That called me. That came to
Alright.
me. And I just followed it. I just took it up. That was a gift.
You don't like when artists trying to bad me up, you know. you don't like that one. I hear you, Jan. You like how she responded back to me.
What? Firing shots.
And what about you with the drum? Was it like from a kid? 'Cause I know some people was playing in church from a kid. You don't
Yeah,
have-
like, well, I had the church thing.
Okay.
I started when I was like 3, and I'm 23 now. So it's been a while, a minute.
Oh, so you done did a lot only at the age of 23.
Yeah, that's it's a blessing.
Yeah,
So
that's cool.
I like how he downplaying it. You know, the man touring Africa and you know.
I ain't reach
it's
it,
only
man.
Ivory Coast.
In Canada, you know, Jan,
Yeah,
forget
and
Toronto, it's Quebec and Montreal and them
Yeah.
type of place.
Yo, but you know what I even forgot though? I think I remember now. The most interesting stuff that since Ishmael been here, the terrorist attack in Ivory
Tell us
Coast.
about that.
Yeah, like we were but we were staying in the capital, Abidjan, and like a couple miles from there, like these like Al Qaeda ran up on a hotel and just let loose, you know?
Like 20 minutes from where we were staying.
Yeah.
Right at the end, right before we were supposed to leave to go back to.
Yeah,
to
like the
US.
last day we were leaving. And then what's funny is that we traveled through Brussels, and the week after we came back from traveling through Brussels, that's when they had that bomb.
The
in
bomb.
Brussels. Yeah. So it was like, yo.
So y'all had a little close. Y'all was in Brussels?
Yeah, we passed through
through.
Brussels.
Yeah.
Oh, you was just you ain't performed?
No, we just passed through.
I was wondering if you had left that out, you know, making sure got the full itinerary. And you was in Joe Pubs too.
Yeah. Just
how was that?
Yeah, it was good. It's a great venue, great people.
I'm kind of mad I missed all these shows. You know what I mean?
But you still have an opportunity to make sure you come through to the
That's
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday
Okay.
at SOBs.
Savannah's.
Well, that SOBs might be more of a bet because that kind of closer, you know. That Savannah's a little ride on the train for me, to be honest.
He was on the train.
Yeah. I mean, might be
You
coming
don't got
to it.
bicycle?
He said a bicycle.
Well, you know, I kind of run, but it kind of late for me running that time, so I might.
You gonna run all over. Oh man. Touching back on you know all your experience with that incident in regards to the terror attack. And we see, if you pay attention to the news to some degree, you see a lot of calamity going on all over the place. Does this affect how you try to write music, or is just
Yeah, of course. It affects how we write. It affects how we approach leaving the island, how we travel, how we move. And even just the name British Dependency, it's a political name.
Correct.
Yeah, so it's a chance to tell our story. It's a chance to tell where we're from, which is a British dependent territory. So we, that's
That
us.
still depends.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
that
us.
still depends, and have our own issues and our own situations just from a smaller island, not just 16,000 in population.
Yeah, so we try to move a certain way so that we can in turn help as many people as we possibly can through music and inspire. Yeah, so I'd say we're doing pretty good.
So speaking about, do you find it harder to get shows or to promote yourself because y'all from Anguilla? Is it like you tell people y'all from Anguilla and like, where's that? And you get like, I don't want to call it foolish comment because some people just don't know.
Well,
so I can't,
right, some people just don't know. But
It
if you look at it,
advantages
right.
and disadvantages, you know, because when they're like, oh, where is that? No, that gave us an opportunity to
Right,
sell
yeah.
ourselves.
Yeah.
You know? At the same time, they might be like, oh, Angola.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, not Angola, Anguilla. You know, but it could be challenging, but everything have its challenges, you know? It's just for us to go there and just face it and execute.
And any under artists from Anguilla that we should check out? Because we all about this, learning about new artists that we probably will never know about.
Yeah, man.
Of
You got
course.
Omari Banks. You got
We have Natalie.
Omari Banks.
Yeah.
And the next Banks and
Banks.
hold on.
And you have Natty AXA, you have Deanna.
Okay.
Yeah, man. We
So y'all got some up and comers out there
Island
blazing.
my island, when it comes to talent, it couples
Full.
run it over.
Full
You know?
of talent.
It full
In
of-
the near future, do y'all plan to showcase any of these by actually working with them, or have y'all worked with them, or is anything in the works in regards to new
yeah,
talent?
man. It's a definite possibility. It's a possibility.
We don't have in the works right now, but yeah, in time to come, of course.
Okay.
It's
But-
one people.
What about Guyana, Ishmael? Anybody we need to look out for?
In Guyana, in Guyana, I have
Not really.
He hasn't been there in a while.
Yeah, you have Tamika Marshall. That's somebody that you could check
I
out.
see Natural Blacks in Barbados the other
Natural
day.
Black, he's Guyanese too.
Yeah, big up Natural
You know
Black.
what I mean? But from like Guyanese Brooklyn people, you ever heard of Ricketti?
No. We know who's the Guyanese version we had? Bumper Green.
Yeah, Bumper Green.
You don't know Bumper Green?
Bumper Green, never heard of
Okay, so yeah, so we had, we try to hit up all the different areas.
Brooklyn College Radio, you're large.
when we broadcast from Africa, you understand? We go give a call and say, hey, God.
Yeah, when Talking for Curry doing that African tour, then we made it.
Yes.
Until then, we
minute.
far. We far. That's so dope. That Africa.
So apart from all your music, right? Who do y'all listen to?
Yeah, everybody. From rap to, because even on the next album, it's a little bit everything from rap to reggae to rock to everything.
Yeah.
I soca, man. I love this.
Yeah, man.
Who you said?
Oh gosh.
Soca.
No. Gosh, boy.
Look at
No, she said
always.
You said Destra?
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah, I know.
I'm an island girl. I'm West Indian. I love soca. That's part of my culture.
Yeah.
That's in my blood. I can't run from that.
You could wine?
I can't run from that. That's in my
After
blood.
if you could wine.
If I could wine, I
Don't
could
make we
walk
put
up.
don't make we put on a.
I don't wine. I could walk up.
Oh, okay.
Don't start her. Don't start her. Please.
Oh man, Talking for Curry each and every Saturday, Wednesday.
No,
the wine and walk up story throw me off a little bit. Yeah, throw me off a little bit. 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. British dependency. Ishmael Levy on the inside.
Levi boy.
Levy.
Yeah, that too.
Levy.
Barrington.
Levi.
Yes.
I apologize. On the inside.
Jam, that one I disappointed in that one, Jam.
Yeah,
Because you're a smart individual.
I
so that one,
I know.
I
Yeah,
ain't
I don't let me go edit it out, so you ain't gonna be able
Right,
to prove
cool.
it.
Yeah, we go.
You ain't gonna be able to prove it. So when you tell them your story, like, hey, Jam, you're like, what? Jam did what? Not happening. You understand? So it's all good.
So this Saturday we in
Sylvanas. And Tuesday,
we in SOBs.
SOBs. Okay.
So if anyone want to chart your progress, social media, websites, how do you go about doing that?
BritishDependency.com.
Simple.
At British Dependency.
Instagram.
Facebook.
Instagram.
Hey, everything. You want to give out your individual?
Yeah, you could do it Ishmael Levi on Instagram or Facebook.
And I'm Joya_niceness. NYC.
Okay, let me look for that right now. Okay. Let me look for that one first.
Niceness with a Y.
Even better.
Exactly.
And you can find me at Jaden, JARDEN _ British Dependency.
Jaden, let me ask you a question. When you see these two, the front line singing, you ever say, boy, let me go in the front line. Let me be the
Well, you see, that's where the ego thing comes in. Yeah, so like I play my role, I do my part, I help out where I can. And that's how we're gonna last if we plan on doing it. Because then if I say, well, all right, well, I need to be the lead singer too, then who's gonna drum?
But you got some interesting people following you. Like, kind of listen to their music. I know you were trying to wrap up. My fault. I see you have like Nomads.
Yeah.
You listen to them too.
Yeah, man.
They friends of the show.
Yeah, man. We
That's
linked
dope.
up with them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's real dope. That's real dope.
Sheldon Shepherd.
I like their music too. They different too. Yeah, I could see. Any plans to do music with them?
Hey,
that'd be great.
That'd be great. That's it's a possibility. The thing is, we link with so many people that they all want to do music. So from Nomads to Benetton to all of them.
All right, cool. So once again, talking for Curry, British Dependency.
Yeah.
We coming right back. We had a full show. Once again, big up British Dependency. We wish
Thank
y'all
you.
all the success. We're gonna promote anything you put out, any project, anywhere you're performing.
And the Africa tour.
In Africa. We still trying to get on that tour. You know what I mean? Even if I have to buy my ticket to come back, but I'm not paying to go. You know what I mean? So
we hold bags. You understand? We can we can
we'll
organize different things.
We'll send you the resume.
Yes.
All right.
We are British Dependency.
And you're tuned into
Talking for Curry.
You're done now.
Talking for Curry is produced by J.R. Marley, Gunta Farai, DJ Extra, and myself, DJ Jam, with support from Miguel Macias, Sasha Matthias, Sarah Kramer, and Emily Bogosian.
Talking for Curry is recorded at Brooklyn College Radio and is part of the BRIC Radio family.
For more information on BRIC Radio, visit bricartsmedia.org/radio.
All right.
On the inside, we have singer-songstress Ashley Scarrett.
What's up? What's up? What's
What's
up?
good? Everything good?
Yeah, everything is good. How is everyone doing?
Yeah,
Well, you the first person to ask how we doing.
Oh, see?
Nobody never asked us how we doing. Well, I'm doing
But-
fine. Thank you for asking.
That's good.
Just trying to maintain.
Good.
Still alive. I ain't shoot we down yet.
Yeah.
True.
We also have family of the show. Striker.
Hello.
Wait.
That was the Andrew voice.
Oh my Lord.
Striker, what's good?
I'm chilling like a villain, man.
Well, who you are, Striker? Let's reintroduce yourself to.
Hi, I'm Striker.
From
Heights of Wisdom.
All right. You acting like you now like you a rookie.
Never rookie. Jokey, but
Easy. Old time better.
Welcome to the show. Oh my Lord.
Thank you.
I could remember Gunta where we was
in the city. I
the
don't remember
city.
the name of the spot. It was from Farai and Tachi event.
Right, correct.
I don't remember the name of the event.
Nah, I don't remember the.
You remember
I
the
think
location,
was
Ashley?
it the shrine? Was it the shrine?
Nah, it wasn't Shrine. It was in the city.
This was recent, right?
Like 2 months ago.
Like in a basement-y kind of.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
I can't remember the name of the place either right now. But I know exactly what you're talking about. They had a show and they invited me to perform. And y'all were there?
Yeah, we was there. That's how I talked to Gunta. Gunta said,
We got
yeah,
video
so-
of you too. We just ain't put it up. Yeah, we just holding on to the video until
on
the
to
right
it.
time.
No, we go talk about that. You may not remember, but yeah, we remember to the T. We don't forget things wrong here.
That's good.
You understand? So we got. I don't know if it will still be good when you hear me talking.
Oh boy.
Yes, exactly. So we go talk about that later. Ashley Skerritt, where are you originally from?
I am from St. Lucia.
Really?
Yes.
So you might be related to Extra.
Who's Extra?
That the little short fella who.
He's St. Lucia?
Yeah,
So he say we don't know really know where he from.
I think on
who's your mother?
Tuesdays and Sundays he's St. Lucia. I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, she might be related to other friend of the show,
Yeah.
Moncherry.
True.
Oh, I know Moncherry. We're not related though, but
Okay.
she's cool peeps.
You sure?
I know, we do look
I
alike.
hear about
but-
Lucian fathers and I know.
Hey, wow. Well, my dad is in St. Lucian, so.
Okay, all right, good. You're in the clear then. You're in the
Yeah.
clear. You're in the clear.
Cause we actually had St. Lucia. We talked about St. Lucia Carnival last week.
Right, because it just passed in July.
Yeah, you listen. You like any of the songs this year?
The Panda one.
You feel
Oh
that? There we go. Finally, somebody makes sense.
Well, that concludes Ashley Skerritt interview. Please leave the room.
I'm not going anywhere. But no, it's okay.
What do you like about the song?
I think it's one of the best songs I heard for months.
I don't think it's
What's the joke though? What's the joke?
I don't
Dead
know what's
serious,
so
though.
funny, guys. I don't
Oh,
like
right.
the energy, but I think I like the song because I know the guy who
Mac 11.
Yeah, not Mac 11, the producer.
Oh, the producer. Okay.
He's an understudy to my producer. The studio he's using in Anstare, it's a community in St. Lucia where Yogi was raised. So the people behind the production, it's like extended family.
Okay.
And I don't know if you guys know, but Black Chinese recently picked up the song. And
did he?
Mac 11 did some dub plates and stuff for him, so it's gonna do the thing where it goes viral. So, it's just a good look for the people behind the scenes.
Well, he's friend of the show too, because he might be calling in next week more than likely.
Yeah.
Nice.
He's good.
Well, yeah. In terms of if it's what your definition is of a good song. There are different types of songs for different occasions.
His song. He's the one. He's the only one that dislike it.
Nah, I don't like it.
Yeah,
well,
we all
that's
like
okay. If everybody liked everything, life would be boring.
Correct
so.
is right. You understand?
That song is a 9 out of 10.
But Gunta them not try to crucify me because I tell them they like.
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
This is the hottest song since sliced bread, boy. What's wrong with you?
I don't know about. Listen. Next question.
So you were actually born in St. Lucia and grew up in St. Lucia, or no?
Well, to get technical, I was born in Florida, but literally never lived in the States until 2011. So I was raised entirely in St. Lucia.
Oh, so tell us about your upbringing. How was it growing up in St. Lucia?
It was, it's all I knew at that time. Looking back at it now, I'm so happy that's where I grew up. But, it's a lot of really great people, and you know how the Caribbean energy, it's always loving and lots of music, lots of food, lots of partying. There's a very heavy musical culture in St. Lucia. We celebrate everything with music. And I was also a member of a youth choir growing up, so I did a lot of traveling throughout the Caribbean and performing and stuff. So it was nice.
And what part of St. Lucia you from? The capital?
Well, yeah, the capital is Castries, which
right.
would
That's
be
what I was trying to
considered to be
remember.
the north of the island. I'm further north. I
Okay.
live in Groselay, which is very close to the absolute north of the island.
Okay. Because I think I'm trying to forward to St. Lucia hopefully next year.
Oh, I'm planning to go too, and I'm planning to bring Heights of Wisdom with me. So
Yeah, well, I'm coming striker on the trip.
All right,
so it's lit. We out.
So
gonna be in a Mac 11 remix.
Oh my god.
Yeah, well, why not? Why not?
I can see it.
But talk about your early beginnings into music. Were you always wanted to be a musician ever since in St. Lucia, or was that like sort of a hobby?
Well, naturally, like, it was never something that was really, what's the word? Like, I guess it was never truly encouraged as an actual career when I was growing up. I was always pushed into the obvious, doctor, lawyer type, career. So it was always something I loved doing, but it was only when I was about, I would say, 14, I really started to question the path I was taking, and I was like, is this really what I want to do? Why do I love singing so much and I'm not pursuing it professionally? And I sought advice from a renowned jazz musician who has won Grammys and stuff from St. Lucia. His name is Boo Hinkson.
Okay.
And he's a friend of my mom. So I literally went to his house and he pulled out his guitar and we started jamming. And he told me, yes, you have a voice, and yes, you should pursue music, and don't give up on it if it's something you really want to do. And that's when I really started pushing. And then I moved about a year later to New York. So, yeah.
So who were like some of your early influences? Like what type of music was Ashley listening to?
Well, I grew up in a house that was very highly influenced by French culture. My grandmother was from Martinique. And so every weekend I was awoken by French Creole music like zouk.
Okay.
So Kassav and, Haitian Creole music was very prominent in my household. So I identify very strongly with those rhythms. I used to also be extremely in love with, still am, but it was like almost like a forbidden fruit back then because I wasn't supposed to be listening to that type of music. But my older sister used to be blasting dancehall in her room on her stereo. and the door used to be closed, and I used to sit down outside the door and listen to the music because it was just so like wow. And I used to beg my mom to let her drop me to school and stuff so that I could
hear a tune or two.
Hear the tunes I wasn't supposed to be listening to. And also I used to sneak watch BET. My mother is listening. Mommy, I'm so sorry. I didn't do all those things.
What were some of the artists that you wanted to listen to or gravitated to?
That she wouldn't like you listening to?
Wouldn't like me listening to? All the rappers back then. Like, I used to listen to like a lot of South Atlanta rap and like all the music videos on BT, and it was just like
over the top.
But I mean, I always loved back then. They were still Destiny's Child.
Okay.
And I really liked Elaine. I liked Tess Anchin and all those other like reggae artists with that beautiful sultry voice. That I used to like sing their songs in the mirror and think, okay, I want to be able to perform like that one day and stuff like that. When Rihanna first started, I was like, oh, that's cool. She's from Barbados, and I identified with that whole coming from a small island and becoming an icon. In those senses, I look up to that a lot, and obviously like the classic Bob Marley. Buju, all it's just so much. There's so much that used to go on in my house musically.
Was it ever I wouldn't say hold you back, but was it ever a thought in your mind that there's gonna be a lot of obstacles, being that you are from a island? I wouldn't say small, I would say island, but trying to do the type of music you do, because I guess the success rate isn't as high as we would like it to be, or as it should be.
Yeah, of course. I've never really thought of it that way. My mindset has always just been, this is what I want to do. So what do I need to do in order to get to the point I need to be at? I never really thought of it like, oh, well, because of where I'm from and the type of music that, everyone else is doing, I won't make, like, that was the least of my concern, really. It was just more identity, like trying to figure out who I was as an artist. And once I discovered that, knowing that it would be fine because people love, what's genuine and what's real and what's organic. So when you just start off a lot of the time, you try to sound like what you think is hot or what you think everyone wants to hear, and you worry a lot about if everyone's going to like the song. And, that's not the mentality. It has to just be you find your methods and what you connect with and identify with, and tell your truth through the songs, and the rest will happen organically.
In trying to find yourself, were you ever discouraged, or you
Naturally.
always had support, and so it brought you through it?
Naturally, most of my discouraging came from within myself. I have a very great set of support surrounding me with my parents and my friends, I must say. I'm fortunate enough to have that. And in moving to New York and going to BRIC, I met a lot of other, musicians and people who wanted to be in entertainment. So it was like finding my niche, sort of. But I'm just very hard on myself naturally. You want to be better than each release, I want to be better than I was prior to that. So it's important to push myself. It's easy for me to just like write a hook to a beat, but is it gonna be like that song, like is it gonna be the number 5 on the CD or the lead single? So it's just pushing yourself and not settling for being comfortable, like, okay, well, people like bassline, so I'll just make regular stuff now. Each song has to be just as meaningful and impactful as the previous. So it's more like a self thing.
Did moving to New York change how you created music, or change the kind of music you did?
Moving to New York opened my mind a lot. So I would say within the first 2 years that I lived here, I grew up a lot. So my writing and everything else grew as well. Learning to write in a way that could relate to everyone. and learning to tap into sides of me that I may have been too afraid to tap into before and stuff like that.
And your first time in the studio, is it one of these tracks, or is it something
No.
that's never really been pushed?
It's never been. It's never been
pushed out
released.
there?
Actually, my first time in studio was in St. Lucia, but that just I don't even.
What kind of song was it?
It was kind of like a bassliney vibe, but a lot less.
Would you sing it over?
No.
Like, you know, some people have all this
It's
old
not-
material.
you know
I don't
what?
want to call it
It's-
recycle, but you may
it's
take a
not,
line or two, maybe.
The song that I recorded, the first song I ever recorded, was written by the producer in St. Lucia. And it was kind of just like, I want to have a first song, so
That's the first.
let me just do this. And then,
You get it out the
there's
system.
no way in life right now where I am, and there's no way I would ever.
So do you write your own material, or
Yes.
you have so everything is written by Ashley?
Yes.
So what's that process like? Like, do you need a quiet environment? You need to
Honestly,
walk in
there
the
is
park?
absolutely no formula. Like, I thought there was at first, but now I realize once I have to get it done, I'll get it done. What I find works best, though, is when it's two scenarios. Either I have the song already written in my head, like, okay, this is what I want it to sound like. For instance, Bassline and Runaway were like that. I wrote them without the beats done, and I sent them to my producer, and he made the beat around what I wrote. But most recently, I find myself being more, creative and pushing myself more when I just go to the studio with open mind and we build a beat together, and I write the hook and the song, and it just comes together.
How long does that process take for you when it's organic and on the spot?
It takes a while. In the studio, I would say it could take, because I scrap a lot, we start from scratch over and over, I would say it could take anywhere from as little as 30 minutes to 4 hours. Just depends on, where my mind is.
'Cause I
and-
think sometimes there's too much emphasis on just trying to rush to get the song done, and then you get a lot of
mediocre stuff.
Well, I call it garbage. You could
Exactly.
call it mediocre. I just call it
Exactly.
garbage.
Well, yeah, and that's what you want to avoid as an artist. It's about having the patience to understand that it's not about, quickly getting a song done, but rather getting a really great song done.
You also did a song.
Welcome to East New York. I'm going to show you the amazing businesses. Let's go say hi to Miguel, the best hot chocolate in East New York. Vito!
Is it not like a customer? Is it like a family to me now?
Daily Travel came to the community with only one little desk, and now he owns the whole building. This is a community of opportunities. Hello! The health of the neighborhood is also places like the Cypress Hill Senior Center. We have a little bit of everything here, and everyone feels like family here. East New York is family to me now.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me.
Hello, we are live
It is 7 o'clock right now in Brooklyn, USA. And in a few seconds, you may hear the sounds of my neighbors cheering and banging pots to thank the first responders who have been doing so much and deserve all the adulation that we can throw at them. That is the new normal as we sit here right now. Things are different, but as much as they are, some things are still the same. Thousands of you have crossed the doors at BRIC House, and tonight you're in your house, and so am I, and so are the people I'm going to introduce you to in just a moment. This is the BRIC Be Heard Town Hall, The Foreseeable Future. We're going to be talking to some people who make it their business to project ourselves and our culture into the future, in some instances by 50 or 100 years. But right now, we're challenging them to live in the most provocative space of the future, the foreseeable future, the next 12 to 24 months as they will go down here in Brooklyn and around the world. So some of you may be wondering, just what is it that a futurist does? Well, one quick explanation that helped me to get to an understanding that I might be disabused of when we talk to some actual futurists tonight is this: a three-headed answer. So historians are concerned with the study of the past. Journalists are making the reporting and showing us what's happening in the present. And futurists are people who are gathering information, analytics, and stories to tell us about where we may be going. To that service, we're going to get in some stories tonight, and we're also going to listen to some presentations by some folks that are frankly pretty smart on health, the economy as it pertains to jobs, education, infrastructure, and culture. It's a lot to talk about, and we're going to rock with you for an hour now, and I'd like to introduce you to the people who are going to be helping us. This is the foreseeable future. We're going to be talking with Greg Tate first, and Mr. Tate is joining us from Harlem. We're going to be talking with him about culture. Peter Bishop is joining us from California, where he'll be talking about education. Heather McGowan is coming to us from Massachusetts and will be informing us about the future of work. Dr. Jonathan Metzel is coming all the way from his kitchen in Brooklyn. All right, BK. And finally, Cindy Frewen is coming to us from Kansas City, and she's going to be speaking about infrastructure. So this is one part of the town in the town hall. The other part is, of course, you. So this is the moment when I'm going to encourage you to be in dialogue with us as if we were back in BRIC House and I was running around with a microphone, except this time you'll be able to type your questions and direct them at our presenters, who will be coming to us in 5-minute presentations that they pre-recorded earlier. And once those presentations are done, I'll have a little time with them before bringing everyone into the room for a large discussion with all of your questions throughout. So we're going to begin at the beginning with culture and a presentation by Greg Tate.
I guess the question before us is the future of culture, the Afro future of culture. I have a baseline definition of culture, which is simply what people do. From an anthropological perspective, that's what you're looking at. It's like, what have people been doing to define themselves in the world as a group, as a tribe, as a village, as a nation, as a block, as a neighborhood, as a corner. And I think that if we're looking at this, this whole question of post-pandemic, what is it going to become? I mean, that's an assumption that there is a post-pandemic that doesn't take into account, even if we're talking about a reduction in the number of infections and number of fatalities, we're going to be talking about the culture of grieving, the culture of mourning, of remembrance. Because here in New York, it's very interesting. You're you're very sensitive to the fact that you're living in a parallel universe, or in a place that has parallel universes. There's such wide discrepancy between how this pandemic is being experienced by those in shelter, those in quarantine, and then those who are on the medical front lines. And then there are the essential workers who have to put themselves forth into the world every day. In this situation where they're exposed to a very nasty, vicious, thirsty, hungry virus, they have to do the opposite in some cases of what everybody else is being told to do in terms of exposure to sociality. So you're also looking at there's a culture of PTSD, of trauma, that's going to be a part of what we do as a nation, as a village, as a tribe, as a corner in this, that has to be factored in. In terms of the expressive arts, we're slowly starting to see how people are using the mediums we have at hand. There's Zooms and Instagrams and Snapchats and Twitches and so forth. D Nice has brought to us this whole notion of club quarantine, which is turned into like quite a global club. It's quite a rave online, and so people have shown that the technology and the degree to which it allows a certain amount of call and response and interactivity is bringing a whole new notion of club into the crib, into the quarantine, sheltered domicile, and this capacity people have to kind of share themselves experiencing this kind of global group rave moment, says something about our adaptability to these new circumstances, So, and, it's like when we talk post-pandemic, there's just so many levels to that because it makes assumptions about testing and tracing and the organized, sane or rational government response in different places in the world, right? And in America, it's just so disturbing that there's so much denial going on. At the same time, it's like bodies are like, piling up in the hospitals, and the mortuaries and the mass graves out there on Hunt's Island, and the numbers that people know from other parts of the world, but there's a thing we call American exceptionalism. I call it American self-deceptionalism, where there's such a bubble of privilege and entitlement and kind of feigned innocence around what's going on anywhere outside of people's immediate circumference. And so you have this pandemic, which is moving in the areas, it's kind of slouching towards, the Midwest and, the cornfield states, of America. And that's changing, this culture of denial, this culture of deceptionalism as well. So, all these things are on deck as we move forward. But I feel at the same time that what artists are going to do with their empathic capacities and their prophetic, generative, expressive capacities is give us a sense of how magnificent human beings can be when they share their gifts for saying what can't be said through ideology, what can't be said through journalism, when they use their psychic telepathic abilities to kind of reach us on these deeper inner spiritual levels, you know, so that we're really in touch with, you know, our most kind of enlightened and cosmically and socially connected selves.
That was Greg Tate, All right, we're back. That was Greg Tate, the renowned cultural critic, producer, musician, and authorian on the Afrofuture and Afrofuturism. So knowing all of that and what you're bringing in the perspective, Greg, I'm wondering how the future of right now and the foreseeable future, especially for folks of color, may intersect with the notions that we've all developed about Afrofuturism.
Well, I think that I've been thinking a lot about Black people's powers of invention and reinvention, and this whole the whole place of conjuration in the culture, you know, of bringing together one's expressive capacities, one's pursuit of magic in execution, in expression, to really elevate your community, your audience, your spectators, you know, and I think, you know, everyone is caught in a kind of limbo or kind of lurch, trying to figure out, well, how do I take this gift that I have that is so much defined by how I interact with folks in social space, you know, or how they interact with the work. What in the foreseeable future can be an altered, you know, adapted platform that has the same kind of efficacy, you know, the same ability to create call and response, the same ability to do what, you know, we see D Nice doing. You know, how do you translate that to other mediums, you know, while we're all in this purgatory? And you know, I'm pretty confident, you know, given the astronomical degree of creativity there is in this city in particular, that we're going to see some very novel responses to, you know, the time of pandemic, that kind of perform in runs around kind of the sterility of our teleconferencing.
Well,
you
to
know,
that end, I just today on the news, I just saw some artists who are going around and writing graffiti that is artwork, aerosol art, not like the bad old days that some might think of, on these
writing as we call it.
You know, the color and the art lives in New York, even if we're confronted with plywood. Thank you for bringing that perspective. I can't wait to see you in concert with the folks who we're gonna meet just now, but we definitely appreciate you, Mr. Tate, and stick around for our question and answer. And I wanna encourage everyone who's watching right now that you can get in on the discussion a la our old town halls by going to the YouTube channel and submitting a question. And I'm gonna be looking at those and asking them all night as we move on. So I'm going to pivot right now. Greg was talking about the interconnectedness and the layers of culture in the city and the ways that we're going to interact. And that blends beautifully into the next person I'm going to introduce you to. Dr. Cindy Frewen is a futurist as well as an architect. And she teaches the Designs Future Workshop and Social Change at the University of Houston. She's also a primary in her own architectural firm and provides some strategic foresight. So Dr. Frewen, thank you for joining us tonight. And now we're going to hear her presentation on infrastructure.
So when it comes to long-term thinking about cities, we actually have to divide it up in a couple of different eras. And what we call those is three horizons. And these are three different kinds of scenarios, three different ways of thinking about the future. The first one that I think about is the longest term, and that's sort of the blue skies, and it's called the third horizon. Then there's today's thinking, and that is the first horizon. That's what we're doing to make, ends meet, what we're doing to survive today. And with COVID, that's been totally disrupted. In between is the second horizon, which are the strategists, the ideas that link and bridge the first and the third horizon. During the concept of a pandemic, we actually are transforming the future, and we just don't know it. Healthcare, we've been talking about economics. Today, I'm thinking about cities, and they are accumulation of all of those different things. That creates a system. A system means that there's interlocking dynamic parts, and when there's interlocking dynamic parts, change is not on a linear, change is in emergent, and it comes about in ways that are unexpected and unpredictable, and most importantly, uncertain. Innovation doesn't happen in a vacuum. Maybe we're sheltering at home, but we're more connected than ever in many ways. So you have to look at both the good side and the bad side. And one of the good things has been this slowing down, getting in touch with our families, getting in touch with our neighbors, people that are near us. And some places have allowed that, have enabled it better than others. Cities change really slowly. I have to say, even if you're thinking about immediate plans, that can take 25 years to actually come to fruition. It takes a long time for a building cycle. And so I like to think in terms of 2,500 and 2,100, a 50 and 100-year plan. The long view gives you a chance to incorporate a lot of different possibilities. The digital, the AI futures have sped up. Technology has sped up tremendously. So how can you change your lifestyle to use the screens? In fact, I'd say my safest mask, and yours too, is this screen. I don't have to wear a mask at this time. This is the safest place for me to be. How can the city be automated? Think about how it's getting automated. I've seen pictures of people of senior living facilities in Belgium where they have little robots with the iPads on the face of them, and it's the family on the iPad being sent around the visiting with the person that lives there. How do you get in touch? How do you use the screens to get in touch with people? We'll use that innovation to create a new future. It's very possible that there's a number of facilities that are going to be empty after this. How do those get reused? Are they just going to be these 70-story vacant buildings? Or are you going to be looking at, and as the warehouses have been and now become housing, what are you going to do with the buildings that end up no longer being useful the way they were? I really believe that we have had industrialized cities forced upon us that we do not need anymore. And this is an opportunity that we rethink how they work in order to make it more functional and less of a stress on our lives. Industrial era is that we use things for consumption. This has been an era of consumption. And in fact, you can change that around for production. How do you make your life into a place that's producing? Whether it's food or things? You've seen it with the masks. How can you make a place that's more environmentally conscious, whether that's energy or saving water or using rainwater and becoming more of a producer than a consumer? How do you make community spaces more safe and more useful and more beautiful? The parks, the sidewalks, the streets. These workplaces, think about whether or not you really need to be in the workplace, or how can you share without contaminating? We've had online doctor's appointments. We're having curbside doctor's appointments. What if waiting rooms end up being in your vehicle or at the bus stop? What if in fact you're no longer going inside the waiting rooms because they're no longer safe? What are we wearing? That's the next level that you're reaching out. What are our houses like? What are our neighborhoods like? What are our cities like? And finally, what is your position in the online global world? Because in fact, as everybody's been going online, you have an opportunity. There's many opportunities for new voices and new people to emerge. And that's what's happened. Leadership and vision create change in cities. If we in fact are full of urgency, but it's urgency for today, but instead we parlay it into urgency for long term, so that in fact it's purposeful action. The things that we're doing are purposeful, then you have a message, then you have a place at the table, And that's how you create new voices.
So I'm back, and we're welcoming Dr. Cindy Frowen into the room all the way from Kansas City. So we have an interesting question about infrastructure and looking at the ways that we may ourselves come back. If New York City is really defined in a lot of ways by the concentration of its people and its street life, is there a way that the city is going to come back in a way that is open and not going to be resistant to a change in culture, Doctor? Looking at the way that New York is so concentrated and people are thick, what's the quickest way to build ourselves back into society?
I think what you're asking is, will our cities fit this new way of a safer but still connected world? And how do we feel comfortable and safe enough to go out into the world without rebuilding everything? And you know, the first line of defense has got to be science. I have great faith that they will cure this with a vaccine, but we do have a 2 to 3 or even 5-year period that the city itself, or our lifestyles, our choices, our behavior make a difference. So New York is so dense, and some people like to say, well, that's just not going to work anymore, it's not safe. I would disagree, because I think we have to learn, and children are better at learning this than adults, certainly older adults are better. They're better at immediately saying, hey, don't go close to each other. They're better at saying, we have to stay apart like this, and they'll correct us. And that means that we have to learn new behaviors, and because people do desire social lives, and we desire being near each other, and we do better when we're near each other. We are more creative when there's a density. We are more innovative. We do more things. We have more, to use the term magic, we have a better society because we're closer together. In most cases, of course, there's a downside of that as well. But I think that we're going to have to readjust because of it. And there's so much unused space in the city. I believe that we can still do it. We for every place that we are sitting, there's probably 7 or 10 other places that we could be that are empty while we're sitting here. And so if we can just resort how we're using everything, then things will start to make sense again and still be safe.
Safe and working. Thank you for that. We'll be speaking with you very soon. Thanks, Doctor. So I'm going to now turn to another doctor who is in Brooklyn, but he makes his way down to Tennessee a lot. Where are you? Dr. Jonathan Metzl, come on into the room and let the folks see you. He's a professor of sociology and medicine, health, and society, and the director for the Center for Medicine, Health, and Society at Vanderbilt University. And he made this presentation for us on the future of healthcare.
Hello, Brooklyn. I'm Jonathan Metzl. I'm the director of the Center for Medicine, Health, and Society at Vanderbilt University, and also, believe it or not, a Brooklyn resident. I've been through the pandemic here in Clinton Hill, and like everyone, the idea of imagining a future that is beyond the pandemic sounds great, because then we can imagine what's coming next. I'm a doctor and a sociologist, and my work looks at race and infrastructure and healthcare. And I've really been thinking a lot over the course of this pandemic about the problems that got us into this horrible situation and about how things can change when we come out of it. I think one of the main issues, of course, is that all of the countries in the world right now are facing the same problem, this same coronavirus. And it's been interesting for me to look around the world at the ways that different societies deal with this, and the ways that some societies do better and others do worse. I will say that one of the most important factors is a functioning healthcare system, right? People have access to healthcare, people have access to treatment, and that it's an equitable healthcare system. So it's not just that wealthy people can get to the doctor, but other people can't. So number one is I'm hoping that we can learn that lesson. I know that that's been in the air, questions of Medicare for all and other factors like that, whatever you want to call it. But I would say that this pandemic has highlighted the profound inequality of access to healthcare that really is a risk factor, just like the virus itself. So number one is that I hope we come out of this with a much more equitable healthcare system. I think we see the downside of not doing that, which is not only, of course, the very disparate rates of illness and death that we have right now in this country. Minoritized populations, low-income populations are dramatically more at risk. And so I just think that that is an unsustainable system, an unsustainable framework for our country. And so, first of all, I hope we come out of this with a much more equitable healthcare system. The second part that I think we've recognized, again, given the profoundly incommensurate rates of death in particularly African-American and Latinx populations, is that this illness is not just a medical illness. It's also a social illness. It's also a political illness, because the people who are at risk now, it's not like they're biologically at risk. It's not like there's some kind of genetic reason they're at risk. They're at risk because they live in an insecure housing situation or a very dense housing situation. They have jobs where they have to go out and put themselves at risk being in particular kinds of jobs. They live in neighborhoods that have infrastructure that has not been adequately taken care of. And so I think the other issue is we've got to fix these kind of social inequities in this country. And of course, that is horrific and deadly for people who live in low-income areas. As we're seeing here, the virus really preys on social infrastructure that has not been taken care of. And I think we need a dramatic national effort to address that infrastructure. But also, look at this virus, look at this pandemic. The virus keeps spreading until we put it out in everybody, right? And so it's also important for the country that we address these social inequities. So number two is to address the underlying social issues. And of course, we've seen that particularly in places like Brooklyn, where the people who were already at risk before the virus become more at risk afterwards. And number three, I think one great thing about New York is solidarity. And I think part of achieving the first 2 points is linked to point number three, which is, I think, the solidarity that this city has shown in many ways compared to other parts of the country has been remarkable in some ways. And I think that in a way, what can we do to encourage solidarity among people, between networks? And I'm hoping that will be one of the resonant points from this pandemic, because I think what we've realized is, believe it or not, and this is a wake-up call for a lot of people to show just how interconnected that we all are. We're all in the same networks, even though there, of course, are a lot of economic disparities that need to be addressed. But public transportation and food delivery networks, things people never thought about before. So I think what can we do to bolster solidarity would be I think another important factor. I think information going forward is going to need to be reconfigured. I just personally think, I'm somebody who studies race, and I feel like dismayed that the voices of medical authority, of public health authority, which have their own problematic histories of race and racism in this country. But at a time like this, there's such a hunger for just what's the right information, what's the right treatment, what's the right practice. Should I stand 6 feet away from somebody? Should I wear a mask? And I feel like those messages have been so easily co-opted by divisive messages. And so I think that in a way, fixing the kind of information infrastructure, creating ways that information is democratic, particularly health information, fixing the ways that the voices of communities can be heard, and that there can be kind of a more democratic way to get out trusted information, not just about health and illness, but also about the structural factors that I was talking about earlier. I guess just as a doctor, the last point I would say is that I think that there really needs to be a reckoning about race and racism in medicine. I think this two-tiered healthcare system that we have is a result of misplaced values in the healthcare system itself. And so really bringing to bear all the great anti-racist work that's been done by Ibram Kendi and other people, or people who critique what sociologists call kind of racial capitalism, really thinking very hard about what would it mean to have a truly racially equitable healthcare system, public health system. I think that would be an important move for an important stance for medicine, just given, again, the disparate rates of death that have happened here, and really what those reflect about the society that we've created. I think, maybe that sounds pie in the sky, but I would say that I've been, believe it or not, we've been doing these webinars here from Brooklyn about what's called structural competency, this new way that we can bring medicine together with public health, with critical race studies. And we've had thousands of people show up, doctors, nurses, healthcare workers from across the world, really, because I think, medical workers are tired of this system as well. And so I do see that from this moment of pain, from this moment of despair, there really is a possibility for recreating change. I guess finally, I'll say that there are a lot of just practical matters, that would be involved in creating structural change that's more equitable. Think about, for example, telemedicine right now, this idea that we're going to be seeing our doctors over the internet. Well, everybody needs the internet in that case. Food distribution, some communities are really struggling to get food more than others. How can we fix the food networks, access to pharmaceuticals, things like that? So I would hope that what we come out of this is a much more resilient system, and one that doesn't leave us quite as vulnerable. And finally, just a note of thanks to everyone in my community here in Brooklyn and in Brooklyn more broadly. Really, the power of feeling everyone kind of going through this together in different ways has been, I think, one of the more empowering aspects of this horrible pandemic.
A lot to digest there, Dr. Metzel, and we're going to mix it up. Some great questions came in during your presentation, but just in the spirit of moving things along, I'm going to ask you a yes or no question, as we're halfway through our time right now on the foreseeable future. So I want to ask, in that spirit of solidarity that you spoke about, do you think that this pandemic is the moment where this is going to be the before and after, where folks do come together? Short answer.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. We'll digest a little more later. Right now, we're going to something that is very foremost in a lot of people's minds right now, as we're a few weeks away from the first of the month, the future of work. Heather McGowan is one of the foremost experts on the future of work and where it is that we're going, and she prepared this presentation.
Hi, my name is Heather McGowan. I'm going to give you a quick overview of how I see the future of work. So how I see the future of work, I've really codified in this book that recently came out with my co-author Chris Shipley, called The Adaptation Advantage, which Thomas Friedman from the New York Times generously wrote the foreword.
So we're at home.
So we are having the greatest leaps in human longevity at the same time that we're having the greatest velocity of change, primarily driven by technology. So for example, if you were born back when the steam engine came out, life expectancy was 37. So you had 2.5 generations to absorb the impact of that paradigm shifting change. Fast forward to today, life expectancy closer to 90, 2, 3, 4, 5 different paradigm shifts within a single generation, depending on your age. We're not prepared for that. This velocity of technology-driven change is accelerating, whereas it's meeting this tension with human adaptation, which has long been linear and at a slower pace. Although a couple of months ago, something came into play, the coronavirus, which I think is actually an accelerant to our digital transformation, which is really human transformation. And if you zoom in on that, it's really only been 57 days since the World Health Organization declared it a global pandemic. And in that 57 days, and in fact, really in the first 2 weeks, we've made dramatic changes about how we work, where we work, who works, and what we do. The World Health Organization declared it a global pandemic on March 11th. So on March 10th, we've moved from as many people working from home as possible, which could be anywhere from 29% to 30% of our workforce, Work becomes dangerous for people for whom it wasn't dangerous before. Restaurant workers, healthcare workers, grocery store workers, and delivery drivers now put their life in their hands, bus drivers. Companies have rapidly pivoted what they do, product lines from alcohol and perfumes to hand sanitizer, from fashion to personal protective equipment, from cars to ventilators. We have reworked processes, remapped supply chains. Any parent out there, my God, you're now a full-time teacher. That is a tremendous amount of work. And leaders out there managing teams now have established trust and psychological safety for their teams to be successful working remotely. And visionary CEOs who are heads of companies that for one reason or another can't operate their business right now have said, wait a second, what are we good at and where's the need and how quickly can we pivot? That is a tremendous amount of adaptation in a very, very short period of time. And what we're coming out of is what I call the old promise, where education, career, and retire existed in discrete bands. Whether you went to university or not, was the first third of your life, sufficient only to get you on the career ladder, collect a pension, and by design die a year later. Success measures here to be codify and transfer the right predetermined skills and existing knowledge in you to get you on that escalator. Now it looks more like this. Life expectancy may not be 90 yet, but it will be soon. Education becomes learning to imply there's no end state to that. Work becomes leverage of that learning to indicate that work and learning are a combined act. And longevity becomes a reality because we didn't plan for or save for, nor can we afford cognitively or financially a 30-year retirement. And it looks more like this. There's a relationship between our engagements, which could be all within a job, but they're tours of duty where we work on projects over periods of time that integrate learning and leveraging together, remain engaged. And our success measures there are, can we learn, adapt, and create new value continuously? Because I say in the past, we learned once in order to work. Now we work in order to continuously learn. In the past, our identity was bestowed upon us, externally validated, whether it was your trade union, your degree, your title, your company. Some of those things can be taken away from you, where there's more resilience and agility in a self-actualized, internally validated identity connected to your purpose. Because where we are today is we're standing on the edge of a raging river. We've been wandering down a path. It's been great for some, not great for others, but on the edge of the river, this lays bare our inequities of society. And we need to cross this river, but all we can see are the swirling eddies that we think might kill us. And what we fail to see is on the other side of the river, the grass may be greener, the paths may be better. Not only that, we've already started this process of crossing the river. We've flattened the curves. We have adapted rapidly, as I mentioned in the beginning, to different types of where we work and how we work and who works. And we're going to get to the other side where I think things might just be better. So that's how I see the future work in about 5 minutes. And I look forward to having a discussion with you so we can expand on these topics and well as others. Again, my name's Heather McGowan, and that's my quick synopsis on the future of work. Thanks.
And Heather McGowan is with us right now. I'm going to also be very unfair to you and ask you a short question. Some economists have estimated that New York City is set to lose about 1.2 million jobs by the end of this month. Most of them what they classify as low-wage jobs in restaurants, retail, or transportation. How many of those jobs, of the 1.2 million, do you think are going to be lost to the old world versus post-COVID-19?
I have no way of knowing. I don't have a crystal ball, but I am encouraged by the fact that we're no longer calling those low-wage, low-skill jobs, and we're calling them frontline workers and essential workers. I think the virus may very well change our settlement patterns. It's certainly going to change what work looks like, and we need a massive reskilling and upskilling so more people can find meaningful work that aligns with their purpose.
Asked and answered. Thank you so much for that. And we'll be talking to you shortly. Sure. Appreciate the emphasis on work in that shifting landscape. And now for our final presentation, here is Dr. Peter Bishop on the future of education.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be with you here in the BRIC TV Town Hall. in our virtual environment. Not exactly town halls the way we used to have them, but we're learning as we go. My name is Peter Bishop, and I'm a futurist. The title of this is The Foreseeable Future. And as a futurist, I have to tell you that we don't really do predictions about what's foreseeable. We do scenarios because we believe that the future, particularly the long-term future, and indeed the future we're dealing with right now, is highly uncertain. And therefore, to say what will happen would be, we believe, incorrect. And therefore, I'm going to talk a little bit about what could happen or what might happen. We've got two, we call these the dimensions of uncertainty, and I'll just focus on two because we have a short period of time. First of all, how big will this change be? Will we snap back to education as it was before, or will we actually transform education to a new normal, something that we have never seen before? That's one big question, and we don't know the answer to that. Is it possible to believe in a snapback given the size of this disruption? Well, it's happened before. The most recent one was the 2009 recession. We thought it was the biggest, and it was the biggest downturn in the economy since the Great Depression almost 100 years ago. And yet things returned after a while, and it took some time, but things pretty much returned to normal. And in the last few years before the virus, we had a bigger economy almost than ever before. And so snapback is a definite scenario. It could go back to the way things used to be before. The opposite side, of course, is that this is a transformative event, that this event will change education and enter into a new era, an era that we've not seen before. We hope that may happen because there's a lot of things about the old education system that we didn't particularly like. There was a lot we did like, certainly familiar. We knew how to do it, but we're learning new things. And has that happened before? Well, of course. The biggest example, of course, is the internet, which comes along in the 1990s, does arrive slowly. It wasn't this sudden, but of course, it's a disruption in communication and almost everything we do in education, in life, and business, that has transformed everything. So could we have a transformation after this disruption? Absolutely. So the way we think of this as a futurist as a continuum, snap back to exactly what it was before? Probably not. Transform to the utopian future of what we all wish it were? Well, probably not that either. Somewhere in between is where the foreseeable future for education is, but we don't know where exactly that in between is. How much snapback, how much transformation. The other big question is whether we like what will occur and be permanently established if there is this new era. Obviously, it could be worse. In other words, we could have an education system that has downsides, in which students who have been out of school for so long, particularly students who need pretty much teacher contact, a lot of teacher contact, they may get behind in their studies and therefore not do as well. School districts which are dependent on state sales tax or property values may see a diminution in their funds, in their resources, and they will have to cut back a great deal as well. And finally, we have the fact that educators themselves might be basically so disrupted by this, is that they snap back they basically recreate the old system. And that is not exactly what we're talking about. Could there be something better? Well, the better may actually be solving some of those conditions and those issues that we really didn't like much before. How disengaged, particularly high school and college undergraduates were in their studies. How much college students were paying for their college education. And the fact that teachers were still relying largely on textbooks, trying to get across content, information, which now is almost immediately accessible on their smartphones. So how do we summarize these? Well, talking about snapback and the downsides, we know that already. We don't really have to talk about it much. But I think there are two things that are going on today, more or less by requirement, that could change education. The first, of course, is a much greater use of technology. Fundamentally, the only way that teachers and students can interact these days is through technology, whether through Zoom or Google Docs or Google spreadsheets, or however they choose to do it. Now we have required for at least the rest of this school year and maybe next, a mediated form of communication. That, I think, will force some teachers to reassess how they've used technology in the past. There may be some advantages to mediated communication that they didn't see before. I had a colleague who did her dissertation research on something she called the CAP gap. CAP, K-A-P, knowledge, attitude, performance. She did a survey of community college instructors and asked them how much they knew about information technology in the classroom. Oh, a lot. What did they think of it? Great deal, it's great. How much did they do? Not much at all. A lot of knowledge, a lot of attitude, not much performance. And now we have some more performance. So we could see more and better use of technology in education in the future. The other thing that's required students to do and teachers to allow to happen is more independent learning. Students can't be in touch with a teacher 50 minutes a day. Some are doing very well with that, being more creative, learning on their own, and some obviously not so good. The future, foreseeable future, is that maybe we realize that education is not so much like building a building where you have to do everything. You have to nail all the boards together, mix the concrete and lay it down, put up the walls and the roof, and everything has to be done. It's maybe more like growing a garden or even raising a child, where there is among young people and the rest of us an intrinsic capacity and a desire to learn. The teacher's job, therefore, is not to pour the material into the student's head, but to set up the conditions, like the garden. Once the conditions are set, then learning takes place and the flowers bloom. That would be both of those, I think, very interesting and basically beneficial uses in the future of education. These things are not going to happen by themselves, however. If we are to move in those directions, people who realize the benefits of a good and effective use of technology and giving students more freedom and more ability to create and to create their own learning are two outcomes of this future, preferred future, the semi-utopian future. Is it foreseeable? Well, of course it is, but so are some of the other scenarios. So keep talking about the scenarios, keep talking about stories, keep telling stories, both downsides and upside stories about what might occur. And I look forward to the discussion in the town hall following this presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
So you won't have to wait very long. I'm going to invite each of our panelists to turn on their cameras right now, and let's engage as a community. There was some questions that were pouring in as each of you were, your presentations were being shown. And there was one that is so applicable because there's so many intersections between each of your respective fields and presentations that I wanted to pose to all of you. How can we reach across the, quote, bubbles of privilege to combat structural disparities? And we've seen those disparities come into play with the way we work and the shifting of the language to recognize those folks on the front lines of work. We've seen it come into play in education. We've certainly seen it come into play in terms of health disparities and the built environment. So do I have any takers for how we might be able to reach across that bubble of privilege to really make those changes for the world we want to see post-COVID?
Well, you know, one area we didn't talk about was the future of governance, you know, particularly when we're looking at the most massive collapse, you know, of competent leadership, you know, in managing a crisis that I've probably seen in my lifetime, you know, because of how the way in which our politics now has just degenerated the capacity for coordination, for coherence. And in its place, we get this chaos and helter-skelter and kind of people left randomly to the devices of the competence or incompetence of their local or state governance, right? And and I think it's a very difficult. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just thinking regardless of what your political affiliation or what you think of the respective leadership, wherever you may be, from each of your perspectives, looking at the very near future and further out into that 100, 200 year era span, how much does leadership matter?
Well, governance matters, right? Because you're looking at a situation, you're looking at situations where with a stroke of a pen, the dispensation of human rights and of resources and of wealth redistribution can break down along these kind of toxic partisan lines. Like the people who are the least equipped, the least educated, the least capable of guiding a nation through this crisis are really the ones who have their hands on the wheel, you know?
So,
and I don't think we
Heather,
figured out a way to address that yet.
I'm thinking Heather and Cindy, looking at the way that we look at the environment right now, and you're talking about infrastructure projects that may take a generation to come to fruition, or these changes that have been accelerated by this virus. Does the person who's leading right now for this blip of time matter, looking at those long range things?
I think some of it is when that blip ends, which I hope is soon, like November. Let's be honest. But I think one of the things when it comes to work and more inclusion and more human potential is we've got to move education from being a weight to propellant. We have made education a for-profit business in this country, much like healthcare, to our detriment.
And Cindy, I know you are very concerned with the infrastructure and the built environment, and you said the culture changes before the buildings adapt to us.
So there's really a couple of levels. One is the system level. How do you make change initially? And that has to do with then leadership and getting people together to find the systems level changes that can be made. At the same time, during the conversation of figuring out what to do, that the conversation involves beliefs and values and where there's common ground, where things can be changed in multiple domains simultaneously. That's how you make a system change, is that instead of one big home run, it's a lot of different things on a lot of different levels. And the only way to do that, as you said, is through the leadership and what are the stories that are being told? What are the beliefs that are being impacted? What are the ways that people will change their minds through into a whole new paradigm, into a new shift? I think that you start with the leadership, and the leadership now has been, let's say, confusing at best. And that means that there has been this war almost among the various states and various leaders across domains. How does that instead be put into a cooperative spirit, a spirit of belief that we can find something better out of this? Because there was, in every other case I can almost think of, when we said we had an opportunity for transformational change, in recent years, we haven't been taking it. And that requires this vision, this urgency, which is already built in, and the leadership coming together.
So Dr. Bishop and Heather, this is sort of a double-headed question that came in from someone saying, if presumably this distance education and online and homeschooling is going to be our new normal for the foreseeable future, what kind of ways will work and society have to adapt for folks who have to make money and educating their children and homeschooling?
I think we might have to look at jobs having, flexibility in terms of hours. Like you may be working in the morning for your company, in the afternoon you might be teaching your kids. You might be working early evening for your company, but your company has to understand that your family comes first. And I think that we can get, if we don't have commuting hours, and if we focus on the things that really need to get done, we might be able to get them all in there. But I think back on your point before that about leadership, one of our biggest problems in this country has been a me-we problem. In September, October, you might not have cared if your Uber driver had health insurance or paid sick leave. But in May, you sure do, because their health is your health. And the more we can see the interconnectedness of each other, we might make better me-we decisions. We've got a leader right now who sees the world as a zero-sum game, and he's only winning if somebody else is losing. And that is faulty logic, and we need to get more people to understand that. Like talking about the infrastructure projects being a bunch of small little wins, they all begin with leadership and painting a picture of a world that doesn't exist yet, that has a place for all of us, where we is stronger than any of the individual me perspectives.
Yeah, Brian, the phrase that comes to mind is from John Gardner from the mid-20th century, who said, we are the people we've been waiting for. We really can't wait for some savior, some person to come in or leader to come in. Leaders are absolutely important, but so is everybody else. And what I think of right now is more about community. I don't think, Heather's right. I mean, our leadership, particularly in Washington, is all about ourselves, but that's also cultural. They were not elected by a bolt of lightning. It's that our society has become atomized into a sense of individuals. And that I hear people inching towards a little bit better sense of community. And I think mask wearing is an interesting signal of that culturally, Gregory, that I'm not wearing the mask for me, I'm wearing it for you. I'm signaling that I care about myself, but I also care about you. And if we could approach our schools, our cities, our infrastructure, our healthcare, more as a sense of we are in this together. We are not completely atomized, single, competitive individuals. And we have to simply not be charged, which none of us are, but start acting that way and start electing people and start participating where we can. And I think local politics and state politics is probably the place to start there.
You know,
And with the stories we have.
Dr. Metzel.
Say again.
Well, I would just say that, you know, I agree with everybody that the system we have now is unsustainable. I mean, yesterday, you know, in Chicago, they tried to open a Ford automotive plant, and it was a big reopening, and it stayed open for one day, and then it turned out they didn't protect the workers, and the plant had to close again. So the model of kind of thinking about this two-tiered health network and not protecting everyone adequately, it's just not sustainable. It's not going to work in this model. And so this idea of choosing between health and the economy is you know, you need efficient public health for everyone in order to sustain the economy. And I think that the societies that figure that out are going to come out of this the best in the long run. I think the idea of just throwing people back out there as fodder is not going to work. And so I ultimately think, you know, Trump, among all the failings, is promoting this idea that it's either the economy or health. And I think it's really that binary that is so false, and one that we have to reject, because if we don't start protecting everybody's public health, we're not going to have an economy really.
Maybe nothing's certain except death and taxes, but we're certain this episode ain't about taxes. At 88, Shotzi Weisberger recently staged her own funeral.
A funeral is a funeral while I was still alive.
Charles Lucas, who's 3 years shy of a century, has buried 2 wives. Same cemetery, same plot.
They were close as friends.
But he bought long before the neighborhood got gentrified.
The price ranges from $4,500 all the way up to $19,880.
This man is still young. So why did he create an app that reminds us 5 times a day that we're gonna die?
It's very natural to want to forget that you're going to die. Don't do it. It's very dangerous.
This week, New Yorkers staying positive about the inevitable.
People are dying who never died before. That is a truism. But one thing that is not so self-evident as to be hardly worth mentioning is the way our attitudes about death have shifted. Time was when 6 feet of dirt and a pine box was all anyone could count on as they moved toward the eternal exit sign. But in this metropolis, with its ever-expanding global citizenry, the birthright of death rights has changed. And there are as many options for a send-off as there are custom combinations for the fine wares here in this showroom, where Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, they help people navigate engraving, lining, and generally selecting funeral caskets. But caskets are only one of the ways to go on your way out. In her New York Times bestseller, From Here to Eternity, Caitlin Doty downloads the death rituals of disparate cultures, from a public funeral pyre in Colorado to Indonesia, where a tolling bell announces the start of the Ma Nene, an event held every 3 years where families dig up and dress their deceased loved ones in new clothes to honor their ancestors. Freshly dressed, they stunt for the gram, then go back into their freshly cleaned caskets until the next costume change 3 years later. Now, before you say gross, ask yourself, when was the last time you stopped in on Grandma or visited that great uncle of yours in Queens? Show me the manner in which a nation or community cares for its dead, and I will measure with mathematical exactness the tender sympathies of its people, their respect for the laws of the land, and their loyalty to high ideals. Or so thought British Prime Minister William Gladstone. But one man's cremation is another person's barbecue and pawpaw. So we ask that you keep an open mind as we go in on death.
The past 100 years or so, we don't even see people who are dying. People die in hospitals. It used to be people died at home. Now it's more of a mystery and associated with hospitals and pain.
Isn't death painful though?
Dying is not painful. Disease is painful. My name is Shotzi. When I was younger, people called me Shotzi. I did not like it. Shotzi in German means sweetheart, and Yiddish it means little treasure, and I didn't like it when I was younger.
Shotzi, Shotzi, I call him Shotzi 'cause I love him so.
I was born in Brooklyn in 1930. I'm 88 years old. It's interesting to grow old. Sometimes it feels very bizarre. I'm 88 years old. How could that be? How did that happen? Other times I feel like, oh my God, I'm so old. I was a registered nurse for 47 years. In nursing, the two things that interested me the most was coming into the world and leaving the world. I went through a whole process of being afraid of dying, just like most people. I had a funeral about 5 months ago. A funeral is a funeral while I was still alive. And the reason I decided to do that is because I wanted to share with people my process of what I went through and to help people to recognize that you can talk about death and dying and you can study it. And it was written up in the New York Times and I've become somewhat of a celebrity. People said they had a lot of fun. I had a full-size cardboard biodegradable coffin that people decorated. I had markers and glitter and pictures. I sing with the Brooklyn Women's Chorus, and the chorus came and we sang a bunch of songs and people loved it. My favorite song of all is over 100 years old. It's called Hard Times. People have always been afraid of death, of the unknown. I've been having a death cafe for over a year now, and a death cafe is a group of people coming together and talking about death and dying. And it started in Europe. Now there are hundreds all over the world.
Because we do know that we will all have an end of life. We just don't know when and how that will appear. And I don't tell you need to believe in this.
I deviated a little bit because the traditional one is that there is no agenda, but I would start my death cafe with an agenda. Let's talk about doctor-assisted suicide. Let's talk about whatever. To me, the work that needs to be done is early work. People, when they're younger, coming together, whether at death cafes or whatever, and becoming more familiar, feeling more comfortable with the prospect of dying. The body knows how to die. But when you bombard it with all that stuff, you mess it up. So it doesn't just die, it gets dragged out so that the dying process is dragged out and the suffering is dragged out. Doctors don't explain that to people, and people want to live longer.
Where you don't know whose hands you're going to end up in, even for a little while, is scary.
When I die,
Do you mind if I ask how you would like to die?
I have very strong feelings of how I would like to die. I wish I could control it. I know I can't, but what I would like is to die here in my bed, to be in my bed, and to know I'm dying, not to die of a heart attack or, to suddenly. I'm so curious about it. I want to experience the dying process. And I want to have time for my friends to come and say goodbye. And I have a bequeath list. If you notice, all the things have little tags on them with people's names. So people have selected what they like of my stuff because I'm very attached to my stuff. So I want them to go to happy homes where people will take good care of them. And when I actually do die, I'm going to be in a gown that I just bought a few days ago, a very pretty cotton white gown. And then I'm going to be wrapped in a shroud, and all cotton. It's a tablecloth, actually. It's beautiful. And that's going to be my shroud. I'm going to be buried in the woods, and I feel so much better than what I originally was going to be cremated. My body will deteriorate, and it will nourish the soil, and something will grow. Grass, a tree maybe, flowers maybe. My body is just so precious at this point, and it's going to bring life into this world. So that really helped me to change my attitude towards death and dying enormously. I feel like I'm really educating people, and that feels very good. I'm very passionate about helping people become more comfortable with the whole process.
So we will share it. So thank you all for coming.
Thank you for coming.
When is the next one?
Yes.
Dying is not the end of life, it's the fulfillment of life. I suspect I'm going to be sad because I don't want to die. I have too much to do and life is too interesting, so I'd rather not die, but so I'll be sad and I'll probably be angry that I'm dying and I'll probably be afraid. I think I'll go through all those emotions, but hopefully I'll reach a point of acceptance and tranquility.
So this is your wall of fame over here.
So basically, the Wall of Fame just has pictures of employees, but the key to this whole Wall of Fame is this biggest casket we ever made. They made in the early 90s, late 80s. This was a 1,000-pound man that they built the casket for. It's about the size of a king-size mattress.
That's a custom job.
Custom-made casket. And it weighed, I think, close to 500 pounds, just the casket alone, or 400 pounds like that.
It is as wide as a king-size mattress.
King-size mattress.
Do you have a withered hand? A hand that cannot grope or hold? Do you have a withered hand? A hand that's weak instead of bold? How long have you been this way? Trying to decide when to take a stand. Knowing your weakness every day because you have a withered hand. She had said to me once, I'm going to go before you. You're going to live to be 100. I said, stop it. Virginia Dare Martin was my first wife. We were married in 1954. Had two beautiful daughters. She lived in Brooklyn, and I commuted from Connecticut, from Bridgeport to Brooklyn, you know, with the romance. The marriage took place in Brooklyn. The church is on Stuyvesant Avenue. She passed in 60. Having been traumatized by death, especially death of the wife, I had to start asking questions. You know, what do I do? Well, I didn't know anything about cemeteries, so I saw the undertaker. And he mentioned Evergreen. They took a look at Evergreen, said, okay. And they started talking about various spots. And they said, Beacon Hill. And that just kind of hit me right, Beacon Hill. So, Beacon Hill, okay. And I don't recall what the actual cost was, but I think the cost was under $500 at the time. And of course, 3 times that now.
I'm aware that people have a taboo about death. So a lot of people don't understand what's going on. It's their first time. It's a lot of information to absorb. So I just try to get them into a tranquil space where they're relaxed. This way they're absorbing what I'm telling them. I think we do north of 2,000 burials a year here, and we still have availability. I have kids that are 6 years old and younger. Not in their lifetime, there will still be spaces available here. There's so many areas that are undeveloped, and there's areas that we developed that we haven't even opened yet. We have reclamation lots. Basically, you have to have an inactive area for 75 years plus. What we do then is we try to locate a living relative, any family that is associated with that area. Be that we can't find them, that a state gets it, they're the ones that release it back to us. The price ranges from 1 deep graves, $4,500, all the way up to $19,880, depending on where you're buried. We're non-sectorial, so you could be anyone, any religion, race can be buried here. At the end of the day, if you get a 3 deep grave, it'll save you $5,000 in the long run. Because what if you need to use 2 graves? Then a 3rd burial, which happens.
After a year, I met Elsa. She knew my wife. We socialized at gatherings together. Elsa had a boyfriend at the time. Didn't know how close they were. That was thrown out. So the question now is, when will something start happening? Is she thinking about it? I am. Over time, Elsa became more interested. More because of the girls than because of me. She liked the children. Things, I think, were a little warmer, getting a little serious. After about 6 months, must have been around Christmas, she helped me as far as what gifts to get them. They used to call her Mommy Elsa. After about a year, nuptials, we were married 57 years. 1961, until June 10th this year, when she passed.
And how did you decide to bury her next to Virginia?
They were close as friends. And I had not the slightest thought other than putting her there, since nothing had been purchased. After 57 years, my daughters were saying, a plot. I said, I have one. However, it was for me. And I said, I have to give it to Elsa. So you would have to get one for me, because I have none now. I was talking to the funeral director. I said, now where am I gonna go here? I said, can they go deeper? Can they, in what's left, put something else there? No. What you can do is be cremated, and they can put that here. So I said, nah, I have to think about that. I don't know if I want to go that way. To be somewhere else in Evergreen, I might as well be in Georgia or Maryland. I prefer to be in New York because my life has been here. It can be a lonely situation. I tried to keep it from being that. I miss her because she and I had these kinds of discussions. Reading poetry. I write poetry. It's the thing that keeps me going and that I enjoy.
A reminder of your own mortality. There's an app for that.
I believe that we're gonna die and we don't know when, and that we live better when we remember that. The idea for We Croak came out of meditation practice, actually. Death contemplation practice is actually very old. People have been doing it for thousands of years. And one day I stumbled upon the Bhutanese formulation that to be a happy person, just remind yourself you're gonna die 5 times a day. You know, a lot of the other ones I'd read about were like, sit over a corpse and watch it rot as you meditate for days. And that didn't seem like something I could do in my New York City life. Sorry about that. It's a really simple app. Notifications happen at any time. Don't forget you're gonna die. Swipe to see the quote. And then when you swipe, there's a quote from anyone who we thought said something wise about death or mortality. And then there's nothing else to do. And you decide what to do next with that in mind, that you're gonna die. It's very natural to want to forget that you're going to die. Don't do it. It's very dangerous. When we forget we're going to die, we get caught up in things that aren't true, because we are going to die. And we spend most of our lives being separated from what makes us happy, because we're hunting, we're seeking it. Or, you know, we're constantly reliving the past and, you know, resentments and wrongs, because we don't remember that our time is precious and we still have this moment. And my rule is, if I'm like really in a stressed out place and it catches me, I come down here and like look at the water. It kind of helps. The whole thing came about because I rented my extra room to Ian Thomas, who's an iOS developer, and he loved the idea. And he would make the code happen, and I would find all the quotes and tell people about it. Over 60,000 people in over 108 countries have decided to go on this journey and remind themselves 5 times a day. Every time you see a red dot pulse, someone has opened the app because they just received a reminder that they're going to die. He's excited. He hasn't been walked today, has he?
No, I walked in really briefly.
Time is limited and it's precious. The idea is just by looking at that and by holding it close, you're going to make decisions closer to your values.
Up, up.
And of course, it's just a randomized algorithm, but sometimes a quote will just happen at a moment when it reminds you to look up. Well, we're all gonna die. So the We Croak app is for everyone, from teenagers using it in high school to people in their 90s. And I love hearing from people saying like, hey, this gave me the courage to do this dream. So, you know, it's applicable wherever you are in life because it's always true.
I heard about the We Croak app on the 10% Happier podcast, and Dan Harris interviewed Hansa Bergwall in March, and while I was listening to the podcast, I'd started downloading the app, and I've been using it ever since. When I first got the very first one, I just laughed because it's so funny to get a reminder saying, don't forget you're gonna die. After using the app for several months, I was thinking about death more, and I just had a lot more thoughts about it, and I wanted to talk about it with other people. So over the summer, I held a death party. My friends came over and we had conversations about death. The idea is that it's a big talk party as opposed to small talk, so small talk was not allowed, and when people came, they were very eager to talk about death.
I do a lot of communications and PR, mostly for food companies. And I teach a little bit of yoga, which is also more of a passion sort of thing than the main way I support myself. I love doing that. I don't think that technology has changed death so much. I think it's certainly changed life a lot. There's also the common first reaction that 5 times a day is too much. But we know that most people are in our app for less than 2 minutes a day. We have to consider how we use technology more conscientiously, ethically, morally, because how we interact with it has huge repercussions.
I think that a lot of people who might think about the app and think, I don't want to think about death, that's scary, but it's really the opposite. It's really life-affirming.
How are you going to live your values? How are you going to, be honest, have integrity? That you have this long-term vision, you might not get it. You might die first, and you have to be proud of every step you take along the way. So many people arrive to death situations having never even spoken about what their last wishes might be. When we don't remember our time is limited and precious, we tend to waste it on things we don't care about. You can do it with drugs and alcohol, TV, on your phone. You can do it at a job, hanging out with people you don't really like. There's a million ways to be lost in this world. And sometimes remembering that it's limited can jolt us out of that haze and be like, oh yeah, I wanted to do this with my life. Let's go.
Thanks for going in with us on death. We hope it reminded you that life is for the living. If you want to check it out again or any past episodes, meet us on the web at youtube.com/BRIC TV. Bye now. It's Brooklyn's weekly news magazine, and for our 3rd season, we're going in on politics, gender, relationships, veterans, and a whole lot more. Every Wednesday at 8 p.m. on BRIC TV, or any old time you feel like it on YouTube. We'll see you out here and right there for Season 3. From whiskers to feathers to shells, along with all us people, this city is filled with critters. Some tend to cause a commotion and make mayors eager to eradicate them.
Who likes rats?
But rats do have their supporters. Meet Mother Pigeon.
Yeah, they're my rats.
And her fellow rat rights activist, Margaret. They think the rest of us have it all wrong when it comes to rodents.
Let's lock your refrigerator. Let's take your credit card, rip it up, and you go find some food on the street.
Exactly. How does a pandemonium of parrots find a home in the burrow of pigeons?
There are rumors that the mob was involved, that the Lufthansa crew had a hand in it.
And what's all that got to do with a man and his childhood pet?
This magnificent African gray parrot, probably my sister and I were like, we gotta get him, we gotta get him.
So began a lifelong passion for parrots.
My name is Steve Baldwin. This is a wild parrot safari in Brooklyn. Tickle in my hands.
Out at Jamaica Bay, a professor shows me why we need to protect the horseshoe crab.
Horseshoe crabs are far older than dinosaurs.
About 450 million years old.
Not gonna squirt ink or anything, is it?
But she's not doing all this work just because she respects her elders. The blood of a horseshoe crab saves lives.
Just a pint costs about $250,000.
This week, join us as we focus on the fauna of New York City. by land, air, and sea. I was on the phone a good 45 seconds before my mom mentioned the mouse. What mouse, you're wondering? Well, the mouse that had run across her kitchen floor the day before, just a few hours after the next door neighbors demolished their back porch, and a few hours before the neighbor down the street's exterminator's son laid out about $50 worth of traps and poison. My mama does not like critters. And if you are similarly disinclined to a mouse in the house, and the closest you ever want to get to one is on this side of your screen, you're in luck. We're going in with insightful and, dare I say, inspiring tales of critters. Critters by land, critters by air, and critters by sea. Just to be clear, that means rats, parrots, and a trip to Jamaica Bay. And while we may be novices on the subject, the humans here at the Dodo maintain an inexhaustible online menagerie, from head-scratching animal odd couples to pigs who snuggle their people and good old kittens playing with string. The Dodo is the daily click-through for all things animal, and they're taking us behind the digital curtain for a look at how the sausage is made. But don't worry. No creatures were hurt during the filming of this episode. Not even the rats.
This whole thing began with 2 goldfish that my sister acquired. From time to time, we'd have to go and buy fish supplies. And so we wound up going down to Exotic Aquatics. And then I think we just sort of liked to hang out there because it was a fascinating place. Well, right over the cash register was a hanging cage. In that hanging cage was this somber but somewhat comical presence embodied by this magnificent African gray parrot. Now, of course, an African gray parrot is gray for the most part, with sort of bright yellow eyes with those pupils that show emotion, but then a crimson red tail. Probably my sister and I were like, we gotta get him, we gotta get him. But I actually remember writing a document where I explained all the reasons why we should acquire this animal. And among them, I remember listing, like in a bullet point, this will teach Steve to be more responsible than he is currently. It sold the deal. So we bought the bird home, and the adventure began, and our lives were transformed in some strange way. And I am the man I am today because of it, for better or worse.
So that's like a little orange guy, right?
Yeah.
Orange, yeah.
Orange,
yeah. Is he from South America?
Yeah, by the Amazon.
By the Amazon, okay. My name is Steve Baldwin. This is a wild parrot safari in Brooklyn. I will be your tour guide. This is a free tour. There's no obligation. I do this just because I enjoy trying to share the story of the parrots with the general public. They can eat the pine needles, and they can eat leaf buds. And they also, they're smart.
In the late 1950s, early 1960s, Argentina, from whence they are from, they wanted to get rid of these birds. They were causing problems. They were coming down eating crops. So they said, all right, well, why don't we just kill as many as we can? That wasn't as easy as they thought it would be. So they said, okay, rather than trying to wipe these birds out, why don't we just capture them, as many as we can, and send them to where the buyers are? Because this was at a time when pet bird ownership got popular. So by the mid-1960s, they were sending thousands of these birds through various international airports, including JFK. Something happened at Kennedy Airport. No one knows really what happened. There are rumors that the mob was involved, you know, that the Lufthansa crew had a hand in it. That's probably a lot of hyperbole and myth. But the parrots started escaping from the airport. And a bunch of them showed up in Brooklyn, and they were tracked. A bunch of them showed up in Long Island. They started showing up in New Jersey. And then eventually the USDA and the Department of Environmental Conservation, which is a brand new agency, they found out about it. But their reaction wasn't, oh, this is interesting. We got green birds from Argentina. It's like they got on the phone with their friends down in Argentina. And they said, we got some of your birds here. What do we need to do with them? They said, kill them before they ruin everything. So they sent up a bunch of snipers. They killed about 300. This is in 1973. They didn't get them all. The birds that we have here now are the survivors of the eradication effort here in the 70s and then the eradication effort in the 60s in Argentina. But they've made it here. They've survived here for 40 plus years. And I say give them some respect and marvel at their endurance and their street smarts. They're real survivors. They've done very, very well here, almost as if they belonged in Brooklyn.
Up by Pelham Bay Park and also in Queens by Whitestone. The one borough of there are two boroughs that we've never been able to colonize.
There's a dog to greet you at the door.
This is Oliver. He's a very important job here, which is official dog greeter.
Oliver.
Yeah.
I feel very greeted.
This is our wall of fame. It's 1/20th of the animals that we're obsessed with right now.
What does it take to get to the Dodo Hall of Fame?
I mean, you have to really get into our heart.
Like whose heart is that little bald chicken of a parrot?
Oh, that's
whose heart is that?
When we were first starting to get into long form video, she was one of our first stories that we really got into, more complex parts of her journey and everything, and she was. She definitely grabbed at our hearts. We, across the board, want to make people feel something, and whether that's making them laugh and feel better during a really crappy day, or making them feel inspired to actually, pull out their wallet and donate money to, help a dog in need, or become aware of a much bigger issue like, poaching or something like that. And so it really kind of runs the gambit for us. In terms of how we want to make an impact. So right now we're in the middle of launching 4 new watch shows over the summer. So we've launched 2 already, and we have 2 more coming up in the next few months. So this is an episode that we're in the middle of cutting for a new show coming out called Kid's Best Friend. And so we flew out and filmed this in Indiana. Nice. And for this show, we're really trying to capture just that joy of growing up with an animal. And so here we have Carter and Toby, his best friend, a dog. And one of my favorite moments that happened while we were filming is Carter, this little boy, he's baking a cake for the dog, and he reaches his hand into the peanut butter jar and just feeds peanut butter to the dog, and then he actually eats it himself after that. And those are kind of moments that are so important to us at the Dodo to capture because they're genuine and authentic, and they really capture the real bond between the kids and animals.
Pizza Rat was just the beginning. The mayor has $1 million plan to eradicate the city of rats, but there are some countervailing opinions on the other side.
I don't know any New Yorker who likes rats, rats. It doesn't matter what community you're in, everyone wants to get rid of rats. I will admit personally to having a certain admiration for Pizza Rat, but that's the only rat I have ever managed to like. Rats are incredibly upsetting to people in every way. They're dangerous, they're unhealthy. It's not just an aesthetic thing, it's something much deeper. And the problem is that you could be doing everything right, but something around you could be causing the rat population to grow.
That's Bonehead?
Yeah.
Bonehead. Oh my God. Bonehead's hungry.
Yeah.
And loves you. Hi. Yeah, they're my rats. Thank you. Look at the dogs. The dogs freak out with the rats. My name is Mother Pigeon, and I make rats and pigeons out of felt and wire, and I set them up in parks and street corners. And here's my rat. Right now in New York, there's a big war on rats. They're spending $23 million to eradicate them, kill them, and so there's only a few left. So if you enjoy rats, you're not going to be seeing them as much, and that makes me really sad because you know, I know you. Let me get you some food. I met Margaret probably like a couple years ago. She came over to me and said every night for the last few years has fed a family of rats that live in the gutter. And you know, when she told me that, I wanted to cry. I thought that was so amazing. And she invited me to come and meet her family. She calls them her family.
Thank you for leaving me a message.
So I want to remind all New Yorkers, we need your help to fight rats. This is not a magic bullet, but it is a very big change of approach.
And you know how many animals get fed out of this kitchen?
Yes, many animals. Lots.
Many animals. We don't know exactly how many,
Yep.
but the rats who are having dinner tonight, who I call, you know, the family.
Yep.
We think there's about 40, but we don't know exactly.
You don't see
They
all
look-
40. They
yeah,
all come out a little
yeah,
short little bit
yeah.
of time.
So people, if you have a conversation about rats, which is not all the time, but you know, if you do, people will say, "Oh, you know, they survived. That, you know, they find things."
Oh, there's plenty of food for them.
That really,
I can't. I hate
that.
when people say that.
I hate that.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
hate that.
You know what? Let's lock your refrigerator. Let's take your credit card, rip it up, and you go find some food on the street.
Exactly.
You know.
You know, and here's the magic of the NutriBullet. You just, you know, love it so much. Plus, I didn't want to give that to them all the time. You know, I wanted them to have, you know, something good and substantial and different that they like. So I researched. Well, you know, what do they like? You know, what are their favorite meals? And I discovered things like
nut butter,
macaroni and cheese, and you know, yeah, nut butter. Now.
Oh yeah, that's
yeah,
nice.
This is good. This is good.
And do you use like an oil or something to form the balls, or you just do it?
I use this.
Oh.
So that they'll get uniform, so that no one says, "Oh, you got a big one and I got a small one." No, I mean it's just horrible all round. The way animals are treated in the city.
Oh yeah, they're treated like worse than garbage.
Yeah. Okay, everyone, see you later. You're in charge.
Wow. Yeah, you really do live.
Yeah, I mean you can sip the poor.
They want all of New York to look like a mall. That's
nothing to drink.
So what, you know, got to sterilize the everything.
Yeah. I have a few pigeons over here. Okay, we are approaching the family's home. There's no sign of them. Well, as soon
No
as
poison, right?
As soon as I start putting this down, you might see a face appear. You'd see a little face appear right in there.
to see them. It's fun because last time they ran out to greet you.
Well,
They're trained better.
They're trained better.
This is good. People say, oh, well, you know, they carry disease, you know, and they almost wiped out humanity with the plague. And I said, well, you know, the only bad thing about rats is that they didn't wipe out humanity, and that they just kind of fell short of that part, because that would have been an absolute victory if the rat would have done that. So that's what I say to that.
Okay, thanks everyone.
So it's totally cool. The boss let me know that you can be on Instagram now.
Yes,
so
in
don't
fact.
worry. You can do this with impunity here. So hashtag the dodo has 645,805 posts. That's a lot of posts.
It is.
That's like 10 more followers than I have on Instagram.
Well, we actually have 3.6 million followers.
Oh, is that all? So you could change somebody's life by posting something that they did onto your platform.
We can, and that's actually one of the best parts of this job, is that we have a direct impact on so many animals' lives. From the time I've started, we've saved countless animals by just another employee saying, I found this dog today stranded in the subway, I heard about it, post something about it, and then we'll find them a forever home in the next 2 days.
And it works and
Yeah,
it works
it's
and
incredible.
it works.
It's really rewarding, and we try to always be focused on sharing adoptable animals.
Well, you're doing God's work from behind the keyboard here. Who are these dogs and cats that I'm looking at?
So these are some posts from our hashtag, and we always like to go in and engage with our fans, because they'll use the hashtag to try to, you know, get in front of us and be discovered, basically.
Yeah.
So I'll go in and take a look. This is Sir Thomas the cat.
Sir Thomas over at Milo Sanctuary.
Yeah. So we'll go
adopt the
in,
Sir.
we'll engage with this, comment. And this is kind of how we find stories also. So sometimes I'll go in and see, like Sir Thomas, maybe he needs a forever home and he's been waiting for a long time.
Yeah.
So I'll flag that to our video team or to our editorial team so they can push that further and create a story from it.
Are you tired of looking at fur faces?
I could never get tired. Often I can't believe this is my job.
Off the Belt Parkway, there's a home to amazing biodiversity with some living fossils that may help save lives. New York City is the concrete jungle where big dreams are made of. But it's also this, a quiet coastal enclave that's the site of the most important event in the life cycle of one of the most important creatures on the planet. I'm with a professor from Kingsborough Community College who's doing some important work saving an animal that might very well have had a role in saving your or someone you love's life.
Horseshoe crabs are far older than dinosaurs.
They're older than dinosaurs,
Yeah,
and they managed to stick around this place.
They are a living fossil, 450 million years of evolution, and the fossil remains that we found look remarkably similar to the modern day horseshoe crabs. They actually have been able to extract a medical compound from the blood of horseshoe crabs, which is used to detect bacterial contamination in surgical equipment. So if you have ever had any kind of medical intervention, stitches, even a vaccination, the sterility and safety of any surgical equipment, even dental equipment, would have been virtually guaranteed by Limulus amoebocyte lysate, or LAL, which is an extract from horseshoe crab blood.
Thank you, miss.
All of this habitat is kind of the remnant of what used to be a bigger wetland. Much of it has been filled in and modified. So all of this data feeds into a bigger study, a broader investigation to try to understand the population dynamics of horseshoe crabs. Our ultimate goal is to increase the levels of protection of these animals and the habitats that they rely upon.
My name's Adam Paris. I'm the Executive Director of the Science and Resilience Institute at Jamaica Bay. Our vision is to pursue a model of collaboration between scientists, agencies, and community groups to improve the health and resilience of Jamaica Bay and the surrounding waters in New York City. To have clean air, food, water, we have to have healthy habitats. Species use habitat wherever they can find it, and they are more resilient than we give them credit for. There are literally hundreds of species, birds, fish, invertebrates that use Jamaica Bay on an annual basis. Horseshoe crabs frequent Jamaica Bay and use some of the shoreline habitats as spawning grounds and return perennially to Jamaica Bay.
Right now we are at Plum Beach. This is one of New York State's most important breeding beaches for horseshoe crabs.
Whoa, it's not gonna squirt ink or anything, is it?
No, but this is a live male horseshoe crab. And
hello, sir.
We can tell that he's a male because he has these boxing gloves here, these larger appendages that are designed specifically for grabbing onto a female shell.
Hold on to the ladies.
Yep. So if you ever see a horseshoe crab that's on its back like this and it's still alive and kicking,
should you help it?
Do the right thing and flip it over.
Because that's what always made me sad when I was a kid in those nature things. They just showed you a thing dying and dying. I'm like, okay, why don't they just flip it over? Can they see through this?
Yeah, they actually have a lot of optic sensors. So they have eyes here. They kind of have optic cells all along the front of their shell. They have what looks like a nose, but that's also used for light reception. And even along the tail, they have light receptors. Citizen science is the new way. And this is one of the things that I do with my students. They don't have to be professional scientists.
The resilience of the Bay for future generations is absolutely critical to our mission. And part of that, actually, and part of our mission is to help educate and train people who live in and around the Bay, the students who become the resilience leaders of tomorrow.
I was pretty terrified the first time I saw one, but I realized that they're really super harmless and more beneficial than anything than harmless to us.
Yeah.
So we're really trying to preserve them and ensuring that, you know, based on anything that they're going to try and do on this beach, anybody's fishing, we want to make sure that they understand these crabs are beneficial and we kind of need them to survive.
After 450 million years, we can't let these guys go on our watch.
They're too precious to us. Their blood is too much of a benefit to us. Just a pint costs about $250,000.
Wow.
And you can imagine for every time you weren't infected, you didn't get a cough, you didn't get a cold, you didn't get sick, it was thanks to him.
If you just scoop right down under him, you'll be able to get him out of the sand, and we'll take a closer look.
My first crab, where did you go?
Give him a little bath so we can get a really good look at this one. Interesting that that telson is short, so Kay, make a note of that. Short telson and asymmetrical opistoma.
Asymmetrical opistoma, I can only imagine.
Yeah, so that's it's alive and very cute.
It's tickling my hands.
And is it soft?
You've worked and studied in Belize, in Costa Rica, you did your Fulbright in Borneo.
Wow.
How does the biodiversity of all those places most of us couldn't find on a map compare to where we are a few stops away from the F train here?
Well, I got to tell you, it's surprising to the average person to see how much biodiversity there is in New York City. And then if you go offshore, the unseen biodiversity just below the water surface is vast.
So while you may not have held a crab in the palm of your hand, donned a pair of sea socks, or joined the ranks of the citizen scientist,
Let's see, that was 1, 2, 3, 4.
a species hundreds of millions of years in the making may depend on you for its very survival. And this critter is right in Brooklyn's own watery backyard.
All right, so personally, I'm gonna ask you, cats versus dogs.
I'm a dog person.
Okay, score one. How many people are you guys interacting with on the daily?
I mean, it changes month to month, and our audience keeps on growing. But I think we're about like over 2 billion views per month. When you're starting out and you make your first video and it gets millions of views, it just feels very surreal to see that that many people have seen your work. But yeah, it's just very exciting because we're all about the mission too. So it's not just rewarding from the ego perspective, but you are also feeling like you're making a difference. You're spreading a message, and people are getting it.
Tell me about the larger mission of what you people do here at the Dodo. That's more than just cute animal videos. There's a larger thing at play.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we work with organizations. There are many causes that we fight for. But the other thing is just, then again, like making people feel for animals and feel compassion. And if they find somebody, if they find an animal in need, because they will have seen those videos, maybe they will feel more compelled to help.
Thanks for going in with us on Critters. For other stories of people, puppies, and everything in between, go to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/BRIC TV. Bye now.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizen.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
From
BRIC in downtown Brooklyn, I'm Mackenzie Fagan, and this is Glitter and Doom, a show about artists and cultural creators who are responding to the most pressing issues of our times. When I was fresh out of college, I had a job at a small startup. My coworkers were 2 men and 1 woman. We were all friends, all in our early 20s. And then our boss was a woman in her 40s who had been brought in to sort of manage the chaos of 4 people who had never had real jobs trying to run a company. There was this one brainstorming session where we were all tossing around ideas and building off one another, and our boss chastised me in front of everyone and told me I had to stop interrupting my 2 male coworkers. Makes my cheeks hot just thinking about it. I was so embarrassed, and it made me question a lot of things that I thought that I knew about myself. Was I rude? Did people find me unpleasant to work with? Was I an asshole colleague? I started talking less in meetings, and I left the company soon after. It took me a while to realize that it was bullshit. Sexist bullshit. I'm not rude. I'm assertive, but I do listen, and if I interrupt someone, it's not thoughtless. It's because that's the flow of conversation, or because that's the only way I'll get a word in. Today, I recognize my boss's comment as informed by a world in which men are praised for interrupting and women are punished. But for the longest time, I thought it was a reflection on my poor social graces. And I think I would have felt that way even longer if I were less confident in my social skills, someone shy or socially hesitant. Liana Fink is a cartoonist who has made a career out of depicting microaggressions like the one I encountered. As a shy person who struggled with social interactions, she made notes and drawings as a way to figure out how to fit in. Passing for Human is the title of one of her 3 books. But at a certain point, she started wondering, what if this isn't just me? Liana would find herself in awkward situations because she was behaving in a way she wasn't supposed to. But who decides how women are supposed to behave? I recently sat down with Liana to talk about The New Yorker, reading the comments, and dating a sea captain. All right, Liana Fink, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you so much for having me.
You draw a lot for The New Yorker, and you got your break under Bob Mankoff, who was the previous cartoon editor.
Yeah.
And he held that role for like 20 years.
Yeah.
And he retired in 2017 at the age of, I think, like early 70s.
Yeah.
And the new New Yorker cartoon editor, Emma Allen, is a woman who's in her early 30s. I'm curious if you've seen a shift in the type of work that has been appearing under Emma's leadership, and what it's like to work with somebody who's maybe more of a peer and contemporary.
It's been wonderful. Although I really loved working with Bob also. I think a shift started happening under Bob, like some more young people and some more women under Bob, but it sped up a ton with Emma, and I think it's now really equal men and women cartoonists. There are a ton of younger people. Yeah, it's been really nice. I really like her and respect her.
There's so much conversation about the importance of having diversity in positions of power. You know, from like Fortune 500 companies where it's like, oh, I'm hiring a marketing executive, and of course I'm more willing to hire somebody who I relate to or has more in common with me. But when I think about more artistic or editorial fields, it seems even more important, and especially with humor, where our senses of humor are informed so much by our different cultural references.
I know.
And so maybe I think that somebody from a different background just isn't funny because I don't get their references.
Yeah.
How do we try to guard against that, or like cast a wider net in a field like cartooning or comics, do you think?
I think it should come with having editors from all different backgrounds, and that's where it starts. I really don't think it comes from getting the one cartoonist to draw things from all different perspectives. I think everyone is specific. We can't be angry at white men for drawing white men drawing or writing white man things, but I don't need to read them, and I make 33-year-old white woman things, and like they're for a specific demographic also, and I need there to be more people around. I'm not the everyman. I'm very specific.
I have like a book of, New Yorker cartoons in the last however many years, and I look back at ones from decades and decades ago. And there's a lot that I just don't understand.
Me too.
I'm like, is there a joke or a punchline? Like, they're so over my head. And I'm like, but at one point, people thought this was funny. Like, the culture understood this.
Or at least, like, some of the culture did, and the ones who didn't matter.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
My wife doesn't know how to type.
Classic. Wives, am I right?
Yeah, I can't stand some early New Yorker cartoonists, and like a lot of my contemporaries who, like a lot of the slightly older male contemporaries of mine, slightly older in New Yorker cartoonist terms is like 60, but just like I don't get Peter Arno, he's offensive to me. Many others I love.
What do you find offensive about ones that are offensive to you?
Usually the huge boobs. Like he draws so many Miss America jokes of like, oh, I think I'll judge this one or something, like I'll judge this contest instead of the usual literary prize I judge. Like, look at those gazongas or something. They're just like really not funny.
A lot of your more personal cartoons that you draw either for Instagram or for your books, a lot of them are funny, but they're not funny in a gag way. They're funny in sort of a like, ooh, like you've touched at a core essence of humanity that is both funny and deeply poignant.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't even know if they're funny. Like I don't think of myself as like an incredibly funny person, and I would like to be. I hope with age that I get funnier.
I find you to be funny.
Thank you. I find you to be funny too, by the way.
Thank you.
That happened to me like 10 years ago in a post office. I was fiddling with like the package weighing machine and I sneezed, and then from like way the other side of the post office was like, bless you, and I didn't really know if it was for me, and I like nodded and smiled, which apparently the person didn't see, but then they said, excuse me, you sneezed? And I said, yeah. And then they were like, well, I said, God bless you. And it was the worst.
You are performing in Pop-Up Magazine's winter issue. Will you tell me a little bit about that?
The piece is called What We Say Versus What We Mean. So it's about how the way we speak politely is often the opposite of what we mean to say. And I just have never been able to wrap my head around when to lie completely and when to tell the truth. It's a list of different things. Like we say, thank you so much for coming. Can't you stay a little bit longer? Have another piece of pie. But what you mean is, please go home. You've been here for 5 hours.
Please leave.
Yeah.
Please leave 2 hours ago.
Yes. Like I'm going to start crying.
Do you remember being little and being taught about lying?
I think I was always told that I should never lie, and it was assumed that I would understand that I should lie sometimes. And I didn't really speak until my 20s. I think because I was so afraid. I kind of knew that I didn't know the difference, and I was afraid I would say something wrong. So I was very shy, but it came from the fear of saying the wrong thing.
What happened in your 20s where you started speaking?
I studied abroad twice, once during college and once after college, and something about having to speak a different language that I didn't speak very well freed me up a lot. It was just the fact that I didn't speak French very well, so I wasn't pinned as a shy person. I was pinned as someone who didn't speak French, and that was very freeing, just to be, oh, she doesn't speak French very well, instead of, oh, she's shy, which is how I was how I used to be in English for a bit. I got a lot bolder then, and gradually I've just become kind of a bold person, but now I just say things and then I go home and think, wow, I might have said something terrible, but I don't have time to think about it so much, and the world doesn't end.
Did people describe you as shy often throughout your childhood and young adulthood?
If they noticed me, they would have.
Well,
they didn't.
I often wonder if shy is a constricting adjective to give someone.
Yeah, it is. It's such a nice thing to be. I feel so happy when I realize someone I know is shy, and I think only good people are shy. There are also very good people who aren't shy, but I think all bad people are not shy.
All bad people are not shy.
Huh. Shyness is self-consciousness. It's like knowing that you have the capability to do bad and trying very hard not to. It's very hard to exist in the world as a shy woman. You'll get taken advantage of a lot.
Right. The strong silent type doesn't apply to women.
No, it doesn't.
You mentioned that you studied abroad twice. I know that you went to Belgium on a Fulbright to study Tintin.
Yes. I think applying for a Fulbright in Belgium is what led me to comics, which is where I really wanted to be because Belgium has fantastic comics.
So what was it about Tintin that made you want to lean into cartooning?
I loved Tintin as a kid. What I do is not like Tintin. It's very straightforward. It doesn't really, there isn't a lot of emotional stuff or nuance. It's just like very well drawn and like very tight adventure stories, with like neither of which are my thing. Drawing perfectly or telling adventure stories.
There's not like a lot of swashbuckling in your work.
No, there's not. And there are no like young detectives or anything, and there's no sea captain, although I hope maybe one day.
Maybe you'll fall in love with the sea captain. Who knows?
Have I? I think I tried that.
You tried falling in love with the sea captain?
I went on a date with one on Tinder just because, but
didn't take.
He was great. It just wasn't a good fit.
I want to come back to the piece that you're performing at Pop-Up and this idea of saying the opposite of what you actually mean. And it reminded me so much about this meme or tweet that I saw where a woman's like psyching herself up and she's like, I am empowered and I am going to live my truth from now on. And then a waiter brings her something that she didn't order and is like, is everything all right? She's like, yes, this is so great. Thank you. I mean, do you think that that is a particular struggle for women, or is this just part of the human condition?
I think women... I think men can afford to be polite more than women can. I think women have to do the equivalent of saying thank you so much for this food. I didn't like pretending that I did order. We have to do that so many times a day that it hurts us every time we do it. But men have to do it now and then, and when they do, they feel, oh, I'm being very generous right now, and that makes them feel good. Like a man, not all men obviously, but men usually are like on the street, don't get walked into as much. People don't try to take advantage of them as much. So a man can let people pass through a door, knowing that people won't pass indefinitely and never let him in. I think a woman has to learn how to let someone pass maybe, but then show that it's her turn to go and kind of push through. But also a woman gets punished for pushing through, and she's seen as very rude and horrible for doing that, whereas a man who pushes through is just being a man.
Right.
It's complicated. I'm quite rude. I was a very polite kid, and I've turned into a pretty rude adult, and I think I have I've been traumatized by having been polite and suffered for it.
Do you think that you're rude, a rude adult?
I'm rude in some ways. I've given the finger to someone in the past 24 hours on the street.
Can I ask about the context?
Yeah, I was midtown. It was crowded. I was trying to get into a bar to meet someone, and there was just a steady stream of pedestrians on the street, and I had to make an odd turn to get into a door, and I went like that kind of to signal that I'm going through, and someone exclaimed a curse word at me for doing that, and then I gave him the finger.
A lot of your work depicts things that you call micro unkindnesses, which I had been using the word microaggressions.
Yeah, did I say micro? And I probably just couldn't remember the term microaggressions, or thought it was patented or something and said the other thing.
I feel like microaggressions have only sort of recently, at least for me, but I think for the culture at large, come into focus.
Yeah, it's such an important term.
Yeah, like I think before the word microaggression started being used, I just thought that it like, well, that's life. The onslaught of daily things that happen to you, of daily indignities, or somebody being aggressive or terrible or racist or sexist or any of these things, that was just sort of like a normal interaction?
I think it's just called micro because it happens to women and people of color and other people who don't, like, quote, matter. It would be macro if it happened to powerful white men.
Right. I mean, I also like setting it off as micro because it's like, okay, the macroaggression is systemic racism.
Right.
And the microaggression is like, oh, we can still name that as an aggression. It's just like a trickle-down effect.
Yeah, it's like the on the ground happening instead of the big newsprint ideas version of it.
But what I love about the fact that you choose to center on these microaggressions, that you dedicate like an Instagram post to them, is that it feels like it gives them real weight and importance. That
Thank you. Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah. Okay.
That's also why I answer comments, because you're told to ignore the comments, but the comments are too small for you to care about. But I don't think they are. I think they count, and I think random people's like mean voices count as much as like the government's mean voice.
These vignettes that you're talking about, it sounds like you enact them in real time, walk away from them, think about them, process them, and then they end up in your work.
Yeah. I draw a lot of vignettes about strange interactions with strangers, which seem to happen a lot, and which I just need to figure out. I think when I make these kind of social pieces, like the what we mean versus what we say, it's to figure out like why people act certain ways, because it's not obvious, and if you figure it out, then you'll know how to react next time.
You have an Instagram account with as of today 389,000 followers. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel, I don't take it very seriously because it's such a strange bubble and there's a lot of crap out there, but that's not a bad word, right?
Oh, it's not a bad word, but if you want to use a bad word, you can use a bad word. That's okay on this show.
Okay. I will sprinkle some in.
I mean, no pressure, but you're welcome to.
So I don't take it so fucking seriously. But on the other hand, I think it's been definitely the best thing for my art. I've had a ton of stage fright when I'm doing work for money or work for a magazine I respect. On Instagram, there's no, I don't feel that there's any watch person watching over me, and I can do whatever I want. So it's freed me up a ton, and I think that's really good for me.
I see that you respond to comments on your Instagram pretty frequently.
Yeah, it's a compulsion. I need to stop.
Does it? Yeah, so you read the comments that people write?
Not all the time, but if I do, I just feel so compelled to respond. I respond to spam emails. I don't know.
What do you respond to spam emails?
I say like, no, thank you. But then again, okay, here comes a genuine curse word. I didn't respond to someone once who wrote to me with a very long idea for a cartoon, and that was really dumb. I didn't respond, and then like 3 days later he wrote, well, fuck you then. So I think responding is from fear that if I don't, like deeply ingrained fear that if I don't respond, people will come after me.
Do you see your work as political at all?
Yeah, definitely. It's I think one, it's political in saying that the small things count. And two, it's political in looking for injustice that isn't just a one-off. It's like, I don't think I would want to draw a one-off injustice. I think I want to draw things that happen to me but could happen to many people and have happened often. I do notice that I come off as the victim all the time, and I feel a little touchy about that. I feel a little bad about that, but there you go. I do.
It seems like a lot of what you do in your drawing is that you're researching human interaction.
Yeah.
That you're trying to sort of like organize things for yourself about, oh, like in this type of interaction, this is something that people do. Do you remember there being a shift where you're like, oh, I'm starting to recognize these patterns, and now I'm starting to call those out as like larger societal issues, not just my own personal grievances?
I think that's exactly why I stopped being shy. I think when I was shy, I thought I was very different from other people. Maybe I was, maybe I wasn't, but I thought I was. And I thought anything that happened to me because I was the way I was. And at some point I realized it coincided with beginning to feel very feminist. I realized that things happen to me because I'm a person and a woman and like part of various different groups of people, and not because I'm like one of a kind, bizarre entity. I still it's weird. I'm gonna have said weird too many times. It's weird. I identify as weird, but I also think a lot of people do, and I think I'm writing for other people who identify as weird rather than to set myself apart from other people, which has been a really big shift. I think the loneliness has gone, and that's amazing.
Do you have any advice or words of wisdom to weird, shy girls?
Oh my gosh. I hope it's easier for weird, shy girls now than it was when I was one. I think the advice is to find other weird, shy girls, to be proud of being weird and shy, and to read. It's okay to be friends with people who are dead, like books count as friends. But also friends are important, regular friends.
Living friends.
Yeah, living friends are important. But if you don't have them, books count and are real. And make art. Learn to not give up if people don't understand your art. Keep going. Exercise. You don't have to take that advice, but I wish I had learned about it earlier. It's good to like be outdoors and stuff.
If people are interested in seeing your piece about what we say and what we mean, where can they find Pop-Up Magazine?
It's at popupmagazine.com, and it will be at BAM in Brooklyn on February 12th and 13th, both evenings, and other cities between the 6th and I think the 22nd of February.
People can find it all at popupmagazine.com. And in case people aren't familiar, Pop-Up Magazine is this amazing live magazine where you have different writers and illustrators and artists each presenting their pieces in a magazine. And if you aren't there, it doesn't exist anywhere online.
Yeah,
so if you can go see it, you should.
It sounds odd, but it's really amazing and feels effortless and very wonderful.
Liana Fink, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been really nice.
And that is our show for this week. Thank you so much for watching. Just a reminder that Glitter and Doom is also a podcast with special audio-only features, and you can find it wherever you get your podcasts. See you next week.
Doubles. Oil have to be piping hot. So as you throw the flour in there, you have to take it out. So you put the chickpeas in one and you cover it with the other one. They call it a doubles.
So it's very fast actually.
Yes. No, the oil has to be piping hot. So as you put it, turn it over and take it off.
You must turn big with so fish and some pepper.
The doubles is really too thin bread with chickpeas in the middle. It was really originated in India. So when the Indians migrated to Trinidad, they bring it to Trinidad, and that's how the Trinidadians started doing it. Oh yeah, the coconut $8.
Good. I've been coming here since they were over there on North Street.
So I think y'all just moved here, right? Yeah. Right. So I've been coming here for a pretty long time. A couple of years. Actually since I was a little kid, actually. Wow. Since I was a little kid, I was probably the first time I came to that store over there, I was probably like 11 years old.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So when my family came up from Trinidad, so that's the first time I came over there.
But as you see, the doubles is a great demand, right? This is a heavy pepper. Crowd is more really for the doubles. The doubles is really what got us the award. Our doubles. At first, I didn't really take it on until I really find out what was the James Bed Award. You know, because sometimes you get junky mail and you just throw it aside. But then they called me. That's how. Sorry.
Are we making this lady chicken food?
Yeah, it's coming. Well, we know what a James Beard is because we watch Top Chef and we watch all those shows. So we know exactly what it was.
It says Caribbean food.
Taking over when the time is right. We'll be taking over the business. That's why we're trying to learn everything we can right now. We always have her parents to support us, even after we take over, but we're just waiting for the right time. We're still not ready, we don't think yet. There's still a lot to learn. Between the red poles is our old location. So far, the entire block, there was all businesses over here, but they all closed down because the entire building is being renovated. But this was it right here.
Yeah.
This gate was the entire store.
They repaved here because my name used to be right here. I used to have my name right there.
A lot of our customers still say they rather the old spot when it was just a hole in the wall and they can walk in and get their doubles. Now it's a restaurant. It's a lot more convenient. It's a lot nicer. But they still say they like that back home feeling where it's just how you get your doubles.
And we try to make that.
We still try to keep that
Yeah.
also. We don't want to change completely. We want to just keep it what it was because the customers, our loyal customers who've been there for 15 years now, they expect that to stay that way.
My daughter is with us from the inception of the business, you know. They're the one. Well, they really are the owners over here. The business is theirs. We just here to guide them along until they get to the hang of it, and then we're gonna go.
Hip-hop has been in my life since I was a kid. I grew up on it. It came natural. I watched it on TV for BET, watching Beyonce, watching Destiny's Child, watching TLC, all the major girl groups, the guy groups. I watched them growing up, so it was a big part of my life. I started dancing when I was about 8 or 9 in school. I kept with it and it was the dance captain for middle school and high school as well. Are we ready? No. Does everybody have a partner? Hold your partner's hand in the air. If you have a partner, hold your partner's hand in the air. You want to try to make it to where kids can be steered in the right direction, and I think dance is a major way to do that because it sends a message. They can relate to it more because it's what kids like to do. They watch the videos on TV, they want to mock the videos, they want to see and do what the celebrities are doing, so it makes sense.
Miss Ramirez is the best dance teacher because she teaches us part by part and not the whole song at a time.
We picked a book based on bullying, Invisible Boy. 3 songs popped into my head, which was I'm Only Human, Lean on Me, and Boomerang. I'm Only Human was basically saying I'm being bullied, this is what's going on, but at the end of the day, I'm still a human and what you're doing to me isn't right. Lean on Me was basically saying, I know you're going through things, but you'll always have somebody here to lean on because at the end of the day, we all need somebody. And then Boomerang was saying, no matter what you're going through, brush it off, get up and keep pushing.
I'm Only Human is kind of sad, and it talks about you can't do everything, maybe because people are bullying you.
Dancing doesn't have to be competitive. It's a joy to do it with the kids. I look forward to doing the shows every year. This year we did bullying. We started out with the first 2 songs being slow and sending a serious message. So we didn't use much hip hop in that. But the last dance was more of a uplifting and fun song saying that bullying doesn't have to happen. Bullying can change, and this is how you change it. And that's when we incorporate a lot of the hip hop dance moves. I'm a big fan of Beyonce. So in Boomerang, we did a move where we walk, and she does that move a lot. It's a way to say, keep your head high, you're a queen, you're in power of yourself, and you're the boss of your own body. So we did that move. It was inspired by Beyonce. We also did the floss, we did Orange Justice, we did the shoot. Michael Jackson, of course, was a big influence from the moonwalk and all that stuff that he did. Beyonce as well. Up and coming now, Rihanna. They have Katy Perry, Lady Gaga. They have a lot of people who are showing kids how to dance, and it's relating to them more instead of doing things that they shouldn't be doing, like bullying.
Dancing is better than bullying. Dancing is way better than bullying.
We all need somebody to lean on.
We worked really hard on the show to make it successful. We needed to practice the dances a lot. Happy to be in a performance about bullying because it's helping people to know what bullying is like and how you don't want to do it to others.
Growing up, I dealt with a lot of bullying as well. I was a personal victim of bullying. When I was in school, I had a speech impediment. So doing this dance and play really hit home for me.
The reality is that we have billions of people in the world engaging with each other. How do we make sure that art and beauty is part of the tools that we all have to build our world? My name is Yasmani Arboleda, and I'm a Colombian-American artist living and working here in New York. In 2006, I did an installation with Issei Miyake, my first solo show here in New York. And the making of that piece was really using 50,000 bouncy balls to create portraits of people, all kinds of people from all walks of life. And at the end, when the opening happened, I realized that, all the fancy people, beautiful big opening, great. What was actually interesting to me was the process of all the people who had been involved in the making of these stories and them engaging with each other in the making of something. When you think about museums and galleries and the way they operate currently, so many institutions that focus on, we're gonna hang things and put things in this space and that's art. To me, it's much more interesting to think, God, the world is full of beautiful things. How do we find them together? How do we make them together? I never really understood what a panic attack was or an anxiety attack was. And I'll tell you that when I was in Kabul, living and working in Kabul in 2013, I was literally walking by myself down the street from where I lived in Afghanistan, in Kabul. And I remember, my hands were shaking. And I think I remember, it makes me emotional thinking about it, looking at my hands and being how am I gonna find this money to make this dream a reality and to be able to make sure that everyone who believes in this can do it and we can all do this. And I remember my hands shaking and I remember sitting on the ground and thinking to myself, it was really sunny, it was really dusty, it was maybe around 3 in the afternoon, cars were going by. In Afghanistan, there's a lot of women who wear burqas and who beg. And I remember looking at a woman and her little baby down, maybe 10 meters away from me. I remember being oh gosh, I came here with this idea and it's so important. And how am I gonna let these people down? And I had put forth this idea of if we give away 10,000 pink biodegradable balloons in Kabul so that we can call attention to those people and not to the war and not to the violence. Because so often the singular narrative of Afghanistan is the Taliban. It's this war that's been going on for more than 4 decades. The day before the actual project, 3 different suicide bombers attacked downtown Kabul, and everyone assumed that we weren't going to give away those balloons. And literally from our headquarters, the house that we were working at, the 12 volunteer leaders of the project and myself could hear bullets going through. And I was so afraid on that day that I said, I don't think we can do this. And that's when they were like, no, we're going to do this because we live in this, since we were born, we hear bullets. That night, they called all of their team members and everyone not only confirmed that they were going, but they were going to bring other people. Because it was that important to juxtapose that violence and that horror with the beauty of people collaborating and showing up and bringing color to a space that has very little. Right now we're going to the Center for Social Innovation in the west side of Manhattan here in New York. And we're going there to work with young leaders from across New York City, high schoolers, middle schoolers who are really invested in desegregating the school system here in New York. It's been 65 years since Brown versus Board, and schools were supposed to be desegregated since, and we're still struggling and dealing with these realities of schools being not integrated. So nice to meet you, Benji. It's a pleasure. Hey there. Nice to meet you. All of these different pieces of the story we're telling, and how do we make it more powerful? Because the truth is that it's your story, and so you get to tell it, and I'm just trying to figure out how we can really maximize and get the world to pay attention. Thank you so much. I want to see a little bit more wiggling happening. Go ahead and get a little bit uncomfortable. No, because the from what I understand, and if you think about it, would the New York Times look good suing a bunch of high schoolers who are trying to get schools integrated? So when we think about that, that's an opportunity actually to push, to get some pushback, to get attention on the stories we want people to be looking at and reading and understanding. I'm a Colombian man and I grew up between Colombia and the United States. And as a gay man, I know what it feels like to be excluded and to not belong. I know what it feels like to deal with discomfort and with ambiguity. And so often the practice really is about creating spaces for people to belong to each other. Walt Whitman said, I am multitudes. And the idea that we inhabit all of these different narratives and that we can actually portray and really boldly share them with the world in ways that are dynamic. And that's where I think art comes in. What are some of the expectations we have of what we're gonna be doing today? Get work done. What does that work look like? What are some of the things that we're gonna be doing today? Change the future. Thank you so much. After that exhibition in New York in 2007, one of the things that I understood for myself that it was really about that practice of making together. And one of the things too that I was thinking about then was, how do I create paintings and sculptures so that people are not just looking at them, but they're actually inside of them? And so I really began building worlds and creating spaces where people could connect to each other meaningfully. And so when I think about what a living sculpture is, it's really simply people coming together and making and co-creating and ideating. And in that process, building art, but also building relationships and bridges among themselves. The Future Historical Society is a project that we're developing at BRIC in Brooklyn, and it's really exciting because what BRIC said to me was that they were really interested in harnessing the imagination and the creativity of a group of neighbors in downtown Brooklyn and Fort Greene. And so what we've been doing over the past couple of months is, it's a group of 25 people who have been working together, not only towards cataloging their own stories of the neighborhood, of themselves, but really building through, and in the next couple of months, we're building an exhibition that's happening all over the neighborhood that tells the stories of the neighborhood from a very personal space. Of course. No, so what we're doing is, I'm having a bunch of the Future Historical Society members coming, and we're doing a potluck. So like, just everybody kind of coming over and spending time together socially, so that, kind of further the idea of like, what are we doing and how are we doing this project? Because even though we have these meetings so often, it's really challenging to get everything we need to get done in those spaces, and really actually getting people together to come in and eat and make food together and talk about what it is that we're doing, and just get to know each other, have a little dancing, have a little music. That's the point. So it's gonna be good. Yeah. Yeah, totally. I can't wait to show you. I was actually on vacation with my family recently, and my brother-in-law, Juan Esteban, looked at his son, Lucas, and he was like, oh, he's so in love with him. And I was like, he loves him so much. And so he looked at him and he goes, this little boy gets more and more beautiful every day. And I thought that it was so gorgeous. I was like, he's a year old, so he's really coming into his own body and his bones and his muscles. And I looked at him and I was like, of course, he's going from being like a toad to becoming an actual frog with like shape. And he looked at me and goes, I think you're totally wrong. I think it's really about the fact that I'm spending more and more time with him, and therefore I love him, and my love for him makes me see him and makes him more beautiful to me. Welcome.
How's it going?
Good. If you want to put your things down in the room right here,
okay.
And then just make yourself comfortable. And I thought it was such a beautiful moment because that clarification, I think, is very related to the work that I do, which is as people spend time together and engage with each other, you do fall in love with each other a little bit in that process, in getting to know your favorite foods and how is it that you dance, show me that step, right? Like the different ways in which humans connect and realize that they're actually not so far away from each other. So I feel like it's a really simple way of thinking about beauty and art and the connection to our human experience as we live in the world. And there's so many challenges, right? And so I think of beauty as part of that inherent need. If you're gonna create sustainable change in the world, people should be enjoying that. And if beauty is a part of the recipe, how important, how alchemic.
I wouldn't just play basketball for like a game, something like, have fun. And I was so good. And then later on, my boss said, you know what, son, you have to choose one. You cannot have both. You have to choose the basketball, or you have to, when you want to be designer, you're going to choose to be designer. And I asked my mom, I said, Mom, you know what, I'm so stressed. I want to be a designer, but I used to like play basketball for hobby, something like that, but I'm good. But my boss tell me to choose one. I don't know what I'm going to do. My mom say, you know what? You know what you want to be. You want to be a designer, so leave the basketball. I say, you're right, mom. I don't say no words. I leave the basketball and I following my dream. And I don't regret that because I'm happy. I rented a little stuff like a real space in Brooklyn, so it was so similar. And then my business kept growing. I say it's time for me to have my own store. And then like God allowed me and then to help me to find it. And then today I'm on my own place. Oh, Brooklyn like is inspired me for Senegal too, because like we all people, and then all the good people you meet is like a family to you, and then we all family. And then when I come in Brooklyn, it reminds me Senegal, it reminds me in Paris, it reminds me everything. So I'm happy to being in Brooklyn. As an African designer to be in Brooklyn, it's not just about like you and you African, you have to do African clothes. It's just upon like what you chose. I chose to make it like a couture, like something like elegant, something like cocktail dress, something like evening, something like fashionable. Everywhere you go, they're gonna say, "Wow, where you get this from?" So I used like to do something like inspire people. Yeah, that's why I choose to be like to do like couture. My American dream is it's not just I'm here in America. It's all over the world. You have to have a passion to accomplish something. You have to have the passion. Passion can like give you a lot of motivation, and then the motivation like you have like as a like have a passion first, give you motivation. The motivation like is allow you to follow in like your dream. So and then, like when you have your dream, following your dream, and then you have to dream big. And my dream today as a designer here, I want to be like a big designer in the world, like traveling all over the world and then like having my fashion show all over the world.
The power of flowers are amazing. It really breaks isolation to give the gift of beauty to somebody. It doesn't have to be somebody who is in a healthcare center. It can be anybody that hasn't had the opportunity to have some reinforcement in their lives. I'm Caroline Gates Anderson. I'm the founder of Bloom Again Brooklyn. Bloom Again Brooklyn, it upcycles flowers. It goes from the very beginning of flowers that were going to be trashed. They weren't going to be used because they had nowhere to put them. There was no place to donate them to. And that's where it all started. The next step was to figure out what the second life was for flowers. And so we started out with going over to Cobble Hill Healthcare Center 4 years ago and asked them if they thought that their residents might like an interaction with volunteers. When we talked about who would you like to visit us and who would you like to work with, they always said, young people, please.
This is an ICT class, which means that some of our children are special needs children and some are in the general education population.
Everybody is going to get one picture. You are making an arrangement for a person who might not get flowers all the time and who is older, and it really makes a difference when you bring beautiful flowers into somebody's room.
A few summers ago, I heard about Bloom Again Brooklyn through social media. I think it was New York Cares had a little piece with some photographs of people helping out with flowers, and I thought it'd be a great fit for our third graders.
Fun story, one of the seniors that lives at Cobble Hill Healthcare is named Mary Zagami, the principal of PS 29, a very long time ago. And she's thrilled that you all are making an arrangement for her, as are the other seniors. She reached out to us at one point to see if we could come in and work with the children, because the children can really relate.
What does it mean to be an agent of change?
Well, one of the things it means is doing the right thing even when nobody asks you.
Those people don't normally get flowers.
Being agents of change doing it, and we're helping them to say, you can still go, you can keep on going with your life.
Exactly, yes. All right, so we're going to call you by table, I think, to come over to get some flowers to make for your arrangements. We got emails from parents just saying they cannot wait. They're so excited to come to school to make flowers tomorrow for the senior citizens. So it's something they've been really, really excited to do.
I really wanted something sunny since spring is coming. So I tried to make it look as bright as I could.
Our school, our kids always write letters to everyone, said, I hope you are making flower arrangements for senior citizens because you need to be agents of change.
Is to Mary from me. So I did this so these people could feel better really soon.
So we knew then that we were onto something really great, and it's something that the kids held on to throughout the year.
Thank you very much, all of you from PS 29, from Lynn Manna's class. The residents at Cobble Hill Healthcare Center right across the street are really waiting for these arrangements. We're going to distribute them today. We're going to give them the cards today and tell them a little bit about how you did it. We have photographs of you all, and they are really you're gonna bring some sunshine in. You have made a difference. You have become an agent of change.
It's a gift that you give them that we appreciate so much.
Well, thank you to the Bloom Again volunteers, because they are what makes this run. I think the aha moment for me with Bloom Again Brooklyn was that it was not only about the recipients, but it was also about the team building with our own team. And if we didn't have a team at Bloom Again Brooklyn, we wouldn't have an organization. See it as working with all sorts of organizations to enhance their missions. We enhance our mission.
Hi, how are you? One small one there.
Hi, we met before.
Yes, you.
How are you?
Which
one do you want? To help people have an enhanced life that have had some tough times. Flowers are for everybody.
I was just gonna say, what about this one?
That's nice.
This is pretty good, right?
Very.
Yeah?
They're really food for the soul. I mean, they really feed the souls. And I think that the residents, the way in which they look forward to them every week with the volunteers visiting with them, feel the same way. Hi, Mary, how are you? So these are flowers for you, made by the children of your old school, PS 29. They made some cards. Kamari at PS 29 said, Happy Spring. Mary Zagami, I made this for you so you are feeling better, Kamari.
Oh, that's a nice
Happy Spring. It's been a real privilege to work within the community with both Cobble Hill Healthcare Center and PS 29. And it really is uplifting for both the children and the seniors.
This is the first LEGO League Into Orbit challenge. Each branch received a robotics kit, and they have been competing over the past month in semifinals that have led up to here, the Brooklyn Robotics League finals.
We've got kids from Diker Heights, from Homecrest, from Sunset Park, and Bushwick in this room.
What we're basically trying to do with robots is score points from the different missions we have to do. The challenging part is the time.
Multiple kids will work on the same code, and they just try to compete to see which one does it fastest and works the best.
It's all about having fun and being focused. The robot has to do a lot of missions. So first, you gotta code it, right? And next, you gotta download it to the robot.
So these are the different stations that we do our missions from. Like for instance, we have the food supply and the aerobic exercise. So we have to get our robot to travel from the base all the way to here and then push it to either the gray section, the white section, or the orange section.
Yeah. Good luck. All right, let's see a thumbs up from everybody if you guys are ready to go. Alright, I'm gonna have you guys help me count them down. Ready?
Satellite, Jay, satellite.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Programming is now like learning your ABCs. We felt that since the library is in every community, if we have a robotics program at our libraries, then all kids in Brooklyn can have the opportunity to learn coding and learn to program robots.
Now they're finally seeing that scientists, they need to be more diverse culturally, and also engineering and math are great career paths.
It always makes me feel proud to see how kids that are competing against each other actually step up to help each other.
You know, there are two values that we have, cooperation and gracious professionalism.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. When you dream, dream slow.
what's led us to this moment, again, is everything from Brexit to, again, this new neo-fascist movement that we're living in, to a kind of a conservative policy that constantly threatens the lives of people. We're tired of living in a police state.
I refused to see him die. I did not look at the newspapers in bodegas. I did not look at the news feed on Facebook or even text from friends. At a restaurant, a TV showed a white cop kneeling on a black man's neck, and I left before my food arrived. The video of Officer Derek Chauvin killing George Floyd ripped the scab off of our blackness. Inside, where color connects us, pain throbbed. We just buried our grandparents and friends who died from COVID-19. We just lost our jobs. Maybe the worst was over. I mean, damn, can we catch a break? But no. When I left the bodega, I saw a circle of my neighbors staring at their cell phones, faces twisted in horror. Did you see how they did that, brother? One said. I can't breathe. That's what he said. I can't breathe. Fuck the police. I saw open pain in their eyes, and beneath the mask of street machismo was a deep underground cavern where life's bitterness had pooled. And Floyd's death was a lit match falling in.
I think it's always been the time. I think it's been the time before now to protest. I think that now is the time for the world, actually, to become a participant in this protest, because I think that we're living in a fascist state. People's lives are threatened right now with a virus that disproportionately threatens the lives of African American people. I think that we are participating in a certain way right now because the economy is what it is, and 40 million people are unemployed, and there's an outrage. It's an accumulative rage that happens.
What I've seen over the years, from Sean Bell to Trayvon Martin to Eric Gardner to George Floyd, is that the movement has become increasingly large, very multiracial, and I think that's what's given us a hope, is that we're not alone anymore. That now we actually have, not only it's multi-city, but it's really multinational. Is the reason it's catching on like a wildfire. It's like fire only catches if there's fuel. So there is an underlying pool of discontent, of rage, of frustration that people have been feeling and really been hiding inside their bodies. Like their bodies are like these sponges filled with gasoline. And that gasoline is all of that shame and fear that happens when you're constantly either being surveilled, stopped and frisked. Broken windows policing is basically almost like factory farming people into the criminal justice system. And so all of that has been bottled up in so many people's bodies all across the world. That fuel is really what's causing the explosion.
Attention, quick march, so much. Left turn, right turn, about turn, double up, salute, open your hat, stand at ease, no fall in, fall out, fall down. No
I understand that for dramatic change to happen, I mean, riots and all that stuff have been part of any dramatic change in Western society since forever, since Rome, since Egypt, Like, it's been how society changes. That, along with discourse and along with all the other elements. So I know that it's a part of it, but it's the reasons that can sway it this way or that. The reasons that things pop off. Is it through actual social anger? Is it through some instigating third-party initiative? So I ran up to the front of the groups and I started watching. A white girl on a megaphone, and she obviously was not down with the movement, and she obviously wasn't from New York. And she was just like using the catchphrase BLM, getting the crowd amped, and then she would instigate them to destroy property. And then there was white cats dressed up fully cloaked, and they would have hammers and bust down the windows of stores that we would pass. All the black kids were young kids, Generation Z. They're all being manipulated by these people that were definitely in cahoots with each other because they would discuss and like plan and everything. These white cats that were either anarchists or masquerading as anarchists. The person on the bullhorn would amp everybody up, and then the person with the hammer would go and just initiate the looting or the break-ins with the hammer, just busting down windows, almost indiscriminately.
You tell me my people are free, but that's a lie I've learned to live with. The last time I checked, strangers who share a darker complexion are still overwhelmingly being segregated when it comes to overpopulated prisons, outdated textbooks, over-policed ghettos. Remember the first time I was called a nigger? And I've never felt so much rage in my life. And words don't usually get to me, but maybe transgenerational trauma is real.
There was almost just like a swell in the collective unconscious, I would say, that has gathered everybody into focusing collectively on this thing, you know, as of like, 2 weeks ago or so, and almost with continuous momentum up to this point. The whole experience for me has been transformative because I have always located my activism exclusively in my art. Something about this just felt like it is definitely the time to do this in the same spirit of enough is enough, and also like some sort of deep, like, collective unconscious tug on the heart and mind that made it feel important to be present, which I think, so many people are feeling.
Mama, can't you see? Mama, can't you see? What the system's done to me? What the system's done to me? They keep on shooting us down. No, you can't hold us to the ground. You can't hold us to the ground.
I was born in Bed-Stuy. I consider this my neighborhood, my community. I'm very protective of it. So when I found out there was a protest going on in Bed-Stuy, I was like, who is putting this together? Bed-Stuy is being violently gentrified, violently colonized. So I just wanted to know, like, who was doing this and what made them decide to do it here. Found out it was December 12th movement, which is a long-standing Black-led community organization. They're the OGs, and they've been actually doing marches and protests every week before all of this. They were doing protests and marches and, stand-ins way before George Floyd, way before all of this. And that gave me the confidence to know that I could be involved with this specific action and feel, secure, that it wasn't going to be no messy stuff. I feel like when it comes to engaging in action, you want to know who's organizing it. You want to know what the purpose is. You want to know what the end goal is, what route people are taking. I wonder if people are getting that type of security training that is required to be in a space with thousands of people resisting, pushing back against systematic violence. It's sometimes met with violence. Sometimes people just need to be prepared for that.
Be safe, be healthy, be strong, and be revolutionary.
Free ourselves from mental slavery. Never falling for false security. I wanna see I wanna grow further. Open my eyes and fight the good fight.
There's that old saying that to a hammer, every problem, looks like a nail. It's about how police were incentivized through the drug war to continue really hammering down on low-level drug offenses and then, stuffing state and then also eventually federal prisons with low-level nonviolent drug offenders. And some of the other forms of policing that actually were helpful to the community were not as prioritized or not as funded as, locking up low-level drug dealers or drug users. Good actually now to see that a giant wave is actually shaking the very foundations of the police and criminal justice system. And I hope that the wave is big enough now that we can really defund the police and dismantle some departments and really start replacing it with something that's more effective.
I'm totally down for defund the police. And I'm almost completely down with dismantle. All this is an evolution of the slave catchers. And you add that in with, this subjective reality that everybody in different groups in America operate under, and you have a totalitarian system. You have this 1984 dystopic system that people don't realize that we're living in.
You refuse, I think, to allow a Hitler, Mussolini moment again in the world. I think that's why this moment is really important. Just to speak to the Black Lives Matter movement, we've certainly been outraged for a very long time and have seen over and over and over and over and over and over again the unnecessary deaths of too many Black and brown bodies at the hands of police.
A lot of people talking about defund the police, but what they really mean by defund the police. So tell me why the people want to defund the police. Why? Cause they take your money. Defund, what's that mean? If they don't know where their funds are, who's gonna protect us once defunded? That's the fun part. Allocate what would be spent to process arrests for education, housing, healthcare, and the rest.
In New York City's budget for 2019, they spent $6 billion on the NYPD. Take it down to $5 billion, make them leave a bill behind. That's still more than several other major agencies combined.
I went to the protest in Foley Square. We'd been chanting like, whose streets are streets, but we're all getting out of the street. And then I had this moment of lucidity where I sort of realized what the meaning of civil disobedience is, that to make a point, the point is to break the law. The point is to say, no, the law proceeds from the collective will of the people, or it ought to. It is our right to be here to make this point, A handful of us sort of joined arms in spite of the fact that, there was these automated messages coming from the NYPD's amplifier that if you stay in the street, you'll be arrested, and we got arrested, and then off we went. All of my pushing and moving has been from the comfort of me in my recording booth. You know what I mean? It's been different, and something clicked, I guess, in that moment. My personal experience came at no physical harm to myself and little mental harm to myself as well. I was treated respectfully. However, it was easy to witness while going through it that not everybody had received the same treatment that day, and that things were rapidly changing. Some people had been roughed up. Some people had a much more tumultuous experience of being arrested. And even, some of the people that I met who were arrested around the same time as me who appeared to have been treated much less courteously. It's about generating anthems, content, emotional responses to all of these issues from every corner and from every color and from every type of person, because the more people participate in that, the more progress we make.
Yeah, we really want to amplify Black voices and messages that are anti-racist and support anti-racist policies, and educate our followers on how to do that as well.
Make sure that you know what you're doing. And what you're doing is that these guys will not play with you no more. No more killing Black people.
This has to be a prolonged protest. This has to be on some South Africa apartheid level. I'm scared that once this COVID lockdown stops, that people will get distracted, not have the time. I really hope that people remember all of this, like the police brutality, the reasons that we're in this, that this stuff is ongoing, that we can actually bring about core fundamental change.
They took away the drum. They took away the drum. So I use my voice to resurrect the bones that rest alone at the bottom of the sea. I'll use me. Okay?
I just want us to be careful about buying into the narrative that the worst thing going on right now is the looting. Use that word too for a moment. Think about it. Is it looting to basically be a major corporation in this country and receive billions in tax breaks while supposedly there isn't money or means to give every American health care? I don't know. I think that's looting.
When I was a kid, I remember going by some businesses that were boarded up and they looked weird and like no one had been there for a long time. And someone in my family who's an elder told me, oh, this place has been closed since they killed King and it got burned out and it never really came back.
There are boarded up places that got boarded up after the assassination of Dr. King. There are vacant lots where buildings were burned down, that were burned down in 1968. Nothing has grown up to replace them. And while we appreciate the peaceful demonstration, and we all have a need to vindicate our presence and to express what we think and what we feel, but we also have a responsibility to acknowledge certain things work and some things don't work quite as well. And so pillaging, looting, burning down, tearing up what is in existence does not necessarily bring the results that we're looking for.
But sometimes an act of aggression yields the exact desired result, and some unintended consequences.
A crowd that grew to 200 people gathered in the streets outside. The crowd got hostile when it witnessed police officers' rough treatment of the men and women, from pushing to kicking to arm twisting. Someone yelled, "Black power, don't let them take our people away." And quickly, folks started throwing bricks, rocks, and beer cans at the police. One bottle smashed through the last police cruiser to leave the scene, and what forever came to be known in the media as the, quote, Detroit riot, what government officials dubbed Detroit's civil disturbance, and what Blacks called the Great Rebellion, erupted. No numbers ran during that entire week as looting, burning, and violence wore on for 5 days. A combined force of nearly 17,000 officers, National Guardsmen, and federal troops was sent in. And by the time the uprising was suppressed, as many as 155,000 rounds of ammunition had been fired by law enforcement. 43 people were dead, 30 of them African Americans, including a 4-year-old girl named Tanya, victim to a .50 caliber bullet fired by the National Guard. More than 7,000 people were arrested on riot-related charges.
So you and I sitting here both know that that happened in 1967.
Yes.
But I promise it could be a blog entry from 2 or 3 nights ago as we sit here in 2020.
Exactly, exactly. I've been having flashbacks, Brian. And
you were just a girl.
I was just a little girl. I was not quite 7 years old when it all happened. And it absolutely is a scar on my memory. The fear, the sense of not knowing what was happening. And now when I think about it and I realize the damage that it left in its wake, not least of which was Detroit never really quite recovered. A lot of those 2,500 buildings were not rebuilt. That's the anxiousness I feel now. What will be left in the wake of this devastation?
In addition to being a living witness to the Detroit uprising of '67, Bridgette Davis is the author of The World According to Fannie Davis, a memoir of her late mother, an independent Black businesswoman who ran a numbers banking business from her Detroit home for more than 2 decades.
You, more than almost anyone, had a firsthand view of what economic independence and the multiplier effect that dollars in Black communities can have when they stay inside the Black community, both in the short term and historically.
Yes, even though small businesses were gone, a very significant underground economy continued to thrive. And so people had a means to continue to support themselves, to rebuild their businesses, to contribute, like my mom did, to rebuilding. Those things were in place because that particular underground economy was already in place. And that's what's so different from today. And that's another feeling that I have, my concern about how we'll regroup.
Let me tell you, without help, these small businesses, many of them, will never come back.
And while the loss of prosperity for an entire generation of Black communities is nearly incalculable, Blacks have suffered higher mortality rates from the coronavirus and greater joblessness. And a recent study from the National Bureau of Economic Research found the COVID-19 pandemic led to the closing of some 3.3 million small businesses, 440,000 of which were Black-owned. A 41% decline from February through April, making Black business owners the most impacted group. For Congressman Danny K. Davis, who represents the neighborhood where my parents still live and holds a seat on the Ways and Means Committee, that wealth gap has a very human face.
Yeah. It's African American men who've never had a job. It's young women with 2 and 3 children earning $30,000 a year, if they earn that much. How do you take care of yourself and 3 children as a clerk at one of the dollar stores or one of the places, or working in a nursing home as a health aide where you're making less than $15 an hour?
And there's something about COVID-19 that has changed the conversation, right? No longer can government say what it can't do. The government stepped in and provided millions, billions of dollars in aid.
The Ways and Means Committee tweeted this, saying that over 110,000 Americans have died due to COVID-19 and 42 million are out of work. And you add that to the strain that was already on small businesses, Black businesses, minority and women-owned. So do you think something like a Marshall Plan for Black communities would be something that the U.S. government should get behind and develop?
Unequivocally and without a doubt. I mean, we can call it the Martin Luther King plan. We can call it the Roy Wilkins plan. We can call it the Sojourner Truth plan. What's so important is that we do it. I mean, we don't have any other way to infuse capital into disadvantaged areas and put people to work. Guess what? The money that they generate is going to flow right back into the economy. Right. Because now they're paying taxes, they're working. So that money is going to put money back into the treasury, which gives us money to do other things with. I don't call it spending. I call it investment. If there's no investment, no return.
I am ultimately, ironically, Brian, positive about this moment. I am. It's painful, it's scary. We still are in an unknown territory, but I do believe that that's how progress works. And so this is this generation's opportunity to push us forward. I believe in them. I believe in my son. I believe in all these young people out here. I believe in people like you doing the good work, the hard work, you know, and I think that it does matter. It matters.
part for me still is really the base of it, the crux of it is documentation. But as we move forward, it became, you know, the story. It became, this was an American uprising of sorts, and something that's never been seen. So a lot of times, you know, my lens tends to gravitate towards that aspect of history that needs to be documented in a way that's going to be looked upon for future generations as this thing. Like, what happened then? This is what happened then. So it's kind of like my message to future generations. You know, I make images. I try to make impactful images. I try to make images that make a statement in my own way of protesting, I guess. The whole documentation process itself is about making images. I don't necessarily record, but I am recording, but I'm making images. If you have a camera phone and you're not necessarily trained as a photographer, or you're recording, I make images, as well as other photographers who are photojournalists or who are image makers. You have people who do that. That's what they do, as opposed to like, hey, I'm a photographer because I have a camera phone. No, not in my mind. So I kind of like just try to like weed through all that and get to where the main source of what I want to put into the visual context. I want that to be the most important aspect of what I'm doing on that particular day. And that really causes you to, to kind of like make images. You have to sit there, you have to watch and wait. You look at people's behavior, their facial expressions, and you wait for that particular precise moment, which I like to call the sovereign moment. That precise moment where you have to you're going to make that decision visually to make that image come into being. I'm thinking about getting to the main source of that particular image. Sometimes I gravitate to the outskirts of that event itself, or just people who not normally would be photographed, or people who were kind of like playing the wall of sorts. What's really going through my mind a lot of times is really to be safe and photograph in a safe manner, and photograph in a way that's not going to necessarily be exploitative, still allowing dignity to be shown through the lens itself, as well as not necessarily allowing like pure sensationalism. I do know that a lot of the people who are coming in to loot, I mean, this is me just really being on the ground and seeing it firsthand, we're not necessarily protesters. These were people who were opportunists. These were people who specifically came there with the intention of getting some free stuff. Those stores have insurance that could cover that. I'm not saying that was right, but they do have insurance that could cover it. I do believe that the economic opportunities for some people do not exist in their world, so they find it, easy to go ahead and like, I'm just gonna rip off, and because I'm caught up in this whole materialistic drive to go ahead and say, hey, I got this, I got that, mine is better than yours because it's that name brand. But that's American culture for you. You know what I'm saying? That's where it is right now. This is what's being advertised and pushed to the youth. And unfortunately, it manifested itself in that aspect of the protest. But it's not the protest, so it can't be really compared. And people who try to compare those two extremes as one are foolish and are people who really should not have a mic. Seeing the brother of George Floyd, I thought was very relative to what is being. He was like I said, he was very thankful and he was very gracious in his presence. And just seeing that in itself inspired me to walk across the bridge. So I'm thankful for moments like that, because it sends a message that's bigger than necessarily that photograph at that moment. I'm gonna say the one with John Baptiste on Union Square, with his hand extended in the air, and then you see all the other instruments, because that was a really fun day to bring in music, the music to heal, and music to go ahead and push you further, and just that expression, that expressionism of creativity, I think lends itself to solutions. So that picture, in my mind, stands out to me because it's a form of protest, and as well as, you know, you're having musicians and creatives involved in the process of change.
I've raised the bar in the sense that I've been able to get promoted. I decided to join the police department in many ways to do what I'm doing right now, which is try to see what can be done to improve it. I was naive thinking that they'd embrace this, you know, someone from the community that could bring better ideas. I didn't realize that the system would push back on that. But I joined because I knew what I experienced, what my friends and I were experiencing, and what was going on throughout the United States, and how black men were being policed. And I figured, you know, let me join and see what I could do about it. I work for the New York City Police Department, going on 11 years, and I'm currently in the rank of lieutenant. Just a kid from Flatbush, born, you know, immigrant parents from Haiti, who was raised in tough times, tough situations. My mother died when I was real young. I was 3 years old. My father wasn't working since I was 6, and that was some serious ingredients right there. You know, usually success is not on the other side. So this is a building I was born and raised, grew up in. And this is where it all started, man. It's funny because I started reading late in life, and I would literally sit here and read, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, all types of books. This was right around the time that Operation Impact started in the police department. And what they basically did is they flooded certain neighborhoods with rookie cops that stood on every corner. And they gave them quotas for how many arrest summonses and stop and frisks they each have to bring in on a monthly basis. So a lot of times the rookie officers would come here to see what we're doing because they see a whole bunch of young black men congregating. And then yet I'm reading books, I'm quoting Marcus Garvey, I'm quoting Malcolm X. I remember they looked confused and they would just go back to their corners. You know what I mean? They were trying to meet their quotas. I didn't know that yet. What's good, King? Doing some filming, you know what I mean?
Of course, everything good?
You know this.
What's the word?
All right, shit.
You just came out here, huh? You just came out here?
Me, I just got here. When I was real young, cops were heroes. Cops were the people you call when something went wrong, that's it. And then I remember slowly seeing certain headlines like Amadou Diallo and Abner Louima, even Sean Bell a little later on. You know, when I started seeing these issues, I started questioning policing a lot. And then I started getting harassed by cops. And at first I didn't really know what it was, especially because most of the cops were white. I assumed they were simply racist. They were white. I was a young black kid. They hated black folks, so they were racist. But once I actually joined the department,
I learned that it's much more complex than just simple individual racism. It's the racism that's interwoven in the system by the way of the enforcement quotas in Black and Hispanic communities. So even a well-meaning white cop or a cop of any race can still contribute to a racist system if they simply do what's asked of them, which is to enforce quotas in minority neighborhoods. So once I started understanding that and breaking it down, it started giving me some trouble. Just going to work, every day I was witnessing things that I noticed that my colleagues didn't even lose sleep over. And again, it's not because they're bad people, but this was the demand of the system that they were just meeting. Being an activist that's trying to get police reform while being employed by the most famous police department in the world, I'm really at a loss for words, but it's really difficult to explain what that's like. You know, to speak out against the detriments of policing and then walk into work 5 days a week, there's no explaining that. Because unfortunately, a lot of my colleagues and coworkers, they don't see it as me trying to improve the system, improve their jobs, their quality of life, relationship with the community. They see it as me being anti-police. Right now, cops feel as if they're under attack by the media and liberals, and Democrats, and they feel I'm on the inside, a traitor that's contributing to that attack. So to have to carry that and go into work and do my job, it's insane. Sometimes it's real disheartening, the fact that there's not more support. You know, like the Stop Question and Frisk lawsuit. Because with that lawsuit, we were able to get real change. And I wish, along with Stop Question and Frisk, summonses and arrests were included, because it's very likely that a situation like Eric Garner would have never happened. Because everyone else just saw a white cop who didn't care about this guy. You know, they probably even saw him as a racist. I didn't see that watching that video. I saw a cop trying to meet his arrest quotas. Always been outspoken. I realized injustice is something I was never a fan of. I used to get in arguments with my dad when he was unfair. In that sense, my family's not surprised. They know I've always been this way. They are concerned though, because historically, it doesn't really end too well for whistleblowers. You know, it doesn't. Usually, it's not a happy ending. Activism is not easy work, but what keeps me grounded in knowing that I have to stay the course is understanding the millions of lives that are going to be positively affected if I'm successful.
We captured footage of a pregnant woman who her son was being arrested, and she was grabbed and slammed against the floor while she was 6 months pregnant. We've gotten footage of street vendors who were selling fruits and vegetables along Fifth Avenue. At 5 o'clock, there was an end of a festival and the police shut it down at 5:05. These vendors were slammed to the floor while in handcuffs, kicked around, beat up, 16-year-old girl choked by the captain of the precinct. All of this on video. And these are the things that, that happen a lot, And if we're not there capturing it, people just won't believe that it happens, that it's going on. But it's in this city, it's going on every day. When I was younger, as a Latino, young kid, teenager, people didn't believe you when you had a certain encounter with the police. Whether it was your parents, whether it was your teachers, no one in power believed young people and what we went through. Oh, cops are not that bad, But it really was until we started getting our hands on cameras and turning them on when the cops approached us to show, what that looked like, what that felt like. The first people to have to pave the way, as far as in this cop watch movement, we took a lot of hits. October 2002, I was a teaching artist for W.E.B. Du Bois High School, and after school I witnessed the police manhandling a teenager at the subway station. And I decided to grab a payphone, dial 911, and pull out a point-and-shoot digital camera and start taking pictures from 20 feet away in front of a token booth where the public was watching as the cops were slapping this kid around. As I was on the phone talking to the operator, describing what the cops looked like, cops walked up to me while I was on the payphone and maced me. As they took possession of the camera and handcuffed me, they all slammed me to the floor, piled up on top of me, and one officer cracked my head open with his walkie-talkie. They stomped on my handcuffs that were, behind my back, my arms. I got permanent nerve damage on my fingers, and a big gash to the top of my head, and I was sprayed with mace. I was taken to jail and charged with assaulting police, with obstruction of governmental administration, and a list of other bogus crimes that it took a year for them to dismiss. When I filed a complaint, police were attempting to intimidate me. They would show up to my house. There would be an unmarked police car parked in front of my house. They would show up at my job. They would go to my mother's job, and they would just follow us around, want themselves to be visible, wanting me to notice them. And they would wave at me, and they would drive by me, and that was an intimidation tactic. What I decided to do was get my friends to come with me, have multiple cameras. So I would have someone across the street on one angle, somebody on another angle, a chain of cameras watching over each other. As I would walk up to the unmarked car and knock on their window with the camera on and ask them, "Officer, can you identify yourself? How come you've been parked in front of my house for this whole entire week?" The cops would, roll their windows up and drive away. It was that experience that got me to see that I needed to organize with a group of people with multiple cameras where we watch over each other. We don't interfere, we don't obstruct. We're there to document, observe, and collect evidence as to what happened. Turn around. They're putting body cams on police officers, and they already set up the rules to make sure that the public will not have access to this footage. So there's a camera that, is worn on his body, on the chest, and it points outward. So it's not recording the cop, it's not recording the police officer's, expressions, words, or whatever. It's recording what they're collecting of the public. So that's why our cameras are recording them. We need to document what they're doing, and what's happening in the scene. In Sunset Park, there are NYPD surveillance cameras already lined up through the poles on the busiest avenues in this neighborhood. And there's been a history of incidents that have happened with the police right underneath those cameras. I myself have taken out FOIL requests, applied for FOIL requests for the police department to release this footage. We recorded our version, and there's an unedited version recorded somewhere that the police has access to. And people have been arrested, people have been assaulted, they've gone to court, lawyers have subpoenaed this footage, and the police have never released this. So this is evidence that exists that the police department, the city of New York, purposely withhold. we've been able to use our cameras and our videos as evidence to get charges dropped, to be put in as evidence, to, you know what I'm saying, to protect people.
My name is Sean Leonardo. I'm an artist, and you are now seeing the work, my work, as backdrop to the exhibition Whisper or Shout. I'm here because just in a few hours I will be performing a performance art piece called The Eulogy with an entire marching band. Teenagers of the Berean Community Drumline from East New York. All the power is in what happens tonight. All the power is in what it connects with the people present. And so there's no accident why we invited people to attend in funeral attire. This is a funeral, and this is an actual eulogy.
What are you waiting for me to tell you? What good will it do? What if I said that this isn't a funeral? That it's a holiday celebration?
All of my work, my career has really centered on definitions of masculinity. Broadening those definitions, questioning, problematizing preconceived notions of what manhood is. And now when Trayvon Martin was murdered, and I used that word purposefully, I looked at his image and two things started to happen. One, I was reminded of the same fear that was instilled, that was embedded at the center of my chest, right? The same fear that really stemmed from, let's say, a distrust growing up in Queens, right? Now I'm a Queensian, I'm from New York City. The second thing that started to occur and started to surface emotionally was that I realized that that young boy, his face could very well have been my face, could very well have been the face of a number of different people growing up that I grew up with, but also could be my son. I'm having a kid. I'm having a baby. The due date is May 30th. And so I had this emotional upheaval and I didn't even quite understand. And then I realized that I was coping with the fact that my potential son, my kid, was going to have to grow up with that same fear. And it would have been hypocritical, based on my practice, it would have been hypocritical of me to not address masculinity in terms of young brothers of color. And so I'm reading this book. And what I really became inspired to do was take those words and instead of address and memorialize Brother Todd Clifton, that I would then insert the names of young men of color that have died at the hands of the police between the last 3 and 5 years. Unfortunately, it was very easy to do. There was no lack of names.
His name was... His name was... His name was...
It is personal. It is personal in the same way that anyone that witnesses those videos or experiences any level of aggression with authority, with power, that it might be personal for them. It is in our surroundings. You know, it is very much part of our reality. And I just thought to myself, what could I do not only to further the conversation around police violence, but to force it into people's hearts? I wanted to do something that hurts, right?
Go home and forget him. He's in this box, newly dead. Go home and don't think about it. He's dead, and you've got all you can do to
think about.
And it's not about empathy for me, and it's not about revisiting some sort of trauma, not about a level of catharsis. It's about bearing witness to something that is incredibly, incredibly awful and powerful.
Tell them to get out of the box and teach those cops to forget that rhyme. Tell them to teach those cops that when they call you nigga, make a rhyme the trigger that the guns backfire.
When you have issues, you know, you don't always have to bring in the police department. You could work that out. If you have a peacemaker and residents that are willing to listen and feel and later on understand the fact that we're not at each other, we're not against each other, but we just want peace just like everybody else does.
We have judges who are smart enough, particularly at the Justice Center in Red Hook, who know that not everything that happens that's a criminal charge is in fact a criminal act.
If you look in the penal law, if I have an assault case, I can decide whether the people have proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. If so, give a criminal conviction to a person in order protection for the victim. Defendant has all the consequences of a criminal conviction. Victim is still looking over his or her shoulder. Everyone in the area knows that the victim testified against the defendant. I want to send this case to peacemaking. I sent a case like that to peacemaking. My first case came back where the defendant was in court saying he knew that he had made some mistakes and he was sorry for the decisions he made. The victim decided to be there. The victim was there for the offender. They left arm in arm. The victim turned to the offender and said, "Do you need a ride home?" That's a result I could not deliver. That's a result that convinced me from day one of the power of peacemaking.
First, I'd like to go over a little bit of quick ground rules. This is the talking piece, and this is what we use to pass around. When someone has a talking piece, they have the stage pretty much, and they command your attention to speak and say what they have to say. The talking piece will ultimately go around the circle, and everyone will have a chance to speak.
I don't understand why you called the police on me. If he felt some type of way, he could have came to the party. I didn't tell him he couldn't come.
You have anything to say?
I didn't call the police on you. The only time I called the police on you was when we got into that physical altercation. I don't know what you're talking about. I got kids at home that need to sleep at a certain time. Now, come on. I understand the weekends, but you got to cut your party short now.
I really don't have much to say. I'm just over the loud music and what's going on, and it just need to stop.
The program was brought to the Red Hook Justice Center 4 years ago to help people that was having minor disputes, like somebody's playing their music too loud and they don't want to turn it down, so it becomes a court issue. Basically, I guess there's civil cases that we could show some civility and work these problems out with ourselves.
The peacemaking program came about as a result of our relationships with Native American tribes. We had been traveling around to tribes all across the country and learning about their approaches to justice.
We had the Native
people, the Navajo, come in to train us in peacemaking. And we learned that peacemaking is an ancient way of problem solving. And we learned that peacemaking also has to do with storytelling, and that we have a commitment to each other, and we have a commitment to community. We have a commitment to tell our stories. And in telling those stories is how we solve these problems. That's one way of, kind of opening up the circle. And everybody has a story to tell.
We're always accustomed to using microwave justice. We always want things solved right away. But with peacemaking, it doesn't happen like that. Sometimes a case could take 1 week to 2 months, on a weekly basis.
I would like you guys to see how it goes, and we'll set up another day for him to come back. But I also want to know that just for you, how would he or she or his wife contact you if something arises?
Think of what the advantages would be if small disputes of community members were not in the courts, that youngsters who made a dumb mistake by starting a fight in the schoolyard did not have to have charges pressed against them or go to a facility or be fingerprinted, etc. Think of what it does to help a young person figure out, I am powerful in this situation, I can help solve this, Those are the kinds of things that peacemaking does. Think of how it feels for the community to have a voice in how something gets settled or solved between a dispute with neighbors.
So maybe we should do the cases first. Peacemaking is the most innovative and effective tool I've seen in the justice system in my over 35 years in criminal justice. It delivers better results for victims, for offenders, for community courts, and for police.
So I would say this, as far as working out the issue with you, it's cool Monday through Thursday, music be down 9, Friday, Saturday, 1 o'clock.
You're being very considerate. I do appreciate that. Now, you said 9 o'clock on the weekdays and 1 o'clock in the morning.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Joyous Juneteenth to all of you. Whether you are watching from Brooklyn or anywhere around the world, joyous Juneteenth to all of you. Wherever you're watching, and however you're watching, thank you for joining us for this BRIC Be Heard Town Hall, Juneteenth, then and now. For all of you who didn't grow up celebrating Juneteenth, myself included, you may be asking yourself, is it a celebration of the end of enslavement for peoples in America? Is it a time to barbecue with your family? Is it a time to read and reflect and consider? Is it a time to attend a Trump rally in Tulsa, Oklahoma? Well, yes to most of those things, but a pretty sharp no to one of them. But however you decided to spend your Juneteenth, we're happy that you're making some time to be in this forum with us. We've met for town halls on previous occasions in our space in the BRIC house, but now we are in your house. So thank you for welcoming us into your space. Juneteenth, then and now. Then could refer to the late 1800s when a group of folks in Galveston, Texas were alerted by some Union soldiers who broke through the Confederacy after the Civil War and finally made their way down to the border towns of Texas to let some formerly enslaved peoples know that the Emancipation Proclamation was in full effect and that they were indeed free of their enslavers. That is one definition of Juneteenth then. Another may be Juneteenth then a year ago before a global pandemic pressed pause on the entire world, or in the more recent future, when a murder of an American citizen, a Black man in Minnesota, set the world on fire and who we are tonight. My name is Brian Vines, and for the next hour, we're going to be in dialogue with some members of our community who don't often get a chance to be in the room together, but we will right now be in that room together virtually with you. So make sure that you're asking questions and commenting and letting us feel you as we make our way through the next hour on the subject of Juneteenth then and now, with a special emphasis on liberation, Black freedom, and Black joy in this time of so much strife. So I'm going to introduce you to those folks with no further ado. First, I'd like to welcome into the room City Council member Lori A. Cumbo. She's a two-term member of the New York City Council and currently serves as the majority leader of the council. She sponsored legislation to create the first ever citywide minority and women-owned business task force, and she's joining us from her home right now. Thank you for being here, Councilmember Cumbo.
Always.
I'm also happy to have Rosa Clemente with us this evening. Rosa is an organizer, a political commentator, as well as being an independent journalist and the first, let history show, Afro-Latina woman to run for vice president of the United States back in 2008 on the Green Party ticket. And she is a doctoral candidate. So soon we'll have to call you Dr. Clemente, but tonight we're happy to have you on your path. Thank you for joining us, Rosa.
Thank
and
you.
I'm turning now to Robert Ganji. Bob Ganji's been an activist and a community organizer, as well as a public policy advocate in New York City for over 4 decades. He served as the executive director of the Correctional Association for over 29 years before founding the Police Reform Organizing Project, PROP, where he serves as the executive director. Thanks for joining us, Bob.
Happy to be part of it.
And rounding out our 4 for the evening is Olympia Sudan, a Bed-Stuy raised Afro-Latinx Asian trans woman who is an author, a healer, a poet, and the co-director of the Black Trans Media, an organization dedicated to reframing the value and worth of Black trans people by building community, media, education for racial and gender justice. So that is our group for tonight. And the unseen force in the room is you, of course. So please do continue to comment as if we were in the room like we get together at Brick House, and let us feel you and pose your questions and share your comments with your community here as we get through this next hour in celebration, commemoration, and the spirit of Juneteenth. So looking at all of your faces, knowing that we've been going through it for the last few hundred years, as well as in the immediate future, that we've been facing right now. We know that there's some rough things going on, but like I said at the top, we want to make space for Black joy and excellence and exuberance on Juneteenth. So things might get heavy, but we know that all of you have reason to celebrate every day and give us reasons to be happy to be in your community. So the first thing that I just want to start off by asking each of you is this notion of anti-Blackness that so many people have just woken up to, if they have the privilege to have not realized it before. I wonder how anti-Blackness shows up in your respective fields of endeavor and how it's affected the world up until now for those who may not have realized it. I'll start with you, Rosa. You're working in the education space, which is fundamental. So how has anti-Blackness shown up historically and presently?
Yeah, I mean, I first of all, let's just thank all the young people. You know, if we want to talk about joy, if many of us as organizers are not fully seeing what's happening, as a trained historian, I am full of joy today. You know, my daughter's 15, she's out on the streets right now at a rally, you know, while I'm here, and that we can all contribute in any way we can. But as far as it goes around anti-Blackness, for me, anti-Blackness is, you know, global. Wherever we are as a Black diasporic people, as people taken from the continent and dispersed all around the world, anti-Blackness is always showing up. But I think it is a good conversation to have, especially around ethnicity and us as like Black and brown folks, and how we as Black Puerto Ricans or Afro-Latinx people deal with our anti-Blackness, you know, and what that can mean. With that being said, I really just encourage people, especially in the Black and brown community, because I've actually seen some discussions that are making me kind of cringe, where people are saying, well, all Latinx people are anti-Black. And you're like, the system's anti-Black, you know? Blackness is around the corner here in Albany, New York, but that we have a shared legacy of resistance, and not to ever just see ourselves from the moment of colonization, but what it was before and what it is now.
I'm looking at you now, Councilmember Cumbo, from the sort of cultural standpoint and halls of power as well, two of your dual careers, from being in that creative space to being in a legislative body. How has anti-Blackness manifested on those fronts?
I would say founding MOCADA, the Museum of Contemporary African Diaspora and Arts, 20 years ago, the concept and the idea, recognizing that Brooklyn had one of the largest populations of people of African descent, but did not have a museum where that art and history and culture could be celebrated, collected, and to serve communities of people that live right here in Brooklyn, but also globally. And just the concept of that was really seen for people as something that should remain small. You should start with something really small, and it should be small. And this concept of a constant, you know, how are you going to build a museum? How are you going to fund it? You should do a little something, or do a program or a project. And it was like really having to fight through that, and recognizing that something grander that is more in keeping and in alignment with who we are as an African diaspora people. And I remember coming to really terms in terms of systemic racism that's like written in stone. The first grant that I wrote was to the New York State Council for the Arts. And they have a film department, a dance department, a museum department, and you would apply for the grant that you would want it in those prospective categories. So I picked the museum category. That's where I knew I fit. And I remember the director at the time said, why don't you fill out the form for the Ghetto Arts program? And I said, excuse me, the Ghetto Arts program? And she was like, you didn't see it on the website? And I was like, you mean you actually call it that? Like it's written in a website, that particular division? And she was like, because the type of art that you want to show, our panel is not going to be prepared to review that type of art. So you should apply to the Ghetto Arts Fund, and you probably would be supported through that. So I went through all kinds of like changes in terms of, I'm not applying to that. I'm not applying. And finally, she was a sister. She was like, if you don't apply, you're not going to get the money.
Right.
So I humbled my little self, wrote the money to the Ghetto Arts program, got the funding, and continued in that realm for a number of years. But those were the types of ways that you had to minimize yourself in order to receive funding. And that's something that's across the board. I just want to say, in the city council, Councilmember Moya just introduced and passed legislation to abolish the word alien from all city documents, anything that pertains to anything referring to our immigrant community in referencing them as aliens. And this is really important because we as a people are known as minorities, when in actually we are the majority. And the nonsensicalness of us calling ourselves minority is seen when people say we have minority majority communities. I mean, we have to see ourselves as the majority, and the minority and the majority can change where you are based and where you are located. In New York City, people of color are the majority, and we should refer to ourselves as those things. And when you change the language, people change how they see themselves. But people have thought for so long that it was critical that we see ourselves as minorities in order to limit our power. So that was my first experience in the arts. In the political world, I could go on for the whole entire panel. So I'll add on to that in other jewels that I can drop when answering questions.
Well, speaking of language and the way that we cast ourselves and see ourselves, I'm looking at you now, Olympia, as someone who understands the power of the media. Can you share an example of when you felt the power of anti-Blackness rear its head in your professional endeavors?
Yeah, I feel like I experience anti-Blackness every day as a Black person, just living. And it also brings me to the point as to why Black Trans Media was founded and why we work on Black Trans Media. And there's a lot of Black trans people here in New York City as Black trans leaders working in different movements, but don't have a specific organizing space. Or if there are spaces within the city that offer that resource, it is not safe and it is not accessible to our folks. So Black Trans Media was created to shift and reframe the value and worth of Black trans people. And also brings me to another point. I'm not sure if folks have done the anti-oppression training, the 4 Eyes of Oppression. And we talk about how oppression moves through 4 channels, being internalized, interpersonal, institutional, and ideological. And so while some institutions right now might say they care about Black life, what are their interpersonal relationships, like with Black people specifically, that are working towards shifting that and shifting those ideologies specifically to drive their work to combat anti-Blackness, and also just think about most of our work home in our communities and other spaces are dominated by white supremacist ideologies of who we should be as Black people and Black trans people.
Thank you for that. So, Bob, I'm looking at you and thinking about this notion of anti-Blackness, and I'm sure that you have examples from your 40 years in activism here in New York. But just an addendum to the question before you even give us an example, I wonder, do white people have conversations about anti-Blackness like Black people do?
Yes, and most of the white people in my social circle are liberal politically. They all voted for Obama, for example. But a number of the white people in my social circle, people who are my friends, don't fully understand. I mean, I work on criminal justice issues. I work on prison issues. I worked on prison issues. Now I'm working on policing issues. And a number of the white people who I talk to about these issues, particularly older white people, I'm old, I'm in my 70s, don't fully appreciate the divide between, for example, how the police relate and react to white people as opposed to how police relate and react to Black people. And so that's a harsh reality, and it's also a political challenge in terms of convincing more and more people just how brutally racist our criminal justice system is, what our prison system is, and policing in the United States. And I think everybody in the panel knows this. What we've seen in the last 3 weeks in terms of the videos exposing just how brutal and racist policing is, I mean, starting with the murder of George Floyd, and then the videos in New York City and across the country of police officers just engaged in this aggressive kind of violence. That's, if you didn't know that that's so much of how the cops operate on a daily basis, could be shocking. So racism and anti-Blackness is rooted deeply, unfortunately, in our country, and I think is expressed most aggressively and most brutally by policing, by our criminal justice system. And it starts with policing, but it carries throughout. It's the jails, it's the way district attorneys operate, it's the way our prisons operate. And this moment, because you talked, Brian, about having this moment be celebratory and this day be celebratory, what we potentially can celebrate is how I think more effectively than any time in my life, and again, I'm an old man in my 70s, has the brutality and the racist nature of the system, I'm not talking about the criminal justice system and policing, been exposed since the murder of George Floyd. And that I think more and more people are aware of it. More and more people are taken to the streets, including white people. And it's going to be harder. Whenever we've had these kind of uprisings before, when we had all the turmoil the summer of 2014 around the death of Michael Brown at the hands of police, the death of Eric Garner on the hands of police, caught on video, and eventually the movement, although enrolled a lot of people and exposed the problem, fell short of any significant gains, any significant changes. All the kind of tweaks around the edges, the kind of things that and I'm a fan of Obama, that Obama talked about, the kind of things that de Blasio's talked about, Cuomo's talked about, the kind of things that were instituted in Minneapolis, tweaks around the edges, body cameras, implicit bias training, right. Banning the use of chokeholds. All those things are superficial. And we won't get to the fundamental change that's needed to root out the racism, to root out the violence, unless we have significant change. And that significant change will take the form of the banner that's being waved now is called Defund Police. In New York, it's Defund the NYPD. Right. The need to cut the power of police departments and the funding of police departments. That's the issue of the moment.
So can I ask you...
the anti-Blackness.
Well, Bob, you invoked defund the police, and we've got a lot of questions about that in anticipation of this conversation. And I just wondered from each of you, and maybe I'll start with you, Councilmember Cumbo, because the New York City Council has taken up an effort to reduce the NYPD's budget. I wonder what's the working definition of defund the police, because if you ask 3 people, you hear 4 different things, but what is the framework that the New York City Council is using to defund the NYPD?
Well, the New York City Council, led by Speaker Corey Johnson, have put forth our budget proposal to the mayor in terms of what cutting $1 billion could do, in terms of how we could redirect that money. And essentially what that means is that money will be redirected into other agencies, or other agencies like school safety or others would be redirected back to the DOE. So this sort of exercise is an important one, but I think to Bob's point, defunding the NYPD is important symbolically also because it starts to recognize that we are shifting the power away from the NYPD into empowerment for communities of color. Now, symbolically, that's the right way to go. But at the same time, while we're talking so much about defunding, defunding does not improve, as you spoke about, Bob, in terms of systematic racism within the NYPD. It doesn't provide the cure for how we recreate a new NYPD. So I feel like it's important equally at the same time of discussing defunding or redirecting funding from the NYPD, that we also equally talk about and spend just as much energy in terms of how do we dismantle a racist NYPD system that was really designed to uphold the original sin of slavery, in terms of, although we had Juneteenth and we had the Emancipation Proclamation, there were still clauses that existed that stated that people that are in our prison systems can be utilized for the purposes of free servitude. And that was the clause that made people accept the fact that slavery as we know it was ending, because those clauses were in place. And those clauses could have anything to do with, if you were preaching a sermon and you didn't get the right permit, you could be arrested. If you were unemployed, you could be considered a vagrant and be arrested. This idea of arresting was to fuel the continuation of a free labor system that still continues to this day. So I think it's really important.
Actually, with the full knowledge that that system is woven into the system that we have now, Rosa, I know you've spent a large chunk of your energy and organizing momentum around an idea of abolishment.
Well, yeah, I mean, I feel the police should be abolished. First, I trust in our communities that we can come up with ways to keep our communities safe. Secondly, like, I think defunding the police is a very interesting conversation, particularly in Washington, D.C., where they've co-opted that to the point that we have now some Democratic mayors of cities saying we actually want more money for the police and things like that. So, yeah. And I think also when we say abolish the police, you know, the vision is there and it's also there on paper, you know, and I live in upstate New York. I'm in Albany, New York. I'm 1 mile away from the governor's mansion. And we've seen 2 tanks in the streets of Albany because of 4 days of gun violence. And we have a woman mayor, we have a Black DA, we have a Black chief of police, we have a Latina who's the human rights commissioner. And what the police in Albany are doing is straight like military tactical warfare on a very small community that's in one area. You know, like you'll hear the helicopters coming over here soon. And that's what we've been faced with. So I also think in this, we also talk about how can we have restorative justice when someone causes harm to someone else? If we know that most people who are incarcerated, like in the state of New York, are there for nonviolent felonies, there's a way to have restorative justice, because when we get brothers and sisters and non-gender conforming people that come out, there's no re-entry services. We have more people on probation and parole that are incarcerated, 4.5 million people. Those people on parole or probation know. And that's actually what happened in the Rashard Brooks case. If you saw the interview that he did a couple months before he was murdered, he talked about coming out and how there were no services. He was a nonviolent felon, credit card fraud. And that, for me, when I saw that, I was like, this is why he ran away. Because he knew he was about to be violated. And also, like, he saw George Floyd, and also there were like 30 people on the Wendy's line. And I'm sure something in his mind was like, well, let me just run. You know, they had his car, they had his license, and we know what happened. So I think, you know, now is the time to envision the future that we want. We might not get there, at least while I'm alive. It might get there when my daughters are alive, but we have to disband all of it. Like anything around criminal justice or mass incarceration, it has to go. I mean, I know we have council people like Councilwoman Combo and Councilwoman Inez Barron that got our back, you know, but I also know that they fought very hard around Rikers Island being closed. And what was the solution? To build 5 newer, more nice looking detention centers in each borough. You know, and I actually probably, Councilwoman will let us know when it'll probably be like, no, we're going to shut it down and try to get some of these people mostly into reentry services or restorative justice programs. You know, so yeah, I'm about abolishing the system of policing. It has not worked. It's rooted in catching people who wanted to be free, enslaved Africans in this country. It's off on a shaky foundation, and that's why we're here now.
Olympia, I see you nodding in agreement there. And anyone who's paid any attention know that Black transgender people bear a disproportionate burden of police violence, but also face higher rates of violence just living their lives, walking in our streets.
Ashe. And I will also say, also on top of that, the erasure. I'm thinking about Tony McDade in Tallahassee, Florida, who was killed by the police, and people are not saying his name, I think, enough. I also think about when we're talking about the police, the origins and the roots of police, like Rosa was just sharing, is like slave patrol, catching people who were freed or supposed to be in service or in servitude in this particular way. I also think about recently there was a rally at Stonewall for Tony McDade, the black trans man from Tallahassee, and Nina Pop from Missouri. And I was asking the crowd that was yelling, defund the police and reform. And for me, I'm like, defund for how long? And reform until when? Like, when will these pillars of oppression for community, these law and orders, processes, be restorative and transformative in what they are seeking out and they're practicing as well? I also think there has been a legacy of us resisting and also using